Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Welcome to part 2 of our coverage of today's moderate risk for severe weather across Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, and Indiana. Let's see what we have here in the chat. Of course, we have our mods, Catman, Caleb, and Legacy all in here. We also have Critty, Indiana, Tracy, Ohio, Double, as well as Robert, and everyone else in the chat who is chatting and I've forgotten to welcome, or if you're just tuning in or may not be chatting, glad to have you here, Weather Warrior, as well. Alrighty, let's go ahead and dive on into this. I'm going to give things a double check. Everything should be good. We are good to go. Got a little bit of fuel in me, so I could actually last the day now, feel a bit better, a little bit better energy as well. So hopefully we will be good to go for the rest of today's coverage, which I expect to be running pretty long. I expect we're going to be here for a while. So, whilst you can, go fuel up, go get your snacks, some water, drinks, because it's going to be a long duration event today. We're going to be starting to see some significant severe weather spark up here in about 2 or 3 hours, and that's going to last till probably near midnight Eastern time. I'd have to imagine going to be a long duration event today. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. This got issued shortly after we ended a severe thunderstorm watch for primarily just some wind and very small hail out here in western Pennsylvania. Really not a whole lot other than that. Just your isolated 50 to 65 mile-an-hour wind gusts possible out there. So take note of that if you are in and around this pink region. That's where your new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued, at least for the moment, and we will see another severe thunderstorm watch likely get issued further to the east of that later on today. So what do we have ongoing here? What's changed in the last hour and 10 minutes? We were last live about an hour and 15 minutes ago. Well, nothing too crazy. We've continued to see the eastward expansion of our MCS. It has indeed wiped through much of the open warm sector like we were suspecting, and it has lingered around longer than most models had it lingering around for. So that definitely could have implications in today's severe weather risk and could lower the overall threat. And we also have some additional convection that is firing further off to the west here towards southeastern Iowa, and that is also going to help add some more complex situations out here, more uncertainty for the forecast with those storms now fired in east-northeastern Iowa. And those could be storms that end up becoming problems here in 2 hours or so. But the main area to watch will be anything to develop out in this vicinity that moves up into southeast Iowa, western Illinois. And again, we do have a tornado watch out here till 4 p.m. Eastern. This is your low-end tornado watch for the next hour and 55 minutes. After that expires, or maybe just barely before that expires, we will likely get a PDS tornado watch or a extremely high-end probability tornado watch out here across eastern Iowa, western Illinois, probably into southern Wisconsin and far northeastern Missouri as well. So this will not be the only tornado watch you guys are in here in eastern Iowa and western Illinois. You will get a new one probably in roughly 2 hours. Yes, Kaylee, your main threat is definitely wind. Can't rule out some small hail and a brief tornado, but mainly just some overnight wind is probably going to be the main concern out there in central Indiana. So we do also have a newly issued special weather statement. This is that supercell we were talking about. That was tornado warned about 2.5, 3 hours ago. That's out here now in central Illinois. And that is warned for 40-mile-an-hour winds. Special weather statement there. So not anything too significant, but definitely something that, you want to be not outside for. You want to make sure you're indoors if you're in that special weather statement. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, some gusty winds. We do get a new SPC outlook here in about a little over an hour and 45 minutes. We'll get our new SPC outlook, and the Storm Prediction Center recently announced that they will be going live on YouTube for a briefing on the risk today to just go over that moderate risk area. I assume they'll keep it moderate. I'd be shocked if they go high now with how much overconvection we've seen. Really a lot of uncertainty on how today's going to play out. If we take a current look at our satellite imagery, it looks very much messy. Not a look that you typically see on a tornado outbreak type day. But you can see we have started to see some extra clearing here behind and south of where our MCS was generally leaving some cloud cover over earlier this morning. If we go earlier, you can see we did have some cloud cover lingering over that area from our MCS this morning. That has since moved out gradually, but we still do have some breaks in the clouds, a few clouds out here, but nothing that is very, very notable. Your main clouds are really all up in this area here, which ironically, I'm pretty sure is where like half your moderate is. If we go ahead and zoom out and then use this sector here to zoom in a bit, and we turn on our SPC graphic, you can see much of the area that is covered by that thick cloud cover is actually our moderate risk for severe weather, which is why we are very much skeptical on how today may perform, because a lot of that clearing has stayed south of the moderate risk area and has not yet made its way into the main moderate risk area, despite it already being 2 p.m. Eastern. So still, of course, our moderate risk for severe weather in effect, but definitely some uncertainty on how it's going to perform. You can see the latest outlook cycle. They shifted that enhanced further to the southeast. They shifted the entire west portion of that outlook east, including trimming the moderate. And they shifted also the northern portion of that enhanced risk in Michigan further south, closer to, if we go back closer to central Michigan, you can see there. So really our whole event has kind of shifted south, and that's in thanks to our MCS that is ongoing right now. And that is, again, ongoing across Illinois and eastern Iowa. So we'll keep watching that very closely. Again, if you haven't seen the outlook, or you're just tuning in, didn't get a time to catch the first live stream earlier this morning for that MCS across eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois. We started that at 10:30, ended it at a little before 1. And this is your moderate risk area for severe weather out here across southern Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, extreme northeastern Missouri, and a good chunk of northern Illinois. We also have a 15 Sig 2 tornado risk out here across northern Illinois. We also have a 60% Sig 1 tornado risk out here, and also a 15% Sig 1 hail. So that is a pretty high end outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, especially on the wind side of things and a bit on the tour. Sorry, we just got in mesoscale discussion, just got put out here for our main risk area. Tornado potential is increasing with the air mass recovery underway. The potential for a violent tornado does exist. That will not be your PDS tornado watch, by the way. I don't expect that one to be a PDS tornado watch. That's going to be inside the enhanced risk area. So that's going to be inside of the enhanced risk area. Maybe a tad bit of that is into the moderate risk area. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I was looking for. That's for southeastern Iowa and northeastern Missouri and a sliver of west central Illinois. Let's see here. The environment is becoming more favorable for severe storms with tornado potential. A new or updated tornado watches are likely over Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. They said watches, plural. A few strong tornadoes will be possible. Larger storm clusters or a linear mode near the cold front. So your highest torr threat will be focused with prefrontal storms that fire off of the modified outflow boundary, which is right in here. And there you go. There's your MCD. If we go ahead and look at that, you can see that is in just a sliver of, if we just draw that out, it's just in a sliver of the southwest portion of your moderate risk for severe weather. So there's your new mesoscale discussion. That highlighted red area, tornado watch, will be replaced. And this will be a high-end tornado watch for the potential of a violent tornado, upwards of 80-mile-an-hour winds and up to 2.5-inch hail inside of that red highlighted area. That will include Kirksville, Missouri, all the way up into Burlington, Iowa, Davenport. You'll probably be just outside of this watch, and this will not be the main watch of the day. This will be the first main watch of the day. We're expecting 2, maybe 3 main watches. This is the first main watch of the day right here that will be issued soon. Our main watch, which will be the highest probability, will likely be for this area in here, and then we'll probably get our last main watch as the storms start dying out in here. So I expect 3 different high probability watches for this event. And the second one, being the dead middle one, will likely be the highest probability, and that's the one that I think could go PDS. So you may be wondering, well, why are they issuing an MCD right now? What changed? Why do they have such high confidence all of a sudden after we just started downplaying the event, which not necessarily downplaying, just more of questioning the overall potential for a bust today. And one big thing that I noticed, and you can even notice here on satellite, and I'm going to go ahead and switch it to you guys, show you all that satellite. Once again, if you missed it, we'll go back to that. And it looks pretty impressive. The thing is, it's not going far enough north as we were expecting. But this is your cold front back here. And this is a outflow boundary. I like to do them in dots. This is a outflow boundary that has been left by this MCS that is now over here. It tracked from southern Nebraska, which you can't see that because that's blacked out. It tracked from southern Nebraska through central Iowa, eastern Iowa, and then into where it is now in central Illinois. And along that journey, it left an outflow boundary right there in that dotted black area. And that's going to be a focal point for prefrontal supercell development. So as your moisture goes north, as your instability goes north, as your wind shear increases and all those ingredients come together next to that cold front, those same ingredients will be in place across this area in southeastern Iowa. And as those hit the outflow boundary, that outflow boundary could end up firing prefrontal supercells. And the reason why they issued that MCD already is because confidence is increasing in the chance for prefrontal supercells. You can see we already have convection trying to fire up on that outflow boundary. So your cold front is back here. That's where we expect the more of a messy line and cluster. And then we have some messy crapvection in front of that that is decreasing our confidence in a high-end severe weather threat today. And we also have some crapvection out here that is hurting destabilization in north central Illinois. But in between all of that, we have this little tiny area of convection. And that little area of convection is firing in a decent environment. If we look at your observations, look at that. It's firing right in that decent area of instability, and that is why they issued that mesoscale discussion. You can see this is your tornado environment right now, and look at that. Your STP here already up to a 6 STP, and supercell composite already up to 12 on this particular observations here. So that's a very, very good environment, and I imagine that's going to be a volatile environment here pretty soon. If not, I think that might already be a volatile environment at this point. So that's like a borderline volatile environment there across northeastern Missouri, southeastern Iowa, western Illinois. And again, you can see your cold front is back in here. That's where your cold front is, right back in there. And then your warm front extends somewhere further up to the north. We have I believe two low pressures. We're going to have a low pressure, I believe, in Iowa, and then a main low pressure down in here. And this has a cold front, warm front attached to it. This one has a warm front attached to the north side. And then this also has a primary cold front there. So we've got kind of 5 main things. 2 low pressures, 3 fronts. Which is actually a pretty solid and easy front setup to discuss. Sometimes we have like literally 5 different low pressures along those things. So, like I said, in between the morning crapvection up here, that's decreasing the environment. The very early morning crapvection that's now over Chicago, and the cold front clusters that should be in messier mode. We have this area of our outflow boundary right in there, and that's where our greatest severe threat will exist for the time being. That's going to be our main severe threat for the first, like, 3 hours of the event. That's going to be where we watch the most, from about roughly 3:30 Eastern till about 7, right about 6 o'clock, 7 Eastern. That's going to be the main area to watch. And then between right around 6 o'clock Eastern, we're going to start watching that primary environment where we expect the highest tornado threat across central Illinois. So I think we are on track for a very dangerous severe weather and tornado outbreak today. Really the biggest question is the northern extent of our environment. That's what we have to watch very closely. But I do think this is easily worth a moderate risk for severe weather, and I do think this could be a very dangerous day for severe weather. It's more of an outflow boundary, Sam. Confluence bands are more common in the deep south and into the far southern Midwest. You could call it a confluence band, but technically it's a modified outflow boundary that's set up right there. Northeastern Missouri, southeastern Iowa, and eventually that might go into western Illinois. Yeah, so we'll watch that very closely and see how that ends up performing. Yeah, if anyone called this a bust early, yeah, that's like I said, just like yesterday when discussing SPC Outlook upgrades, as long as you have a reason, you can go ahead and discuss it. But most people will just say bust to try to get under your skin and make you think that the event's over before it starts. Most of them are just trolls who go and say that. So that's a look at your current radar. This is your nationwide current radar here. Again, we have a very weak line of storms here moving through northeastern Illinois, still taking up some instability. But I want you to look at the observations again here. This is something that we needed to watch and is extremely crucial for today, the instability. And it really looks like that MCS is not doing anything. You know, your environment is just pushing up northward perfectly fine. And I am pretty sure that's because of your bowling ball trough. This trough is turning negatively tilted, and that MCS is so weak that the bowling ball trough is just like, yeah, nah, I'm going to pull this instability up right past you. You don't matter. And so that's exactly what it's doing. It's pulling up that instability, that cape, and increasing the chance for a few intense to violent tornadoes in that area, despite the morning convection. And you can see that here on the cape. And that was the biggest question. That was the biggest question. How far north does that cape get? And does it just ignore the MCS because the MCS is weak? I wanted to go back up here. She loves seeing real people on TV. That's that's cool. Maybe you're raising a weather kid. What app are you? I'm using Weatherfront. This is an app that recently came out on desktop for browsers right now. Not out for Android. It's out on the Apple Store and out on browsers. So you could use that in your browser. You could just type in the browser at the top, app.weatherfront.com, and that's the software I'm using. And so far, there's a few features missing that I would really want to see added, but this is definitely a top 3 ever released softwares for weather. And it's very cheap. I will call this one cheap. I mean, it's $10 a month for all the features. Weather-wise, I believe, is like 17, 18 a month for all the features. And then Radar Omega, I think, is like 20, 25 a month, maybe even more. And then WSB3, I believe that is also like 30 a month. So compared to all the other softwares, this is what I consider a pretty cheap software for everything that you get. So we'll continue to watch this confluence band / outflow boundary, whatever you'd like to call it. It's, in my opinion, I think it's technically a modified outflow boundary. That's what the SPC also called it. So I'll say both, but generally it's kind of, I'm just referring to an area where storms can fire. Confluence bands and outflow boundaries are definitely different. They are different. They are definitely different. My storm is dying out, not good. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's kind of like a 1-2 punch type thing. If your storm's very strong, that can wipe out the warm sector, and then you won't have as big of a threat later in the day. But if your storm obviously stays alive, then that means you're going to get big severe weather for the first round, maybe not as much for the second round. But then if it dies before it hits you, yeah, you didn't get anything with the first round, but the second round's probably going to be worse. Because, again, we're looking for this environment to be destabilizing. And if we have all this convection ongoing and it's very strong, that could inhibit it from being a very intense and volatile environment. However, I really think it's, you guys are Central Time, it's like 1:23 out there. It's still pretty early in the afternoon. You guys aren't expecting storms until like 6 p.m. Eastern. That's 5 Central. So that's like another 3-4 hours from now. And I think that's plenty of time for the environment to recover, especially in June. June is one of the most easy to recover type months with instability. It's just simply because it's so stinking hot in June. And you normally get a big high pressure or a big trough or something that allows for a lot of instability in the U.S. And that's why June is typically big for damaging wind events, because there's a lot of cape. Do you think a high risk is possible? In my opinion, no. However, I would like your take. Like I said in the last stream, I think it is possible. Do I think it will happen? No. But I do think it is possible, and if it were to be issued, I think it would be for only wind. I don't think a high risk for tornadoes is possible today. However, I do want to very much stress this. Whether it be an enhanced risk, a moderate, or a high risk in your area today, you need to be weather aware. Yes, it matters to some extent which one you're in, if you're in the level 3 or the level 4, the enhanced or the moderate today. Thankfully, we don't have that 5 out of 5 high risk pink area just yet. But either way, whether you're in the orange or the red, you're at risk for strong to intense tornadoes today, and you are at risk for 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. And of course, if you're in northern to central Illinois, that's where we're at risk for a violent tornado or two. And obviously, wind gusts could be upwards of 90, maybe 95 miles per hour. We did get a new meso-analysis just now. That's very crucial. Again, this site's been very slow, so bear with me whilst I try to get it to work. Looks like it's working a bit better. And look at that, man. We have recovered super fast. In 2 hours, we went from 2,000 Cape to 5,000 Cape in southern Illinois. But notice how that MCS, that's still ongoing, even though it's weak, it is still holding some of that main instability off to the south. So if that MCS wasn't there, we'd already have a huge open warm sector like this, and we would probably have a high risk for both wind and tornadoes today if we didn't have this morning line of convection. That's how much it's impacted our open warm sector. However, you can see that Cape is starting to push more to the north, and as the main cold front arrives, it will push that instability even more north. So in this case, you could see back out in like Missouri, see how that instability, see the red contours in south central, southwestern Iowa. 2 hours ago, those were like in far southwest Iowa. Like the first 2 counties in southwest Iowa is where we had 1,000 instability. And now those contours are way up here into central Iowa to south central Iowa. That's because that cold front is arriving and pushing that instability further off to the north. And according to this, in about 2 hours or so, that main instability should be into northern Illinois. And if that is the case, like I said, we'll probably be dealing with a very, very significant day for all hazards, especially tornadoes and damaging winds, and also some significant hail, but hail is the least concern. This is your violent tornado parameter, which is basically just where the environment is most favorable for strong plus tornadoes and potentially violent tornadoes. And you can see that's focused right here across southeastern Missouri into south central Iowa. And that is where that MCD is roughly out in that northeast quadrant of that violent tornado parameter. And again, we are at 1:28 p.m. Central Time. I wouldn't be shocked if this violent tornado parameter, I don't know what the maxed is, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get to the maxed later on today in west central Illinois. Whether or not a storm takes advantage of that environment, that's the big question. We should have a borderline perfect environment today across western and central Illinois, but the big question is, does a supercell take advantage of it? Would you support a 15% Sig 3 tornado risk for today? I think so, but it is so conditional. It is super, super conditional, but I wouldn't be all that shocked if the SPC goes Sig 3 at 4 p.m. just because this is probably the most violent environment and most volatile environment that we have seen all year. How old are you? I am turning 21 in a few days. Appreciate the $2 donation as well. Turning 21 in a few days. Let's see here. Lucky just texted me, I'm dying over here. It's so hot. He just got put in a heat advisory. Yeah, it's supposed to get up to 100 today out here in Virginia and North Carolina. First time I believe we've hit triple digits, if it actually does come to fruition all year. Yeah, you can see Lucky, poor Lucky is going to hit upwards of 103 degrees today. And we're going to be pushing the triple digits. It's hot out here, man. Today is a day where I have not gone outside. I will admit I did not touch grass today. The grass is going to sizzle my hand off. It's so hot. No, thank you. So let's see. Let's go to the HRRR and see if this shows anything different. This is the 17Z HRRR. And see, there you go. See that updraft track where you have the black line there in Western Illinois? If we actually did see a supercell like that, see, that's where I would support a SIG 3 tornado risk right there. Because you are in one of, if not the most volatile environments of the year with a semi-discrete supercell, and that would most definitely be producing an EF3 plus tornado if that were to come to fruition. So the tornado threat is kind of the only, like the intense to violent tornado threat is the only conditional part. I think we are going to see strong tornadoes today. We're going to see 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. We're going to see 1 to 2 inch hail. The only question is, how high up does that get? Do we see 3-inch hail? Do we see 95 mile an hour winds? Do we see a violent tornado or two? Like, where are we on that spectrum of severe weather? Do we end up getting kind of the lower side of today's environment or the upper echelon? Peak tor threat, thinking about 5. Let's see here. The absolute peak, I'm thinking from probably 5 to 8 is the absolute peak. Like, when I would be watching the radar the most, if I'm looking for the best chance for a violent tornado, that's when I'd be looking. Probably between 5 and like 9 Eastern. 5 and 9 Eastern. Bloomington, Illinois. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I was gonna say, I swear that's somewhere right out in here. Bloomington. You will have the opportunity for a few tornadoes, maybe one strong. I think the worst will stay to your north, but you still are in that opportunity for a few tornadoes, maybe one strong. 1.5-inch hail also possible. And the biggest risk is that chance for 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts around your area. It looks like the wind threat is going to be probably the highest wind threat today is going to be right around that area. You could see you are smack dab center, that 60% SIG 1 wind risk, which basically just means you have a 60% chance every 25 miles of a given point, which is very high to see damaging winds at or exceeding 58 miles per hour. And wind gusts are likely to be 70 to 80 miles per hour because you're in that SIG 1 area. If we get a SIG 2 area would be wind gusts of 80 to 90 miles per hour likely. SIG 1 is 70 to 80 likely. SIG 2 is 80 to 90 likely. And SIG 3, which is extremely rare, is 90 to 100 mile an hour winds likely across the area. Not just 1 or 2 gusts, but like multiple instances of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds are likely today across this pink and purple area. Thank you for the $2 donation, Joseph. Thoughts on Milwaukee? Radar doesn't look too bad. Milwaukee, yeah, the good news is you got a lot of convection happening now, and more convection will head your way later this afternoon. And we're hoping that that can keep our main environment to the south. However, if that main environment, which is currently located in central Illinois, roughly in this vicinity, that orange is your main environment, if that can get up towards Milwaukee, that's where we can't rule out the risk for 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, 1 to 1.5-inch hail, and a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong. Right now, this is the newest simulated reflectivity run, and you can see you do end up with some strong storms about 6 to 7 p.m. Central Time. I would be watching for some very significant severe storms. It's always those two numbers, man. But you could see the absolute worst severe threat stays off to your south. I think that will be focused from roughly Chicago down through Bloomington, Illinois. That's where our peak wind threat and tor threat should be today. Maybe also the tor threat could be a little bit further off to the west as well. Point being, though, south of Milwaukee. But I would definitely watch in Milwaukee around 6 to 7 Central. Yeah, always those two numbers. I'm telling you, man. Uh, Normally we get 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, which that starts with a 6 and a 7. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. We normally start our live streams for briefings between 6 to 7 Eastern. We're normally talking about 60 to 70 degree dew points. It's always that. It's always those numbers, man. Time frame is mostly 6 to 7 for the peak environment because that's right when daytime heating is the worst, but also sunset starting to occur, so your lower level jet ramps up. So yeah, when that number blew up, we started getting pretty upset on this channel. I've started to try to avoid it, but now I'm just like, you know what? I'll say it. If chat goes crazy, they go crazy. I'm just going to start saying it. I used to say from 6 to the number after 6 is the time frame. Man, the chat went crazy. It's because we have a lot of people watching, so a lot of people knew the number. Gillette, Illinois. Let me see. My eyes have been burning recently from looking at screens so much. Normally, we're like doing this so often to the point where it doesn't bug me, but we haven't done this much coverage this year, probably since March. There's Jolette. So you're probably getting a little bit of lightning, very heavy rain, maybe a bit of gusty winds right now. The worst will be tonight. Don't let this fool you. Right now, it's like, oh yeah, this is the worst event right now. This is all I'm going to get. This is a one and done round. No, this is the morning round. This is the round that started yesterday in southwestern Nebraska, tracked through Omaha, Nebraska, through Des Moines, Iowa early this morning, through Davenport, Iowa earlier this afternoon, and now is way over here in Joliet, near Chicago. And that is the precursor to our big event. That is the thing that's caused us a lot of uncertainty today. And your worst time frame for severe weather is definitely going to be right about, get this again, thankfully 1 hour later. Looks like for Joliet, 7 to 8 Central Time would be the worst for you guys. But look at this. I want to show you guys the HRRR run. And I do think this could be overdoing the wind gusts. But look at these wind gusts. Look at these. Look at it. Well, I hope that doesn't happen because that's right near Joliet. That's 115 mile an hour winds there. 83, 87, 65, 70, 90, and these wind gusts, these are, the peak is going to be between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. for damaging winds. So this is very widespread too. Look at these winds. These are all the way from Appleton for 60 mile an hour winds, all the way down to Columbia, Missouri, and maybe probably even into St. Louis. This entire area at risk for 70 plus mile an hour winds. And then of course the worst wind speeds for sure are going to be right in here. That's where those worst wind speeds will be. So very widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. Isolated wind gust of 80 to 90 possible, and then I wouldn't even rule out a random wind gust a little over 90. I don't quite know about 100 yet. I don't quite know about 100 mile an hour winds, but at least 80 to 90 mile an hour winds possible. Sig 2 wind incoming. Like I said, I would understand if they don't. I would understand if they do. Personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with their outlook. I think their outlook is great. You could debate putting a Sig 3 Tor and a Sig 2 wind, for sure. But I think their outlook is a good middle ground for today. Could we see more than one violent tornado? Yeah. Could we see more than a 94 mile an hour wind gust? Yeah. But will we? A little bit more conditional on that one. A little bit more uncertain. If you guys are just now tuning in or you haven't already, I ask that you please hit that like button and share the stream with your family, friends, social media, anybody you know in this Outlook. I'm sure y'all know one of the 60 million people. It's probably someone in your household or one of your friends. There's actually over 100 million people at risk for severe weather today. So if you could just share it to one other person, that'd be really, really appreciated. Share the channel and the stream. Over 100 million people under the gun for severe weather today, stretching from New York City and Southern Virginia all the way down towards Lubbock, Texas, and all the way up into northern Michigan. I'm sure you know one more. I'm sure you know one other person. I'm sure, Sam, you gotta know one other person other than yourself outside of the 60 to 100 million people under the gun for severe weather today. People under the gun for significant severe weather, it's going to be about 30 million under the gun for significant severe weather. But for just the overall chance of severe weather, you're looking at about 100 million. And also, if you're new, consider hitting that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all so you know when we go live tomorrow. You don't have to worry about getting another notification today because we're likely going to be live the entire day throughout this entire event with you guys, tracking this all the way from south central Iowa all the way to northwestern Indiana. And somehow I don't know one person in any of the risk areas. You ought to have a family member somewhere near them. We also have a severe thunderstorm making its way into Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm going to send this to one of my friends who are chasing the severes close to him. And he's chasing in Illinois, and his house is about to be in a severe. That's ironic. Traveled 10-some hours to go chase a moderate risk in Illinois, and his house gets into a severe before Illinois does, at least for the main risk. So if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, just make sure you're away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. I will say, though, today is not a day to ignore severe warnings. Sometimes most of us at least, have ignored severe warnings because it's just that. It's a severe thunderstorm. And most of the time you don't get but heavy rain, bit of lightning, and little gusty winds. But today is not the day to ignore severe warnings. Those severe warnings can ramp up from 60-mile-an-hour winds to 90-mile-an-hour winds quickly. They could also easily drop tornadoes as well. So today is not the day where you want to mess around with severe warnings or tornado warnings. You want to take action if you're in a severe or a tornado warning today, especially in the main risk area here across Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, Indiana, and even into Michigan. I think they will do a PDS watch. The first MCD is already out. This watch will be expired in about an hour 17, and around or just before then, we should get a new watch, and I expect it to be a high-end tornado watch, but not PDS. Then we should get in my opinion, I think we will get a PDS watch across this area later today, and then we will probably get another high-end tornado watch, but not PDS in this area. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking high-end tornado watch, PDS watch, high-end tornado watch, and then whatever remnant mid-tier tornado watch over here. I'd be pretty surprised if we don't get a PDS tornado watch. Let's go back to here. Yeah, this is not a good look. Not a good look. Lot more clearing here than I originally expected. That is a lot of clearing. Let's see here. I think St. Louis will get into a watch also. I think you could get put into the tail end of a tornado watch. Well, you know what? Actually, It's going to be close because we're going to have storms that fire over here and go northeast, and you could be included in that tornado watch, or you'll be included in a severe thunderstorm watch from storms that fire over here and move towards St. Louis. So I do think you'll be put in a watch at some point, yes. I do think so. But if you're Lucy, that's gonna... any storms that head your way are gonna split right over your head. You don't know, Lucy's one of our mods. I gave her mod during a moderate risk. And pretty much every storm avoided her, but she did end up storm chasing and getting a good storm. She cheated. She cheated. She wasn't supposed to go storm chasing. The mod dome worked over her house, but she went and chased outside the mod dome. Yes, I do think y'all will put into a severe watch or tornado watch at some point tonight or later today. And I would also be watching Saturday. It looks like the worst storms might stay off to your west northwest on Saturday, but if you're in St. Louis, I'd also keep an eye on Saturday. Yeah, StormNet has uptrended considerably with damaging winds. I'm not sure what changed in the last hour. It might be something to do with the clearing, but the wind probabilities jumped. It used to be at a 60% chance for damaging winds southwest of Chicago, and now it's jumped to almost an 80%. So the chance for damaging winds tonight has jumped up quite considerably. So if you're just tuning in, we're watching a dying MCS right now across northeastern Illinois. That should continue to die out as instability pushes up to the north through that dying out MCS. We've got some crap vection that is leading to uncertainty on what could happen further north into southern Wisconsin and far northern Illinois. And we're watching our main event starting to begin here along a confluence band in this area and along a cold front in this area. And the confluence band is expected to spread northeastward and pose a good threat for strong to violent tornadoes. And the MCS is expected to, or the cluster slash MCS along the cold front, is expected to push northeast, eventually merge with that confluence band, and increase the risk for damaging winds somewhere in central Wisconsin. Thank you, your local villain. I believe this is your second or third donation on this channel. Can you talk about Madison a little? Thank you for the $5 donation, by the way. Sorry to bother you. Definitely not bothering me. I won't be answering questions as much when stuff starts going crazy, but right now I don't mind it at all. So, Madison, I'm assuming you're talking about Wisconsin because that's where you mentioned before. Some rain has already passed through. You already got a pretty good MCS this morning. Some more rain and lightning is moving into the area. And even though this is bad because it is lightning and heavy rain, it is also partially good because that means it's going to stop the environment from destabilizing and continuing to intensify and increasing your risk for damaging winds later in the day. So I would be watching very close towards about 5 p.m. Central Time for your risk for tornadoes and damaging winds, specifically damaging winds, to increase. But I think that this is a pretty good look. Seeing all this convection going towards Madison means that Madison is not getting any increase in instability. If we take a look at the instability right now, y'all are only about 500 joules per kilogram of CAPE over here. Maybe isolated areas up to 1,000. And today we're really going to be watching the areas that have 2,000 to 3,000 instability. But there is a question on how far north this could get. I don't feel like it's going to be able to get to Madison, but I do think that this is going to be able to get close to Madison. This instability axis might be able to go up to like Rockford and Chicago. So damaging winds, some small hail, and maybe a brief tornado possible in or south of Madison, Wisconsin. Are we good? Stream just disconnected. Are we good? Are we still live? If you disconnected, refresh. Yeah, it cut out for a minute. I lost it on everything. Everything shut down right there for a second. I lost my radar programs, my Streamlabs, my YouTube, my browser. So, hey, please stay on. It's too hot. I'm losing Wi-Fi because it's too hot. I'm going to lose power because it's too hot. In southern Wisconsin. Are we back again? It cut out again, y'all. Dumb old thing. If it cut out, refresh. If you could hear me, refresh just to make sure you're up to date. I'm telling you, it's too hot. It's too hot, y'all. It's 96 degrees outside over here. 96 to 98. Y'all think I'm joking, but I'm not kidding. I'm losing Wi-Fi and power because of the heat. I lost power before for like almost a full day because it dropped down to 30 degrees once in early this spring. It went from like 80 degrees down to 30, and that caused some issues. There we go. All right, let's try this again. It might every time I talk about spotters, it goes out. So if it goes out again, you know what to do. Refresh. So yeah, all these red dots, these are all spotters. Some of them are just home looking at it, but a lot of them are moving. You can see a lot of moving dots. And most of them are congealing around the Davenport vicinity, right in here. That's where most of them are congealing at. So that gives you a heads up. If you're in the Davenport area, if you're in this region, right in here, all the spotters are going here for a reason, man. They're all in this area for a reason. So you've got a lot of spotters if you're around the Davenport or southeast of Davenport area. They're going in this area because that's where a lot of our strongest storms are likely to be, and the chasers know that, and that's why they're there. But look at all this clearing. Catman, do you consider this clearing, or is this still not clearing to you? Because to me, that looks like a good amount of clearing that's happening out here. Now, still where I think our main risk area is not as clear, but that clearing is continuing to push northward. So we will get clearing with time across Illinois. Yeah, mods, if somebody ever says something about having issues with stream, just tell them to refresh for me. I'd appreciate that. That should fix it. I know another thing is if it's really bad, you could restart YouTube. Like close the browser or whatever you're watching on. We did just get our severe thunderstorm. First severe thunderstorm on our cold front. First severe thunderstorm warning on our cold front, and it's Tor possible. This is the first warning of our main event. We've had a lot of severe warnings back in Pennsylvania from that event, and a bunch earlier this morning from our MCS early this morning. But this is the beginning of our main event, and that's your first severe thunderstorm warning, and it's just before 3 p.m. Eastern. Where's my phone at? I almost want to try to like wiggle my Ethernet cable to see if that's it. But that might make it worse. I'm not sure. I could go try to push in the Ethernet cable on the box. Wi-Fi box, see if that's it. If it keeps disconnecting over the course of like the next 30 minutes or so, I'll go try it. Honestly, it looks like this could be one of the most violent setups this year. Yeah, I agree. Keyword, though, is the setup, because it may not actually come to fruition. And is that your tornado watch? Yep. I believe that's your new tornado watch. It sure is. And there you go. 8060. Very high end, not PDS. And that actually includes the entire risk area. So I guess we're not going to get a PDS watch today. That actually includes much of the risk area. Pretty surprised that's not a PDS tornado watch. But you know what that means? That means it's going to verify. Because all the PDS tornado watches that we have seen this year, they have all underperformed or have been a bust. So that means today's actually going to perform because PDS watches are like the opposite in 2026. But yeah, that's an 80-60 tornado watch. So that means there is a 80% chance for 2 or more tornadoes and a 60% chance that one of them is EF2 or stronger. There is a 90% chance for damaging wind gusts equal to or greater than 60 miles per hour, 10 events of that. And out of those 10 events, there's a 70% chance that one of those is greater than 75 miles per hour. For hail, there is a 50% chance that we get 10 events of 1 inch in diameter or greater, and a 50% chance that one of those 10 events is 2 inch in diameter or greater. So that's your primary tornado watch of this risk that encompasses, I believe, the entire moderate risk area for that tornado watch, which is why I'm surprised that's actually not PDS. I really think they could have gone PDS for that watch. Pretty surprised it's not PDS. But like I said, our other two PDS watches underperformed this year, so this not being a PDS watch means that it's probably going to perform. Just going based off of statistics that we've had so far this year. So that means there's definitely not upgrading the Tor risk. Definitely not upgrading the Tor risk to Sig 3 or to a high risk if you were thinking that. I was thinking a Sig 3 was possible, but not likely. But definitely not upgrading the Tor risk. And the wind risk, 70%. 70% on that wind risk. That might be worth a Sig 2. Might be worth a Sig 2. So the thing is, the categorical risk upgrade would be to high. So they're probably not going to pull it because they probably don't want to pull a high risk today. But I think that wind risk is going to verify as a borderline high. So again, there is your tornado watch out. Does it include Wisconsin at all? It does. So even though this doesn't show it, there is the first few counties of Wisconsin. All these counties here. There you go. It just popped up. Those are all included in the watch. All the far southern counties in Wisconsin included in that watch. So we'll keep monitoring that area, obviously. Let's go back over here. So there is your... All right, y'all, real quick, I'm going to go try to make sure the Wi-Fi is good. I will be right back. I'm going to go try to push the Ethernet in a bit. Give me 1 minute. Give me about an extra 30 seconds just to make sure it's good down here too. Oh, thank goodness it came back. Oof. Stay on, will ya? Quit it with the Wi-Fi problems, bro. Hopefully that will fix it. I really hope. Hopefully that will fix it. We'll see if we can make it 10 minutes without any problems. Thankfully, Streamlabs is good enough to reconnect. Rare moment. How do you get to the radar on Weatherfront? First, open the app here. It's this button right here. Right there. Now, you may be in the settings tab, which in that case, it will look like this. Just hit that back arrow, go back to the radar towers, and you can select it from there. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning out here in Pittsburgh. So we'll continue to watch that as it moves to the northeast into Pittsburgh. If you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, just be away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. Again, y'all let me know if it disconnects. I'm hoping it was just a little loose connection and that's it. And now we're good to go. New mesoscale discussion. Scattered thunderstorm development is expected this afternoon across the region. Trends will be monitored for a possible watch issuance. That is across the far eastern U.S. Trends will be continued to watch. I can't English. Trends will continue to be monitored for a watch issuance this afternoon. And that's going to be for the eastern U.S., which I don't have here. It's right in this area. Trying to wait for that graphic to come in. So again, if you're just tuning in, we just had a very high-end tornado watch issued out here in Illinois and Wisconsin for what will likely end up being a dangerous severe weather and tornado outbreak with the potential for multiple strong to intense tornadoes, maybe even one long tract across this area. So make sure you're hyper weather aware if you are in that watch area there. That purple watched area. And we will probably see a severe watch for people further to the north if you're watching from further north up here into like Appleton, Milwaukee, Madison, Wisconsin. We'll probably get either a low-end tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch up there. And then, yeah, this tornado watch didn't stretch down into St. Louis, so we'll probably end up with a severe watch down in here later on today. But that's our main tornado watch. The watch we have out right now is our main one for today. We won't get any higher probability watches. At least we shouldn't. I don't expect any higher probability watches. I'm going to go back over here, see if it's out on this. Yeah, there you go. That's where a new severe watch is possible. Not likely, possible. New watch is possible there, which is weird considering that is where the 30% wind risk is. So like I said earlier today, I think the highest wind risk, this 30%, actually should be back over here. I think it should be where these storms are at this point now ongoing in southwestern Pennsylvania. So again, if you're in Pittsburgh, southwest Pennsylvania, make sure you get away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. Same for if you're in any of these other ones. There's quite a few coming out now. Nine out. I disabled the alerts because I figured they would go crazy, but I'll turn them back on So we should get a new notification if we get any new severes. But we have about 10 severes right now. 2 in New York, 2 in Pennsylvania, 1 in West Virginia, 3 in eastern Ohio, and then 1 out here in Missouri. Looks to be all the warnings we have. A new Storm Prediction Center outlook for today will be out here in about 20 minutes. Or not 20 minutes. What? 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Big difference there. Let's go back to here and look at our new HRRR. And yeah, that has a big day today. That has a very big day today for severe weather.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Cap. I bet that's been there for hours. Let's see. Issued at 1:27, or actually 12:27 Eastern. And it's behind on those. So yeah, this thing, our alerts haven't been very accurate for the overlay. But I mean, at least it tells you that there's a flood warning there and a severe warning there. It's going to go through all of them. Nope, I'm skipping that. You got me messed up. It's going to go through all 9 of the severe warnings that we've gotten since I just turned it on. So we'll keep watching these severes in eastern Ohio, southwestern PA. That's where our highest severe threat is at this moment. However, that will definitely shift into this area. Look at these. These are going to be big problems, I have a feeling. I have a pretty good feeling these are going to be a big problem, at least one of them. Also, it's very, very important to note the HRRR is over-convecting today. So today may not be as messy as the HRRR is thinking. I wonder if that will be the case. Yeah, I might be having a little bit more problems with the connectivity, so just bear with me. Hopefully, just hoping that it randomly fixes itself. There's not really much I could do without fully finishing the stream and then trying to fully restart. There's a pretty high chance it's not on my end, but rather on my provider's end. Let's see here. There's a new severe in northeastern in Illinois, northwestern Indiana. Make sure you guys go ahead and get away from doors and windows. And that is going to be our first significant severe in a while. First significant severe in a while. That's for Pittsburgh. So if you're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, make sure you get away from doors and windows. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay close to your safe spot just in case those winds do end up getting very, very significant. Upwards of 70 mile-an-hour winds possible there. So that's our first significant severe in a very long time. And again, that's going to be for Cranberry, Moon Township, downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Butler, and surrounding areas there. I want to go back here to the border of Illinois and Indiana. Definitely want to watch that little area there. This isn't really an MCS. This is more of just a storm that used to be in the MCS and is now kind of turning into almost a semi-discrete supercell. So we'll need to watch that very, very closely. I'm still checking my Wi-Fi. I think it's okay. Keeping our fingers crossed, y'all. Hope that my Wi-Fi stays on. If it does disconnect, I'm coming right back anyways. It just might take me a little bit. I'm gonna try my best to stream all day today. Check that prefrontal near Kirksville, Missouri. Of course. You mean Unionville, right? Or do you actually mean near Kirksville, like over here? This, like this one right here? Because we have a severe for Unionville. That's along the cold front. This is not a prefrontal. That's along the cold front. These are your prefrontals, and you said prefrontal. Yeah, this one here in Edna, in northeastern Missouri, that one looks the best at the moment. So we'll be watching that one very, very closely. Let's see. Glad to see you back in here, Razor. How's Clyde, Wisconsin looking? Let me see. It's going to be... Are you in far northeast Wisconsin? I don't think you're going to get a whole lot today. Just some heavy rain, maybe some isolated gusty winds later on this evening. But rain is going to start probably here pretty soon. Southwest. Okay, for some reason there's two areas. Let's see here. Okay, I found it. That is down in here. There's somewhere in here. I don't see it saying Clyde. But I'm probably blind, but you're right in that area. So in that case, you're actively getting heavy rain. Maybe a tiny bit of lightning near your area. A little bit of wind in about 15 minutes or less. And the good news is you're getting a lot of convection right now. Now, that may seem like bad news at the moment, but what that's doing is that is taking up the environment out here, and it's decreasing that environment's potential for more significant severe weather later this afternoon. So I don't think you guys will get anything too significant. I wouldn't rule out 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a brief spin-up tornado or two around that area in southwestern to south central Wisconsin. But the worst is expected to be off to your southeast. The longer this rain sticks around, the better. If it sticks around for the whole day, that'd be really good because that would take up the environment more and more and more. Can't really see what's happening with this Edna prefrontal, but that's going to be one we really need to watch for high tornado potential in about an hour or so. StormNet doesn't have the best tornado threat starting till just after 6 o'clock. Or right around 6 p.m. But that doesn't mean we can't see tornadoes before then. That's just when StormNet has the best tornado threat. Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Let's go see. So you're in the tornado watch. That is for sure an area where you need to be hyper weather aware tonight. For sure. We're pretty sure the main fuel for storms is going to get very close to your area. So this is the simulated fuel for storms here for 7. This is 6 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock central. And that blue and green is where the main fuel is. And you can see that main fuel gets right up to your neck of the woods. And if that does come to fruition, we could see 60 to even upwards of 80 mile an hour winds, 1 to 1.5 inch hail, and a few tornadoes, maybe even 1 or 2 strong up there. So you definitely want to be watching as those storms roll through, probably close to about 6 o'clock your time, 6 o'clock local. I would say is probably going to be the best opportunity for tornadoes up there. It's not nearly as high as the threat for tornadoes to your south. But I definitely wouldn't rule out a few tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong, somewhere in southern Wisconsin, and you are included inside of that. Unfortunately. And the bad news for you is you're not getting a lot of this sloppy convection here. But if that convection can move through, maybe that can help make things a little bit more sloppy for you, and maybe you don't get that big of an overall event. We'll have to watch where this sloppy convection ends up at, because that could be a saving grace for a few people. Timing for you? Never. I mean, what? Nah. I'm thinking like 8 o'clock Central. 8 p.m. Central. Probably right around there, maybe a little later. Right around that time frame. Mainly just gusty winds of 60 miles per hour. Maybe half-inch hail. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere in central to southern Missouri, but I highly doubt that would be over St. Louis. Purple thing is a tornado watch, and in this case, this is a high-end tornado watch. That means that conditions are highly favorable for development of significant severe storms, including strong to intense tornadoes in this particular case. And you need to get your tornado preparedness plan ready to go and ready to be put in action if you end up under any of those red polygons known as tornado warnings. And then, of course, there's chance for some of them blue polygons too, which is observed tornado warnings on this. I have confirmed warnings as blue, but some other people in the weather community have pink as confirmed or whatnot. But I like to have thick purple for PDS and then blue for confirmed. And for Tori, I have pink and black. Which, if you don't know, you have 4 stages of tornado warnings. Radar indicated, which means a tornado is imminent or could already be on the ground. That's the first level. Level 2 is confirmed. I have that as blue. That means a tornado is ongoing via radar or by spotters or by both. And you need to run to your safe spot as fast as you can. 3 is a PDS tornado warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. I have those as dark purple, thick polygons. And that means a large and extremely dangerous tornado is confirmed heading towards a relatively populated area. Now in 2026, the NWS doesn't take into account as much population with the PDS warning anymore. If it's a large tornado, there's a pretty good chance they're going to put a PDS tag on it. And then the 4th one is the most rare that we typically only get a handful of times a year, but we are at like 7 at this point this year. That's a large, extremely dangerous, violent, catastrophic tornado that is very rare, a very high-end tornado heading towards typically a populated area. Now, we have had 2 tornado warnings that were of low population, that were tornado emergencies, but most of the time it's going to be a populated area with a violent tornado that is very large and extremely dangerous, capable of catastrophic damage. And there's a chance we could get a few PDSs and maybe even an extremely rare Tori today. So you want to stay very close to your local National Weather Service. Pay very close attention to your local meteorologist just in case that ends up occurring around your region. Let's see here. Yeah, a violent tornado or two can't be ruled out for sure. A violent tornado or two is definitely possible. EF5, I mean, I don't like to say it, but technically on a day like today, you can't rule one out. But what you like to say is an EF4 or greater is possible. Typically, violent tornadoes are going to be EF4 strength. Very rare is there an EF5. We've only had one EF5 in the last 12, 13 years. Last 13 years. 12, 13 years, we've only had one EF5. It was in freaking North Dakota. Freaking North Dakota lofted a train car hundreds of feet away. Earned it a EF5 rating. I think this storm in Davenport's beginning to intensify. We could end up with a severe storm on this. There's a lot more lightning activity on that as it moves to the northeast. So I'd watch that. Storms are struggling because it's just the beginning. Our main event isn't expected until 5, 6 p.m. is when our main event is expected to begin. So don't expect a whole lot before then. You might, if you're on Twitter, you're active in the weather community, you're probably going to hear a few people say, it's a bust, nothing's going to happen, it's over. And just know that people who say that are just probably saying that to get under your skin, or they're chasing and have given up hope. But the main event doesn't begin until 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern. So just note that, because I've already seen a lot of people call it a bust. I saw someone want me to look at the current instability again. Here you go. Here's the instability right here. And let's see if that is pushed south at all. You could see there's definitely a gap in instability there. This is the 2 p.m. update, but we actually have the 3 p.m. update already out. So let's go to that on this. And you can see our main environment right in here is still trying to push to the north. Obviously, our main volatile environment is right in this area. And that's the little quadrant right in here where we're looking for an imminent tornado threat to begin. Right on that western side of our volatile environment. And eventually this is going to start pushing up to the northeast with time. And that's expected to begin now, as this MCS moves off to the east. Let's go to... Let's see. Let's look at our significant tornado parameter. And look at that. There's your hot spot. Right where those supercells are trying to fire in northeastern Missouri, southeastern Iowa, far west central Illinois. That's where our tornado threat is going to be highest for the next 2 hours or so. Violent tornado parameter, wow, already at 14. Look at that. So that's why that tornado watch was issued a little early. A little bit early. Very, very, very favorable environment out there in northeastern Missouri. And we can also go look at that visible. And this is bad. This is really bad. You got a lot of clearing out here to help that environment that's not destabilized well. There's a lot of clearing to help that. So see that lack of instability behind the MCS and in Western Illinois. That sunshine's really going to help rapidly destabilize that in the next 2 hours. Very rapidly. We'll have to see what happens up here with this cloud cover. So I really think our highest tornado threat today will be focused in this area. That's where I think our absolute highest tornado threat will be today. If we look at that on a other scale, here's the SPC outlook today. The area I circled was roughly right in here. That's where I think our highest tornado risk is. And again, we can go look at that satellite on a better site here, higher definition for y'all. So again, there's your dying MCS. There's your crap vection, which could limit the tornado threat in northeast Iowa, southern Wisconsin, and far northwest Illinois. And then in the middle of that, down in here is clearing, where the environment is rapidly destabilizing and becoming favorable for strong to intense tornadoes, maybe even a violent tornado or two. We can also go to this, which will help you see the rain. So there you go. Again, you could see all the crap of action right in there. Moving off to the northeast. We'll loop it. See, it's roughly moving to the northeast. And then there's your confluence band, where we expect the highest tornado threat to develop over the next 2 or so hours, moving up to the northeast. That cold front will be more clustered, more of a line of damaging winds that merges with that confluence band towards central Illinois. So until that cold front catches this confluence band, I need to keep calling it an outflow, modified outflow boundary. That's going to pose a very high ceiling for tornadoes. If we take a look at the newest HRRR, let's go to the 18Z. We've already looked at it once, but we'll look at it on here. And remember, the HRRR actually shows a bit too much convection, which is why the HRRR is a bit messier. It's actually not as messy as what the HRRR thinks. But those supercells firing off of the modified outflow boundary push to the northeast. And then look, they become a big problem this is about 5, 6 o'clock local time. A big problem right out in here. Very, very big problem. And then even continuing to be a problem towards 7, 8 o'clock in central Illinois until finally they get merged with that cold front about 8 or 9 central in eastern Illinois. So it looks like a very, very impactful day for severe weather. And for southern Wisconsin, you can see the very messier mode, but still we could have some embedded supercells that produce a few tornadoes, maybe one strong. If we can get that cape to go far enough north like the HRRR has. If it goes high risk, it's going to be for wind. There's no way they go high for tor. Too many underperformance factors, despite what models and current surface analysis looks like. Too many underperformance factors. But a lot of clearing in the state of Illinois right now. A lot of clearing on your radar. Not as much precipitation in the area. And obviously on your actual satellite, mainly the southwest side of that in this region here is clearing out in Illinois. So we'll need to watch very, very closely. You can see once again all the chasers right in that area, right where those storms that are expected to be supercells in about an hour are moving towards. Some of those chasers are going to go a little early, might hang out around like this area as those storms blow up. You can see this is becoming a little overshooting top here. We'll go back to your high-res radar. you can see that guy becoming a bit more intense on satellite. A lot larger cloud tops there. That's a sign that it's intensifying, and that's going to be your storm in Edna. But thankfully, not too good looking of a supercell right now. Hopefully that can stay the case. Let's look at Davenport. If you're on the north side of Davenport, definitely stay indoors, away from doors and windows. At least indoors, because there's a lot of lightning there, maybe 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But mainly a lot of lightning, heavy rain there. Going to northeastern Illinois, northwestern Indiana. This severe warning, not as much rotation present anymore. Really can't see any rotation here at all. So mainly just a lot more of a wind threat here. Look at the power outage map. I meant to mention that we had storms last night and yesterday in these areas that easily knocked out some power. Yeah, you could still see from yesterday's storms in Illinois, maybe partially from this morning, over 141,000 customers without power in Illinois. And over 6,000 in Iowa. Not as bad as in Illinois. And that's good for Iowa, but something that's definitely concerning about that is Illinois is going to be the heavily impacted area today. And obviously they have the highest power outages in the U.S. right now. You see Pennsylvania's starting to get up there, probably from those severe storms in the western counties here. Yeah, like right around Pittsburgh area. I know Wofus is running, but Wofus, every time we've used it this year, it's done very poor. It really has. I could use it for another tool and toolbox, but Wofus has not been that great, honestly. Finally, the SPC has extended that slight risk into Oklahoma. Like I have been saying for a while, they finally, on this newest day 3 outlook for Saturday, have pushed that slight risk into northeastern Oklahoma, as we expected. It took a long time, longer than we were thinking, but they finally did it. And I do think that we will be dealing with another big-time MCS and likely an enhanced risk for severe weather by the day 1 outlook across Kansas into western Missouri. And we could even have the risk for a few weak brief tornadoes on Saturday, especially on the border of Kansas and Oklahoma. But the greatest risk will definitely be damaging winds on Saturday. And then we do have a risk on Sunday, but we'll go over that on a later date. We'll probably go over that more tomorrow, because we will be live again tomorrow. I might chase, I might not, but I expect to do a live stream either way. Tomorrow, early afternoon, we'll be live. At least just to talk about the possible chase or to cover a little bit. That we'll probably be live tomorrow at like 3 o'clock, 2 or 3, right around there. It just looks like a downburst risk, which I'm not too interested in for chasing. Yeah, don't trust Apple weather. Was it Apple weather that showed like Lucky getting 100 inches of snow? I'd have to re-ask him what it was, but it was somewhere between like 70 and 100 inches of snow. And you know how much he got? 3. 3. So Apple weather has got to be the worst thing out there when listening to weather apps. The Weather Channel, honestly, their app hasn't been very accurate. I quit using it personally, but I'm sure the Weather Channel is more accurate than Apple Weather's thing. So what's next here? We've got new HRRR will be later. It will be later on College of DuPage. It will start at 4:15 instead of 3:55 Eastern, because this is the 18Z run coming in right now, which takes longer than normal. So that will be in a little later on College of DuPage, but we could probably see it right about 4:05 or so, right after the SPC outlook on Weatherfront. Weatherfront will get the 19ZH quicker than College of DuPage. And we get the SPC outlook here in about 23 or so minutes. That will be for, of course, today. I don't think they'll change anything. In my opinion, I don't think they'll change anything. And then we also get at 4:15 the new surface observations and stuff like that from mesoanalysis. So quite a bit of new stuff, new data that we will be getting here pretty soon. And again, one of the main things we want to pay attention to today is going to be satellite imagery. How much clearing we can get across Illinois. But it does look like we're going to get a good hour or two of clearing across central, maybe even into northern Illinois. And that should be enough to get that instability very high, very quick, and likely help today become a very significant, severe, and or tornado outbreak. At least that is what I am expecting. Let's go back to the eastern U.S. here. We've got some severe storms popping off up here in New York. These are expected to be pretty long-lived with 50 to 60 mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe a gust upwards of 70 out here. Can't rule out 1-inch hail. And there is a very slim chance for a brief spin-up tornado, but mainly just damaging winds, small to isolated large hail, and maybe a brief tornado. Our highest risk for severe weather actively right now is actually down here in southwest PA, northern West Virginia, southeastern Ohio. We have that considerable severe where you need to be indoors, away from doors and windows, and near your safe spot. 70 mile an hour winds has now been observed, actually. Apparently, we got a report of damaging winds there. I don't see that on my software. That might be able to just do that. There you go. See if there's a report. That's 50 mile an hour winds there. I don't see the one for 70, but they did receive a 70 mile an hour wind report from that storm in southwestern Pennsylvania. Like I said, this storm, kind of a semi-discrete storm, barely hanging on here. This is that remnant MCS that we tracked earlier in the last live stream this morning. That's what's left of him. And it does look like we'll have some overconvection pushed through the northern side of Illinois here. Hopefully that can help decrease the overall severe threat up there. We'll have to just wait to see what happens, but definitely could still be a big day, even if that convection pushes through, wipes out some of the warm sector. That MCS is dying fast? Yeah, that's what you said 5 hours ago. I know some people in the chat they were like, that MCS is dying out super quick. And here it is 5 hours later, still alive, going into Indiana. Let's see. Yeah, so these are our miniature supercells here. The closer that cold front gets to them, the better opportunity they have to grow into more intense supercells. Because that cold front will act as a forcing mechanism and try to help pull up some updrafts out of these storms out in front. We see that quite frequently with well-defined cold fronts, MCSs, and whatnot. That's the prefrontal stuff we mention on some of these higher end days. Yeah, just some wind and very, very small hail. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts across the mid-Atlantic. Maybe 1-inch hail both today and tomorrow. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere in the mid-Atlantic today and tomorrow, but really damaging winds will be the primary threat, followed by up to 1-inch hail, and then maybe a brief weak spin-up tornado somewhere. So we're waiting to see the new SPC outlook here. That will be out in 18 minutes. That's the first thing to come out, and I don't expect any changes. This is their current outlook. Not the new one just yet because we haven't received it. That's the current one. They have a big level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk in place across these orange areas. And then a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk for severe weather in this red highlighted region here, including Chicago, Rockford, Davenport, where Caleb is out there in central Illinois as well, just north of Lincoln and Springfield. Actually, that moderate risk, was that expanded south? It almost looks like it was. We know they shrunk it, but I didn't look to see if they expanded it. Wonder if they expanded that a tad bit. They did! I missed that. How the heck did I miss that? They did expand that moderate risk further into Lincoln, Illinois. So that includes a portion of Lincoln, Illinois, and the entire city now of Bloomington. That was at the last update, which was like 4 hours ago. We're about to get a new update here in 17 minutes. There's your tornado risk. Big 15% SIG 2. Again, if you don't know what that means, basically that just means 15% chance of a tornado every 25 miles of a given point. And if a tornado does occur, its peak probable intensity is around EF3. We could get an EF3 or an EF4 tornado inside of that red area at some point today. It doesn't mean we'll see multiple EF4s or a bunch of EF3s, but we could see 1 or 2 EF3 tornadoes, maybe 1 EF4 in that area. So you definitely want to stay hyper weather aware. And if this does somehow get upgraded to SIG 3, then we can talk about a lot of EF3 tornadoes, a few EF4s, and then the risk for EF4 plus tornadoes. SIG 3, I still 99% sure SIG 3 is going to be more rare than high risks with this new categorical system that they've implemented over the last 3 months. But basically, all you need to know if you're in that area is tornadoes are for sure likely today, some of which could be EF2 to EF3, maybe even an EF4 tornado today. Damaging winds will be the more widespread and more talked about problem, most likely. That's going to be widespread 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts there in the pink and the purple area, especially in the purple area. And a few wind gusts could approach 85 to 90 miles per hour. And I wouldn't rule out a wind gust just a little bit higher than 90 miles an hour somewhere in that pink or purple area. I love this system a lot more. It gives us a lot more in-depth look at things from just the categorical side of things. It allows for higher wind probabilities to be issued. So it's very, very useful in that sense. It is a little bit more confusing, but you get used to it after a few weeks of really dialing in on it, really, really getting used to it. But this is definitely it was a huge upgrade from the last one. And if you're just the general public and you're not a weather person at all you have to do is look at the categorical. They still kept it, so you could still just look at this and look at the level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 risk without getting into the nitty-gritty of the tornado threat, the wind threat, and the hail threat. So you could still just choose the simplified version of looking at one risk and calling it quits there. Or you can go even more in-depth now with their newer outlooks with the SIG categorical outlines of the SIG contours here for the tornado, wind, and hail. But yeah, it is a little bit harder to convey the message for and a little bit harder to get in depth to, but it still is more in depth and more useful. Let's see here. We just got a new watch. Not sure where that's going to be. Hey, it's going to be for Lucy. Lucy just got put under a severe watch by one county. Yeah, you're lucky. You are very, very lucky. I didn't think the severe watch would be this big. I thought they were going to start with a smaller severe watch, like right in here, and then issue a larger severe watch downstream in here for you. But nope, they just put one big fat severe watch from southwest of Tulsa, Oklahoma, all the way up to St. Louis, Missouri, also including Fayetteville, Arkansas. And no kidding that that's a pretty high probability wind and hail watch considering it covers such a large area. It's just a given that the larger on a given risk area, the larger the risk area is going to be, the higher the probability. Because if you have like a moderate risk that is like this big and a moderate risk that is like this big, the probability is going to be much higher on a moderate risk that large compared to a smaller moderate. Same goes for watches. So that's why we have that pretty decent probability severe watch there for wind and hail, and can't rule out a brief tornado in that area either. Starting to see a few more damage reports come in north of Pittsburgh. Tree down on power line, tree down on wires, tree down on the road, tree down on wires, tree fell across the road, and onto 2 people. Holy crap. Unknown injuries, time estimated by radar about 50 minutes ago. Hopefully they're okay. That's southeast of Moon Township, northwest of Pittsburgh. And this one as well. Several trees down in Eldersville, 246 Eastern there. So just to let y'all know, very serious situation here. Starting to move into Greensburg, Blairsville, Indiana, Rural Valley, Rimmersburg in southwestern Pennsylvania. Make sure you get away from doors and windows and close to your safe spot if those wind gusts do get a little worse. So definitely watching that closely. New severe also for northwestern Indiana. That's for Wheatfield and Hebron surrounding regions as well. I'd have to imagine they're not going to issue a new watch downstream just yet for this storm. It might be a long-tracked 60-mile-an-hour wind threat, but I don't believe it's going to be worth an actual watch. So I don't think we will see a new watch come out for northern Indiana for this. But I do think Indiana will be putting a new watch later tonight. All right, we get the new SPC outlook here in 10 minutes. That will be out very, very soon. So, yeah, hopefully we get that out on time. But if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when we go live tomorrow. Like I said, we will stay live throughout the day today covering this risk. Also consider hitting that like button and sharing the stream with your family, friends, and on social media to help spread weather awareness today. A very high-end severe weather outbreak and likely tornado outbreak on tap for today's risk area. So make sure you are hyper weather aware. This event is just getting going. We're just at the beginning of it. It's still not even 4 p.m. yet here on the East Coast. And we're expecting the worst of this stuff to really start beginning about 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern. So that's still another hour or two from now when our highest tor threat and wind threat is expected to begin. The peak of our damaging wind threat, according to models, should be from right around that same time frame, roughly 6 p.m. But that will last longer than our tor threat. And newer models actually indicate that wind threat could even progress into northwestern Ohio, still being pretty significant. It doesn't look that bad on this particular one, but you could still see, if we go back to weather front here, go to models, go to surface gusts, and pull this out, you could still see that's upwards of probably 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even into northwestern Ohio at 1, 2 a.m. Whereas the high risk MCD, they're not going to go high. Pretty sure. If they do, it's going to be for wind, and I don't think they will. Yeah. And they would probably, they need to issue an MCD for high risks or moderate risk upgrades later than 06Z cap. They don't need to. I doubt they need to. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. This one was obviously at 06Z. Wait. Was it? No, it wasn't. Today's moderate didn't come out at 06Z. It came out at 13Z. 13Z. 13Z is when the moderate came out, so your little policy, Ethan, just got broke by today. Because the moderate was issued at 13Z, not 0Z. Well, obviously your email lied to you. Because they didn't do an MCD and it was issued at 13Z. Lucky's favorite is the teacup. What regards is that to? Is that for hail size? Teacup, hail size. The SBC said around 4 p.m. Eastern. I'd imagine once that Outlook is issued, they'll be live shortly after that Outlook. Who's on the chair today? I think it's, I don't think it's Broyles. I think it's the, some other forecasters. I'm not sure how to say that second forecaster, but it's not Broyles. Which means we aren't getting a high risk. The jet translation speed, from my knowledge, to my knowledge, it is over 40 knots, which would classify a high risk. However, I'm sure some other things for the environment doesn't actually classify for a high risk for tornadoes today. You can see here in the area of clearing. It's not going to be a very long area of clearing, but it should just be enough to help boost the destabilization today across central and northern Illinois. Just enough to help get that main environment up northward. Let's see. Do we have the 18Z coming in? No. 18Z HRRR comes in probably in about 5 minutes on Weatherfront. Like I said, we won't get it early because College of DuPage won't load early. SPC's live in 5 minutes. The Outlook has just been released. Obviously kept moderate. Looks like minimal change on that new Outlook. The enhanced looks roughly the same. Moderate looks roughly the same. Maybe a little bit. Looks like they might have disextended the slightest bit of the moderate in southern Wisconsin. Just a little more. But everything else looks roughly the same. Maybe disextended the slight risk a bit in southeast Ohio. Maybe just very, very small changes, very slim changes. We'll have to see if they did anything with the probabilities or not. I don't think they would have added a SIG 3 Tor risk, which would, like, Weather Warriors still said, would be moderate. I don't think they added that, but I haven't seen it yet. Refresh. Okay, no, they didn't. Still kept a 60 seg 1 wind as expected, 15% seg 2 tor, and 15% seg 1 hail. Previous forecast remains mostly on track with only minor adjustments made across the Midwest. Let's see. Imagery shows gradual clearing across southern Iowa, northern Missouri, western Illinois, behind a decaying MCS. Surface observations across southern Iowa show some degree of air mass recoveries ongoing. However, the quality of destabilization and northern extent remains very uncertain, given the extensive cloud cover and additional precipitation and the rapid approach of the cold front from the west. Let's see here. Or does this sentence start? Holy crap, that's a long sentence. Nonetheless, regional 18Z RAOB ROA. I can't say that. Soundings and VWPS, which is also radar soundings, are sampling the approach of a 60 to 70, of course, not mid-level jet. Southerly lower level flow should strengthen through the evening in response to an increasing ascent, which will likely help advect higher Thea E air north to the northeast, as well as begin the lower level shear, begin to increase lower level shear. Recent MRMS composites show an onset of convection ongoing across the cold front and in front of the cold front. Latest high-res ensemble guidance, including the WOFIS and time-lagged HRRR and RRFS solutions, appear to be capturing these trends fairly well and continue to depict the corridor of highest severe and wind threat across the moderate risk zone. As such, little change was made to the ongoing probability and intensity contours. Ooh, 30% wind probabilities have been shifted west. Look at that. For the eastern U.S. Just like we talked about. It was over here towards Philadelphia. But just like we talked about, they shifted those 30% probs west. That was the big change on this outlook. Full shift and expansion of that 30% wind risk out there in Pennsylvania. But there's your full new outlook. Very, very minor, very tiny adjustments made on that next outlook cycle. Yeah, this is the new outlook right here. Yeah, you can see, I don't know exactly how far north that SIG-2 tor risk was. I forgot to pay very close attention to exactly how north that was. I think they disextended that, if I'm not mistaken, that went into on the border of Wisconsin and Illinois. So if I'm not mistaken, they barely disextended that the tiniest bit to the south. Due to that ongoing convection to the north. And the wind risk looks like they kept that the same. I don't see that disextended. That looks exactly the same. Yeah, you missed nothing, Proxy. The main risk is about to begin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 15% SIG-2 tor risk did shrink a little to the south by like a half a county or so. If it did, it was just a small shift south because of the newest data showing that our clearing and instability may not reach as far north as initially expected. SPC just went live. Let's go see if they're going to go high risk at 9 o'clock. I'm just kidding. Hey, they changed their chat to subscribers only mode. Smart. Smart. So there's your satellite imagery overlaid with your spotters there. Like I just said, they're really staying right in this area. That's where the event is expected to begin. This storm is looking a little bit, ooh, a lot a bit better. It's one that started in Knox City. That is actually looking a lot a bit better right there. That could pose a tornado threat here not too long from now. So we'll need to watch that closely as it progresses off to the northeast. See if that becomes a tor threat. But you could see we've opened up a good warm sector here now. We've got a good warm sector going in this area. Take a look at observations. This is 2 hours old, so that does not reflect what it actually looks like. It's much more filled in near Davenport. But you got a good warm sector ongoing in front of that cold front now. And that looks like it could be a pretty big problem in Williamston. That's going to move towards, it looks like Carthage, probably. Near Carthage and Fort Madison in west central Illinois here in about an hour. That's probably going to be what starts our tornado risk. Might start it a little bit early. Is that currently in Edna? Where's Edna? Oh, okay. That's just northeast of Edna. So yeah, StormNet is increasing in probability of a tornado out of this storm here in 30 minutes. So prepare for that. If you are in front of this storm, we're going to say roughly moving 40 miles per hour here. And we'll look at that track. Looks like it's moving northeast, so what we'll do is we'll do a point. There you go. That should be generally the storm motion that it's going. So there's that storm tracker. A lot of areas in the next 30 minutes. There's the next hour. Should have done that a little slower. Next 30 minutes here. 14 minutes Wayland. 19 minutes Alexandria. 20 minutes Warsaw. 30 minutes Carthage. 30 minutes also Ferris and West Point. And then in an hour or so, that's going to start going further into Illinois. Closer to Bentley, closer to Dallas City in 40 minutes. Also closer to Stronghurst here in just under an hour. So that's going to be the storm that is probably the most concerning of the day here. I'd have to imagine that's going to end up being one of the more impressive storms we need to watch. Since it's on the tail end of this outflow, modified outflow boundary. It's right on the tail end, and it's starting to turn to the northeast. So that's going to be one to watch very closely. Yeah, we're going to keep watching this here. Also going towards Indiana and Blairsville and western Pennsylvania. So watch that closely, preferably be close to your safe spot if you're in that considerable severe. I'm going to lose my voice tomorrow. I'm guaranteeing it. It's already scratchy and hurts a little bit to talk. Yeah, look at that. That one in Williamstown. Might start seeing some chasers get down to that. There's already one guy on it. There's one guy right on top of that thing. Yeah, you have a few chasers who are going west for that right now. But I would definitely go towards Carthage if I were chasing. Let me text my friend who's out there to let him know, just see if he's watching it. Make sure he's around that. He was in Davenport last time I checked. The good news is if he's still in there, it's if he's still up in Davenport, I mean, you've got a pretty straight shot to Macomb. Saw Reed looking at that storm. Yeah, that's the one that's caught my eye instantly, right when I've seen it. If I were chasing wherever I am out in Illinois, I would start heading towards that storm. Try to meet it, whether it be in Macomb, Carthage, or even later down the line near Farmington. That's going to be the one to probably do something big. And like I said, StormNet is increasing rapidly on that particular cell. What? 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 Nah, I gotta show this. This is Evan Bentley from the Storm Prediction Center here. You can go find this on their YouTube channel, NWS Storm Prediction Center. Over 300 people watching. Look, guys, this is the RFS Ensemble Viewer. You know how we have the HREF Ensemble Viewer? This is the REFS Ensemble Viewer that they'll be replacing the HREF with. I want to go back on this a little bit. Look how much higher resolution it is. Look at that. Dude, that's crazy. What, did he just pick a sounding on? I really hope we have access to this. Okay, this one I don't think we do. This is on a different site. This is on something analysis. Oh, tornado warning. I just want to show y'all that site, though, because if we actually get that to the general public, that will be insanely useful. Much higher resolution, and that's the RRFSA Ensemble Viewer called the REFS. Is that a legit tornado warning, or is it playing with me? Let me see. It's not playing with me. They just put a tornado warning on this storm. Great call by the National Weather Service out there. They ain't playing with me. There you go. There's your new tornado warning. There you go. I would have liked to give a bigger heads up to that. We didn't really call that out well in advance, but we did call the tornado warning there. So that's going to be the main one to watch. Get to your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. Again, this is going to go towards Carthage here in about an hour, so it's going to head right towards where we're thinking. Now, I will say, as this moves to the northeast, it might shift a little bit more eastward. So it might end up turning a little bit closer towards, like, Macomb. Evan Bentley at the Storm Prediction Center live right now, he's calling out that. He's calling that out. He said, that storm just got tornado warned. It's all by itself ahead of the cold front, so it's concerning. But wow. This is going to be trying to put down a tornado very soon. Very, very soon. TOG, that's going to go directly my way. Well, get on the road. Get on the road, will ya? It is, because I think it's going to turn a little bit more eastward. I don't think it's going to stay going this way. I don't think it will go north of Macomb. I think it's going to slowly turn eastward towards Macomb and maybe go right towards you or just south of you. Because as it goes on that, you could see, if we rewind this, how it was moving more to the north. And then now it's moving pretty much due northeast, and it might start to turn due east. That's all it takes. This is probably the one storm that we needed. I mean, we just got a new mesoanalysis, and let's see here. See if it fully came through. We'll go right there. Did it update? Not fully updated yet. Oh, well. Yeah, I think this storm's got violent tornado potential. I'll say that right now. I'm going to call it extremely early. Since it's already a well-defined updraft, the lower level lapsites are definitely a problem, and that's why we're not seeing multiple supercells fire up here. But in that environment, I think that this could become a violent tornado threat here in about an hour, possibly even less with how explosive that cape is. That is very, very crazy. Let me see here. Yeah, my friend Chasing, he is halfway to there. He is, so he went down here. He is right in here. Right in here going south. So if this does produce a violent tornado, he's probably going to get it right head on just in time. Yeah. Run to your safe spot now if you are in this area. I think this is imminently trying to drop a strong tornado. We'll see how this little merger goes. But I think this is going to be a very huge tornado threat. I'm going to go ahead and make a quick tweet about this here. Let's see. Get out of here. Nope, I don't want to do that. There we go. Hold on. Still not used to this yet. It keeps going to the different storm tracker. There we go. There we go. And that's wrong, by the way. What is the storm motion on that? Storm motion on this speed of where it's moving is about 45 miles per hour. So I think I said 40. That was a close estimate. Close estimate there. There we go. Get a different screenshot of that real quick. Perfect. So that's going to be the storm that I end up watching very closely. If you're in that blue cone, you're at risk for a strong to intense tornado. Strong to intense tornado, maybe even an intense to violent tornado here, depending on exactly where it turns. But that's roughly the area that I'm looking at. Check velocities. I just wanted to do that real quick. I mean, yeah. It's probably already trying to put a tornado down here near Wayland, southwest of Wayland. We'll have to see how that merger goes, but I do think that this is going to pose a imminent, intense to violent tornado threat here in 30 minutes or so. hold on. Evan Bentley, who's live at the NWSSPC YouTube channel right now, he just said the reason for not going for a PDS tornado watch was storm mode concern. Mainly storm mode concern. So that's why they didn't go PDS watch, was concern of storm mode, which makes complete sense. Makes completely sense. But obviously, obviously, when you have a modified outflow boundary in a volatile environment, you're going to have the risk for an intense to violent tornado. But it was just a little bit too uncertain. Wow. If we were actually going to get a discrete supercell like the one we have here. And y'all, this is moving into that stupidly favorable environment out here. I mean, my word. My word. Absolutely perfect. If you're not a weather enthusiast, you have no idea what the heck you just looked at. Let me pull a different photograph out here. You know what I'll do? Do this so... Oh, get back here. Things running away from me. So, basically, you can imagine this like when these photographs are so intense, you can imagine it pretty much like the storm structure. So this storm just fired, right? And it went from 0 to 100. You know, we went from, we might see a tornado on this to, this could actually produce a intense to violent tornado. Why? Because it became a very, very obvious intense updraft. And we know the environments it's heading into. And it intensified so quickly because of this type of kinematic profile. Your storm, right when it fired, started looking like it had curvature. And when it has all that curvature, you can kind of draw it out. You can kind of draw out the base hook echo of your supercell right there. And your tornado would be located in the lower levels down at the bottom of it. So this is a very significant photograph right there. And you still do have a little bit of, if that severe warning would flop out the way, apparently one in Connecticut, you still do have a little bit of problems in the mid-levels with temperatures and dew points. And that might be what's causing a little bit less of multiple supercells. You know, we only have one at the moment to watch. But it looks like that one that we have to watch broke through that cap in dry air. And, I mean, depending on how this cell merge goes, I think we probably already have a strong tornado about to touch down. Radar indicated warning still on that. So we'll keep on watching it. Please get to your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. And if you're in Carthage, Illinois, or Macomb, Illinois, watch this very closely as this will head your way over the next hour or so. And we'll need to watch for these prefrontals too. Look at these guys trying to fire out in front, and these trying to fire to the north of our main supercell. The biggest question is going to be storms maintaining. That's the thing. This is why this storm, it's already got lightning. It's already got a mesocyclone with it. It's already going into a favorable environment. It's already a good updraft and really starting to pop off. That means it's got intense tornado potential in this type of environment. Now, these storms in front, these don't have lightning. These aren't very well defined on velocity. They don't have very well defined mesocyclones. They aren't very discrete, even though they are in the similar environment. And that's the question. Can any of these others I've circled here, discluding the active tornado warning, maintain their supercell characteristics in this environment, or do they just fizzle out? Let's see. Want to go back to see what Evan was saying on that, Evan Bentley. Also look at the radar now, once again. Clearing out very rapidly out here. So I think south of that, that's going to be where our highest threat's going to be today. South of that. South of that area should be where our highest severe threat is today. So that goes from Chicago back through probably Davenport, back to Burlington, back to maybe Quincy, and then all the way back up into Chicago. New tornado warning for Missouri. Is that going to be for the Kirksville storm, or is that elsewhere? Or is that like a repeat warning? I'm not sure what that is. Yep, it's for the Kirksville storm. That's our first tornado warning on the cold front. So there you go. New tornado warning for just north of Kirksville, northeastern Missouri. Get to your safe spot. So, yeah, there's your area of rotation. Not particularly strong from this radar very far away, but I'm sure that's a good area of rotation, at least somewhat rotating towards the surface there. But not a particularly strong area at the moment. What's going to come down to if this can produce an intense to violent tornado threat is whatever this storm does that's going into its inflow. Does that hurt or help tornado genesis? Glad to hear that. Thank you for the kind words, and hopefully won't be too bad in Indiana. I know for a fact the highest tornado threat will remain away from Indiana. The highest tornado threat might barely extend into the first few counties of northwestern Indiana, but the absolute highest tornado threat should stay more into Illinois. Let's see. Yeah, Evan's just going over all the storms. He actually mentioned these storms and said they are in a particularly favorable environment if daytime heating does continue. As daytime heating does continue. It's not like the sun's just going to poof, vanish. And they're right in that open area of clearing here that we've seen behind the wake of this MCS. But again, we'll have to see if they actually sustain or not. Yeah, we're really just going to have to wait for ground confirmation of what this is doing here. But just know that a strong to violent tornado is definitely possible from this storm as it goes towards Carthage in about 30 minutes here, pending what happens with this cell merge. It's in an extraordinarily volatile environment. You can see how this storm has some curvature with it because it's in a similar environment, a little bit less favorable further to the north, but that probably is not going to be much of a tornado threat because I'm sure it's going to be a bit messier. Yeah, I don't think these will sustain, but they may. You never know. Let's see. SPC just issued an MCD in northern Indiana. Some threat for continued severe wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. But weakening is expected. So just for another hour or so, maybe two, we'll have the risk for roughly 60 mile an hour winds going towards Plymouth. A severe watch is not going to be issued. And then look at this big time severe weather outbreak starting up out here in Pennsylvania. If you are in front of this, we just got a new severe watch recently. That is a 60% chance for damaging winds, 10% chance for significant damaging winds greater than 75 miles per hour. And that is a very, very large watch area. And I think this will also be an area where we see a lot of damaging winds today. And very good call by the Storm Prediction Center on that latest outlook to shift that damaging wind threat into that area as opposed to keeping it back towards Philadelphia where they had it earlier. I think that will verify very nicely. From the Des Moines radar? Is that the one I'm on? This is from the Des Moines radar. Okay, well, we're very far away. Purposefully using further away radars here to make it look worse. Because that's 152 miles away. That is highly inaccurate. The St. Louis one is looking right into it at 120. That's still pretty inaccurate. And then this one, wow, this is a horrible area. That's looking 98 miles or so. We'll just round to 100 miles away. So that's the one we've been using here for a bit. Good area rotation there. And again, it's all going to come down to this cell merge on the southern end of it. That cell merge could ruin its tornado potential or drastically increase its tornado potential. So again, that's going to be heading into Carthage here in about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes or so. We probably will get a new tornado warning in about 15 or so minutes for Carthage, as long as this area of rotation does continue. Which I do think it will. So we'll monitor that very, very closely. Other storms, again, we do have a tornado warning north of Kirksville in northeastern Missouri. Make sure you get to your safe spot there. Again, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Your day is not done unless you're behind the cold front. So if you're behind the cold front, warm front right in here, your day's done. So Des Moines, you're clear. You're good. You're finally good in Des Moines. You're not going to get anything else. But if you're in Davenport, you've gone through, at this point, 4 different waves of severe weather. And you're about to get another one. That's your last one with your cold front. This could be the worst wave, but we're hoping that it doesn't intensify that quickly. Hopefully it maintains a bit more of a sloppier mode. But here's your new mesoanalysis. There's your new instability update there. And look how much further north that is. Crazy further north. Hey, timed out on me. Well, you got to see it for a second before the site went down. Just timed me out for no reason. But it's crazy further north. A lot further to the north than what it once was. So keep on watching that. Very, very closely. All right, let's go back to here. I want to see if that mesoanalysis will load for me. There you go. Look how far north that cape's gotten now. And you could see that good indent right there. That's where your highest potential is. Right there at that indent. And guess what? Smack dab middle of that. That's right. Prefrontal supercell. Northeastern Missouri. So that's going to be your primary window. Specifically right in here is going to be your primary area for tornadoes in the short term. And of course that will extend eastward with every minute. And look at that. Crazy clearing, dude. So much clearing now in central Iowa over the moderate risk area. That is all we need. That is all we need for today to really know that it's going to be a big day for severe weather. It's going to be a big day for severe weather. So Evan Bentley on that live stream in on YouTube, NWS Storm Prediction Center on YouTube, their channel. He's talking about how quickly can the cold front catch the prefrontal storms. And the storms that are in front of the cold front the most have the highest chance to produce tornadoes as long as they can sustain. So your cold front is back here. Your main batch of prefrontals along a outflow modified boundary is here. And then we do have some other prefrontals trying to develop there. So these are probably, it doesn't look like they're that far in front of the line, right? It really doesn't look like they're that far in front of the line. they'll probably stay in front of the line for a good 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours here over the next, like I said, 2 to 3 hours. Because this cold front is moving at 40 miles per hour. These prefrontals are moving at 40 to 45 miles per hour. So this cold front is just barely going to be able to catch them before they probably get towards central Illinois. I'd imagine they're going to track this entire vicinity without being caught by that cold front. And then somewhere in here is where they're going to have a better risk to be caught by that cold front. So we should have a good 3-hour window for these storms to produce strong to violent tornadoes. And even after that, I still think we'll have pretty high tornado potential embedded inside of the line as that becomes a full line towards 8 or 9 Eastern later this evening. So there's your hook echo. Still a really good area of rotation, but that is undergoing a merger. So it looks like the imminent tornado threat potential with that is kind of decreased just a little bit. And we'll have to see if we keep getting these mergers. We had a specific day. I've forgotten exactly what day. But we had a really defined supercell that could have produced an intense to violent tornado. And we just kept on getting mergers into it, and it really never did anything notable because of that. It kept getting destructive mergers instead of constructive mergers. It kept being destructive. So that's going to play a big role in how that supercell verifies. So, yeah. We'll watch that closely. There's your moderate risk for severe weather still out, of course. Your cold front not even in that yet. And if you compare that to the outlook, I mean, we just entered the enhanced risk for severe weather. Western tornado warning is in an area with 0 radar coverage, so there's no way to tell what it's doing without ground reports. Yep, exactly. Surprised it even got tornado warned, because you really can't tell what's happening in there. So we'll keep watching that tornado warning. It does look like it's a little bit weaker imminently, so that's very good news. But the environment very, very primed right now. Very, very primed in front of it. Very primed. Sweet. Evan's going to start doing the MCDs here in about 25 minutes. So Evan Bentley's on shift for the SPC in coordination with other forecasters. So he'll help with mesoscale discussions in the 9 o'clock. I'd imagine also the 9 o'clock update. Hold on. How many chaser we got going for this thing? Lord have mercy. Oh my word. Oh my word. Holy crap. It's a whole conga line across the whole highway. You can't even see my drawing under the map. Look at that. It's just hordes of storm chasers getting as close as they can, as far south, as fast as they can, right to this thing. Gracious day. My friend in this horde just said there's a bunch of chasers. Yeah, we see them. Holy cow. That's probably like 200 storm chasers going for this one storm, man. And there's another merger about to hit it, so that that's gonna impede its imminent tornado threat. It's gonna take a little while for it to organize. Looks like destructive mergers are inhibiting its tornado potential right now. Looks like zombies. That's exactly how I describe it. It's a bunch of zombies going for food. So we'll keep on watching this huge line here, also making its way through Pennsylvania. Big damaging wind threat of 60 to 70 miles per hour with that. Pushing east. Yeah, those mergers are very destructive right now. Very destructive. But those mergers will help it, as Tracy just said, those mergers will help it keep maintaining that updraft. They'll continue to help feed the updraft, so they'll be both destructive and constructive. It will help construct the supercell to stay long-tracked and stay alive, but it will be destructive for imminent Tor potential. Wouldn't be surprised if they're running to the storm on foot and not in their cars. I mean, it could get that bad for chasers at one point. Definitely could be. Wondering if there will be too many mergers again today. That is definitely possible. This is one of those examples where we could have too many mergers. Too many mergers going into the inflow of this storm. It's definitely a possibility. Let's see here. Yeah, storm interactions are probably going to be what comes down to how today's Tor threat verifies, since it might be a bit of a messier mode. But I do think this is going to pose an intense to violent tornado threat at some point. May not be imminently, but soon. The more mergers it takes in, the longer it's going to take for that to be organized. But I will say, it's moving into the favorable environment. It's not like it's moving out of the favorable environment. That's where it's heading towards. It's heading towards the most favorable area. Let's switch back to this. You could see this is as of an hour ago, so you could imagine it is shifted to the northeast. We'll go back to this since it loaded. There's your supercell right there. This environment is going to slowly drift off to the north-northeast, and this supercell is going to be following it almost exactly where it's heading. So it's not like the most favorable environment is like back in here and the storm's moving away. No. Best environment is just barely in front of this storm, and this storm is moving into that environment. So as long as this doesn't take like 3 hours to produce a tornado, it should be in a good environment for at least the next hour or two. And this is the environment on Supercell Composite here. You can see how it started our most favorable environment far south, and we were very much questioning how far north that environment would get and if that environment in Illinois would recover. And then watch. 11 a.m., noon, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Very much has recovered. It is very much recovered. And it will probably recover a little bit more here. Here's that tornado outlook. That highest tornado risk highlighted right here. And you can see that's a very good outline, because we have too much convection up here. This is too much convection that's going to hurt the warm sector up in this area and inhibit a very favorable environment from going further to the north. So I like the SPC's new outlook. I think it was a good idea to disextend that a little bit to the south. That 15 sig Tor risk. Man. StormNet just uptrended even more for damaging wind potential today. Who knows? Today might verify. Today might verify as a borderline high risk, or maybe even a high risk for damaging winds out in this area. It's going to take a little while for that to organize, though, because this cold front's got to catch all of this stuff. It's got to catch all of this convection in front and merge with it all. So that highest wind threat won't be most evident till probably halfway through this risk in here. Probably halfway through that risk is when the highest wind threat's going to increase. And I think the highest wind threat will increase just after 7:30. Which means our best chance for an intense tornado threat with discrete activity will be over the next 2, maybe 3 hours. So I think over the next 3 hours is our best chance for a violent tornado. And then things probably congeal more into a line and it becomes more of a embedded supercell threat. Let's see. Did we get any observed soundings from the NWS? Curious here. For 18Z, sometimes they'll do special soundings. We did at 18Z. Yes, we did. This was from Davenport, Iowa. Holy crap. Yo. Observed sounding 2 hours ago. Almost 3. Observed 500 and what is that? 88 surface to 1 kilometer SRH. Observed 743 0 to 3 kilometer SRH. And probably the craziest photograph you've ever seen in this portion of the world. Because that is insane. And with a good EML in place, too. That is absurd. Obviously not a lot of CAPE, because there were storms ongoing at this point. A lot of crap vection. Not good lapse rates. But that kinematic profile is insanity. This was in central Iowa, which obviously different story there. Trough hasn't arrived at nearly as much. And I believe there was literally a storm almost over that environment at that time. And 19Z, we didn't get any special soundings out here. We did further southwest, but not out in the main area. These are just really clustering up together here, merging into one big storm. That's what they're doing. I forgot if I looked at the HRRR run 19Z or not. I don't think I did, but here it is if I didn't. Well, it generally shows that storm way further in front of the cold front, though, at 6 o'clock in western Illinois. And they merge and become a crazy wind bag. So that's your peak tornado threat right there. That's 7 o'clock. And that would be your highest threat between 6 and, of course, between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern time on this model run. 6 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. And look how southern Wisconsin recovers pretty well, too, despite all the convection. That recovers pretty well as well. Might be something to keep an eye on there, southern Wisconsin. Although I do think the HRRR was underdoing convection around the Davenport area right now. Oh, well, it wasn't doing too bad. See here, it's definitely underdoing some convection around Davenport. A little bit sloppier. A little bit sloppier stuff ongoing than what the HRRR actually portrays. Rotation reported. Funnel 1/3 of the way to the ground, 4 miles southwest of this location. That's right about in here. Yep, right there. Yeah, so that's trying to put down a tornado. Right in here. Sure is. That's a new cycle that's happened. Because our old area of rotation was up in here, tracking east. And that would be located up in this vicinity now. But now, new area of rotation is developed right there. Right there. Want to keep sending the screenshots to my friend just in case he's not looking at radar as much. So we'll keep watching that area. If a tornado does develop, that's where it's going to develop at. Somewhere in here, moving towards Carthage. Another report there. Funnel halfway to the ground. That's 2 people reporting a funnel. 2 people reporting a funnel on that storm. I'd have to imagine this merger isn't really going to affect this area of rotation much because of where it is. This one could eventually hit that hook echo near Carthage if they continue on the same course. But I don't think this storm merging with it is going to do much, since the tornado would be back here. Man, all of them are range folded. Perfect radar hole. But that's where it is. Right there is your area of rotation. Perfect radar hole, man. Back to our severe storms here in Pennsylvania, still continuing with a widespread damaging wind event from central, north central West Virginia, all the way back to northwestern Pennsylvania. Even some isolated areas in south central New York, and a considerable severe out here in southwestern Connecticut. The heck? Random severe near my, or not near me personally, but just near where I normally chase. That one's heading close to me. We're going to go back to this. They just issued a new tornado warning, and that says Missouri, so I'm assuming that's somewhere on this cold front. Somewhere between Memphis and Elmer. Yep, there you go. That's going to be just barely south of Elmer. Barely south of Elmer here in northeastern Missouri. So make sure you get to your safe spot as well. A tornado could be on the ground or could drop at any given moment. And I'd imagine that's a new extension for this warning here into Carthage. And it indeed is. So new tornado warning just got issued for Carthage. If you're in Carthage in western Illinois, you got to get to your safe spot. New tornado warning there. Brief frontal approximately 4 miles behind me to my southwest has since lifted. Moving slow. Moving slow to moderate speeds. Oh, moving slow to moderate in speed towards me. Yeah, it definitely is moving right towards that chaser. So a lot of reports of rotation and even a funnel, but no reports of touchdowns. So again, if you are in Carthage and west central Illinois, you got to get to your safe spot. This is going to be a storm capable of producing a tornado and probably a strong tornado as well. Wonder if one of these southern storms could try something too before they merge with it. Might have to keep an eye on that. Excuse me. So this is your MRMS view of what we're currently seeing here across the risk area. Our cold front still progressing eastward. That goes all the way down there into Oklahoma where we have a severe watch in effect now. And we also have some crabvection here that is making our event a little bit more messy and more uncertain for central Illinois. That's been the case. We've had like 3 different areas of morning and afternoon convection that have created uncertainty today. And that is in place also across Illinois. We're getting a new HRRR run as well. I'm going to go take a look at Wolfus here. I'll bring that up for you guys. We have not looked at Wolfus today. So let's bring that up, see what Wolfus has, see if it shows any crazy semi-discrete supercells and whatnot. June 11th, this run. So here's Wolfus, which is a model created for short-term forecasting. And this is probably going to handle the overconvection a little bit better in western Illinois. And this is what it shows. Definitely shows a more sloppy event. That's for sure. Shows a very sloppy event. But one thing it doesn't show is it doesn't show that prefrontal that well across west central Illinois. It has one random one in central Illinois, but not the one in west central Illinois. It's Wolfus 1. Here's Wolfus 2. Let's see what that has. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit better so you guys can see it a little bit more. There, that's better. Much better. And that one just straight up doesn't have a line forming and shows practically a full bust. Practically a full bust there. I find that hard to believe. Wolfus 3. A little bit more semi-discrete. Still not nearly as much storm coverage, though, as what we are actively seeing and what I think will actually happen as well. And all of these are missing the line. WOFUS 4 a little bit better with a line in north central, northeastern Minnesota right now. And that one shows some more discrete supercells later in the evening ahead of the MCS. That one is at least a little bit more realistic with the line in the discrete supercells in front. So that one's a little bit better. But big differences between a lot of these ensembles and different WOFUS members. I wonder why that is exactly. Why none of them show a good line. But like I said, WOFUS hasn't been that accurate, so I'm really not paying much attention to it, to be honest with you. Really not trusting it that much. And I mean, it initiated completely dead wrong as well. Even the HRRR initiated better than WOFUS. So it's obviously, like it always is, more of a now casting thing. Something that we just have to watch in the present. Hard to forecast the future. Elephant funnel, rotating wall cloud, funnel, funnel, and funnel. A lot of them are noting it dissipating, though. This one shows a wall cloud, meaning no funnel. Guess it reported a wall cloud, not a funnel there. It's just turned a little bit messier with the three mergers it's gotten, which is exactly what we expected. And it's about to get a fourth merger, which could impact it even more substantially here. Let me see. So that's what we call destructive mergers. I can spell it right. Not able to spell it right. So we'll keep watching it to see if it eventually, at some point, the mergers stop being destructive. Perfect. I just want to do an update to the tweet I did earlier. Wonder if we'll get a special MCD. Only if it sorts out these mergers. Only if it can really sort out the mergers there. Yeah, also you were dead wrong about these dying off, Caleb. Come on, bro. Two good supercells trying to form right around your area. However, the lower level lapse rates might prevent those from becoming very robust supercells and a very good tornado threat. But they are at least trying to fire, and you can see they both have curvature to them. Both trying to rotate. But they're very far out in front of the line, which means they have a lower chance to maintain But if they do maintain, they'll have a higher chance to produce tornadoes. We'll get an update on mesoanalysis in 10 minutes, and then I'll show you guys the instability and where that is and whatnot. So thank goodness we have a lot of destructive mergers hitting this thing, or we would most likely have already seen a strong tornado or more. Here's our current satellite again. Let's see, is this your high-res one? Yeah, this is your high-res satellite. Again, pretty much every chaser is on this supercell right here in west central Illinois. You have a few who are still traveling out in this area, a few still traveling out in this area, but the majority are right in here. Talk about chaser convergence, man. Look at that. Just crazy. But again, look at all the clearing we now have in front of this stuff. Absolutely wild. I did not see that coming. We are pretty much blue skies out here in portions of central Illinois. Very significant clearing there. Very, very significant. But of course, with the storms ongoing, you're starting to see some more anvil spreading. Clouds from our ongoing thunderstorms pushing over our risk area, and that's going to help decrease the threat of even more destabilization, but still crazy amounts of destabilization occurring in central Illinois. Like I said, you really only need an hour or two today for it to be good. Yeah, I think we're going to have a severe weather outbreak today, maybe even a tornado outbreak across this area. We're actively having what I would consider a severe weather outbreak out here across Pennsylvania. We've had widespread severe thunderstorm warnings and a lot of wind gusts and damage reports come through from over there. That's trying to become a severe weather outbreak over there. Oh, wow. Trying to drop a strong tour here just southwest of Carthage. That is very, very, a very notable hook echo there, paired with an area of rotation. And I wonder if this southern storm can become a tornado threat as it merges with our larger prefrontal there. Or what will happen with that. Because sometimes when these storms merge, the southern one's going to become the dominant one down in here. Further to the south. Or who knows, maybe this will turn east and it won't really affect that hook echo much. But it looks like you've got a decent area of rotation gearing up right pretty much over Carthage. And that's been trying for a while. This merger here, this merger that hit it a little bit too far to the east. It didn't hit it in the inflow. If that merger that is in here hit it here, then it would not be trying to rotate like this, which I think it's going to be close for this storm to hit it right in that inflow. But either way, this is going to try to produce a tornado imminently right now, and easily could produce a tornado in the next 5 to 10 minutes. After this merger, it will do it. It will probably do it before the merger. have a feeling it's about to do it right now. We'll know because there's a few chasers directly under it. So we'll get at least a report or two of a tornado ongoing if it touches down. That's an if. Right now, it doesn't look like it's on the ground from the chaser views that I have. Most of them just have a wall cloud or are staying in front of the storm, not wanting to actually go into where that hook is. Because then you got to come right back out of it through the hail core. But I'd also be watching this one near West Point for a tornado threat, like I said. So we get a tornado to drop out of this here in Carthage, but then also a tornado to try to occur out of this as it goes up and merges with our northern supercell. Has today upturned it or downtrended from morning convection? I don't really know. I'd say it's stayed relatively what we've expected. Really still right on track for what we were anticipating. Maybe a little downtrend considering how far south things have shifted, but I'd say it's right really as we were anticipating. From what at least I can tell. Check Peoria storm. I mean it's a mini supercell. It's not a full-blown supercell. But it could be trying to rotate a little bit more. And we could get a brief spin up out of it. But it's not very impressive. StormNet only has good tornado probabilities on this cell here. StormNet is a tool that uses AI technology to predict tornado risks. And it does pretty good in the short term. It does pretty good also in the long term as well. But it has its misses. Yeah. Still, look at that huge inflow notch. Definitely indicating that there's a good area of rotation right there, southwest or over Carthage right now in Indiana, or in Illinois. This is in Illinois, sorry. Storms in Indiana. I was going to read that comment. Yeah, there are some storms in Indiana, but they're only scattered heavy rain showers and maybe a gust up to 30 possible with them. The main event will be later tonight. The worst stuff starts to approach Indiana towards 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. And the worst will be towards the northern half of the state. So if you're down towards Indianapolis, it shouldn't be too bad. But the main risk looks to be really on that northern side, especially the northwest side of Indiana. Storms are going to weaken somewhere around Indianapolis, somewhere between Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, and near Bloomington, somewhere along that line as they're pushing eastward, east-southeastward. Somewhere around there, they're going to begin to weaken late tonight. And it will be a overnight event for y'all out there in Indiana. Especially central Indiana. If you're in northwestern Indiana, it might still be day. Like I said, maybe 7, 8 o'clock central. Could still be day by the time storms get to y'all. Yeah, that hook echo over Carthage really looks like it's trying to really produce a tornado. But no tornado reports. I don't have any chasers who have this on the ground, so hopefully that's the case and this is not an ongoing tornado. Like I said, no reports. Let's see here. Is that storm merger just going to become the dominant supercell? Yeah, it could. As it merges with it, it could become the dominant supercell in this batch. But it looks like we're going to keep getting mergers here. So that could prevent the tornado's threat still at least a little bit. Probably not by a bunch, but probably by a little bit. Special MCD. Yep, I think you're right. Pretty sure we did just get a special MCD for this batch of storms. Pretty sure you're right. We'll wait for that to fully come in. Yep. Potential for a strong tornado increasing. And they highlight this entire area here. That entire vicinity. I'll show you the graphic in just a second once we get it. I can at least read it for now. Radar imagery depicts a strengthening supercell with an organized mid-level cyclone near Carthage, Illinois. Live webcams depict a strengthening lower-level mesocyclone as well, suggesting the potential for tornado genesis is increasing. This cell is drifting northeastward within a warm advection regime where lower-level wind shear has been increasing per KILX VWP. 0 to 1 kilometer SRH has recently increased to about 200 meters squared second squared. Per the latest RAP mesoanalysis estimates, downstream significant tornado parameter values are also increasing to, I kid you not, 6 to 7. The potential for destructive storm interactions appear limited for the short term, next hour or so, suggesting that the potential for a long-tracked supercell is increasing with the attendant threat for one or more tornadoes, including the potential for strong to intense tornadoes. Rereading that just a little bit there, the potential for destructive storm interactions appears limited, even though that's all that we have been seeing in the last, full hour here out of this storm. They say that strong tornado threat continues till 22:45Z, which is exactly an hour and 30 minutes. Exactly an hour and 35 minutes. Or exactly an hour and 30 minutes. And I'll show you guys that graphic once it fully loads in. Yeah, still some curvature with that storm in Peoria. Illinois could still get a tornado out of that eventually. But for now, just a brief little area of rotation. And I do think this storm merge is going to kill this storm's tornado potential for a bit until it recycles like it tried to. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. Very, very fast break just for a quick stretch. Whilst y'all look at that graphic and admire it, I will be right back. That's the graphic for a special MCD from the SPC for the potential of a strong to intense tornado over the next hour or so. I'll be right back in about a minute or two. All right, I am back. Tornado on the ground. Cap. Ain't no way I took a break right when it touched down. Oh, yeah, there's a report. Ground circulation confirmed. So, uncondensed tornado on the ground 60 seconds ago. So, that's just east of Carthage, tornado ongoing. And that is right barely north of Highway 135. So, get to your safe spot, observe tornado here. We'll probably get a observed tornado warning following suit. I'd have to imagine shortly. And this is going to be going right towards Macomb, very close to Macomb. This whole entire cluster is going to be heading towards Macomb. We could see a tornado anywhere within that vicinity. It could be further south, could be further north. It could even be in the middle of the interaction of the cell merge. So just as this warning comes out, if it does include Macomb, I would recommend getting to your safe spot. Go to your safe spot now if you're in Macomb. Just go ahead and start going to your safe spot. Get ahead of the warning. And then you don't have to rush as much when that warning is actually issued. Random severe northeast of Raleigh near Rocky Mount NC, and then just still look at all the wind damage. A bunch of wind damage here being reported from this big line of storms pushing through Pennsylvania, Maryland, and West Virginia. This was a report also very close there, just 1 minute before that parent tornado touchdown, reporting a funnel cloud there. So, probably a brief tornado. I'd have to imagine it's not still ongoing. I mean, I'll go take a look just in case it happens to be maybe one of the stronger tornadoes today. Maybe it is still ongoing, but it seemed like that was probably just a brief tornado. Yeah, I don't see it ongoing anymore. Yeah, it looks like it was on the ground. Just a brief tornado, but that is tornado number 1. We did get a tornado out of this. And there's that new tornado warning there from Macomb. So if you're in Macomb, Illinois, make sure you get to your safe spot. You're now included inside of that active tornado warning. So get to your safe spot. And again, we could get a tornado to develop anywhere in that warning. It could be where it previously developed, right here near Fountain Green, or it could be further south near Plymouth with that second merger. That is, or at this point, 5th merger, whatever we're on, trying to happen. You could see maybe a second mesocyclone trying to spark up there on our southern storm. And the northern mesocyclone that did produce a tornado up there. And remember, we're still in the beginning stages of this. This is only one of many supercells we will likely have to track once we go closer to 7, 8 o'clock tonight. Our peak, like I said earlier, begins about 6 p.m. So we're right about where peak is beginning now. Let's see. Bit confused as to why the environment is decreasing a bit. Is it? Let me see. We just got a new meso analysis. At least we should have. That's going to be right in here. I'll do this blue square. The VTP is a little bit lower, but the STP is still about 6, where this is heading into. crazy cape. Really, really crazy shear. Really crazy shear in the lower levels and the mid levels. Wild wind shear. So it probably is just decreasing, quote, decreasing a little bit because maybe not all of your best environment lines up, like your lower level lapse rates, your effective bulk shear, your supercell composite. Maybe not all of that lower level, mid level wind shear and instability lines up perfectly for a higher violent tornado parameter or a significant tornado parameter, but it still is extremely favorable. It is still very, very favorable. Just maybe not all of your products overlap exactly in West Central Illinois. Yeah, so again, you can see the two mesocyclones here. This one previously produced a tornado. That could be our new area of rotation sparking up. That could become the primary area of rotation as these two storms merge together. And then we're getting another storm directly behind that. And this is what we expected. We expected a bit of a messier mode today. Especially when we first start. It might get a little bit more organized as things kind of congeal up into a line behind it, and maybe one of these supercells stay in front of the line. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what happens. So yeah, just a waiting game. Don't let your guard down if you're in the tornado watch. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of notable activity happening right now, especially on that northern end of the watch area. But trust me, things will start to get crazy, and keep your fingers crossed and hope that they don't get crazy over your area. But the risk for all hazards is definitely going to continue to increase, especially as we get closer and closer to that peak start time frame between 6 and 7. I'll say it again. Peak time frame starts between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll have to figure out exactly where that highest severe threat will be. Right now, it looks like down in here is where our peak activity is going to be for the short term. Right in that vicinity. But I'm sure we'll start to increase with severe potential up on that northern edge as instability keeps pulling further and further to the north. And I have a feeling this is probably going to be what ends up becoming a good threat for severe weather here as that goes towards Chicago. I feel like that's going to be part of our main line later tonight. And that might go up a little bit more to the northeast, maybe a little bit more like this. Critty, depends how long you've been gone. We did get a confirmed tornado from multiple chasers and spotters. A brief spin up lasted no longer than about a minute. I was gone for 5 minutes, so either you barely caught the tornado or you barely missed it. So you barely caught it, yeah. So you missed nothing. Still just watching our first supercell, seeing what that does, and then our southern supercell and seeing what that does. Two main areas to watch. Yeah, they will likely merge into one, I do think so, but there's so much destructive crapvection around it and so much convection around it that could inhibit it shortly and continue to inhibit it. I won't lie, this one here in just north of Caleb looks pretty good. It is a maintaining updraft. StormNet is starting to increase probabilities slightly for that storm. So StormNet's starting to think that might not be a impossible storm to produce a tornado. So watch that closely. That is in, I don't think that's in the most favorable environment that we have. It should be somewhere. Where is that? It's hard to tell. All the counties look almost the same. But somewhere right in here. It isn't a good environment, but I don't think it's in our most favorable environment. That should be like right with the warm front. Should be right with the warm front somewhere in there. Oh, there it is. Right there. So that is definitely in a good environment. But you can see the violent tornado parameter higher on our supercell in Western Illinois. So it's not in the peak environment that we have present today, but it is right on that edge of it. Very, very good environment nonetheless. Very good environment. I think today is underperforming. I think today is barely started still. I think we are barely started. I will say, I guess for the beginning of it, it has underperformed a bit for that western side. But the day is just started. And we are still nowhere close to the absolute peak. The start of our peak is going to get going here between 6 and 7 p.m. And then, like I said earlier, the absolute peak should be very close proximity of that. It's hard to say exactly when it will be. It just depends on how long these storms stay out in front of the cold front. It might be 6 to 8 p.m. for the absolute peak, 7 to 9, or 7 to 8, or 8 to 10. But somewhere between 6 and 10 p.m. will be our peak for tornadoes. And we're about to enter that. So I would be watching down towards Plymouth for an increase in tornado potential here with this storm. I'd be looking for a decrease in tornado potential with the embedded portion right there. And I'd be looking for an increase down towards Plymouth. And we'll have to see if this tries anything back here. This might be far enough to the west to where it could try something. And of course, we're probably going to get another merger from the south soon. But that might be about an hour away. That's not too close. And still, probably a little area of rotation, tiny wall cloud. I'd have to imagine near Kickapoo in central Illinois. So we'll watch that one as well. Although that is definitely not as high of torque potential as the one back here towards Macomb. Again, that secondary mesocyclone starting up here in Plymouth. That primary one looks to kind of be broadening out as it's being merged with the hail core from our southern storm. Give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, so you could see that rotation a little bit better on that newest scan. However, that is far from our radar, so it looks very strange. So we can't really trust the intensity or anything like that. But I do think our mesocyclone is increasing in intensity with this storm. We still could get an embedded tornado. back up in here. But I think the higher chance is going to be closer to Plymouth now. Think today could be an outbreak or nah? Yeah, I do. Our highest torque potential doesn't end until 11 o'clock. And that main potential doesn't start until about 30 minutes from now. StormNet just increased exponentially with the chance for a tornado out of this storm. It increased very quickly with the chance for a tornado out of that. And no kidding there, because it does look a little bit more curvature to it. And we'll see if that cell merge has any part in it. But I feel like it's still struggling a little bit. So we'll need to wait and see. And another thing is it's moving almost due north right now. If it can turn a little bit more east, it might have a better opportunity to produce a tornado. And you can see your line is starting to get its act together here too. Northwest of Davenport, more lightning, more organization, more velocities. Starting to get some better indications that our line is coming together for Davenport, Iowa. Let's go back to Gracious Day, Pennsylvania. Huge MCS. Huge MCS that was not predicted very well. Not predicted very well by any of our models, maybe except for the NAM, but then again, the NAM has a bias, so no kidding that would be the only model run to get it. The NAM has a linear bias. What about Madison, Wisconsin? Y'all are still good, just a lot of heavy rain and lightning. It looks like our main environment is still staying very well south of that. So, hopefully you get nothing more than just heavy rain and lightning, and it's a full-blown underperformance for you guys up there. Yeah, not but 2 days ago, I would have thought Madison would be under an extremely high risk for tornadoes, but now that's shifted drastically south and also downtrended. Once these storms get their act together, I can see strong tours easily. It's just gonna come down to mergers. Because we keep on getting these messier mergers every couple of minutes here at this point. I mean, this storm, it fired, it looked good, not many mergers to its south, nothing crazy, and then boom, it ended up getting one merger there. So that's merger 1, then got merger 2, and now it's on main merger number 3. And then guess what? This merger actually got a merger of itself down here. So your merger actually got a merger. So it's just crazy. So again, you have an area of rotation that could produce a tornado here, southwest of Macomb, and then one actually west of Macomb that could produce a tornado as well. So 2 areas to watch for tornado potential here with this storm. Either of them could produce a tornado. And StormNet is more confident on that southern one, which no kidding on that because, well, it's further to the south, so it should have better inflow. Huge lowering. I roughly where because it could be on the southern cell in the warning or on the northern cell. We did get a report here, but that was a while ago, and that was for like the second cycle. Yeah, just keep an eye on these prefrontals to see if they can do anything. Like I said, StormNet has increased the chance for a tornado out of those slightly over the last few moments, so we'll need to watch that to see if that actually comes to fruition. And then tomorrow does look like a pretty big day for severe weather. I'm hoping to do a live stream, but if it's not needed, I'll just skip out on it and then go live Saturday. But I do hope to do a live stream tomorrow as well. Pending my voice, because my voice is honestly horrible. It's aching like crazy. Hopefully we'll get a good break of severe weather next week, but I doubt it. Thankfully, it doesn't look too crazy next week, at least not right now. Looks like this system's going to push out a lot of the Cape. Sunday is going to have some severe weather, probably near my neck of the woods, and then Monday might have a little bit of a deep south threat for severe weather. And then really not much for at least a day or two, but we'll turn right back into a good severe threat mid next week, so maybe like 2 days off. Welcome to June. Welcome to June. I mean, tomorrow's just going to be a windbag anyways, so like if there is a day I would want to take off this week, it would be tomorrow. At first it looked like a good threat, but it's just been downtrending pretty much every run. Did we see that HRRR? I believe we did. Actually, I don't know. This is the 20Z. Not sure if I showed y'all this. I definitely did. I remember it. It's a lot more broken up, too, which that might decrease, probably will decrease the overall wind risk a little bit than what we were expecting. But that would definitely increase the TOR risk more than what some of our other models were showing. Yeah, I think Sunday could be a pretty big day for damaging winds in the eastern U.S. Similar to tomorrow, but maybe a little bit better than tomorrow. It's June, once again, so you don't know the full potential of a day until day one. Because MCSs can practically pop out of thin air. I mean, that's what happened in Pennsylvania. This was not forecasted whatsoever. We knew damaging winds would be possible, but nothing even close to a magnitude of that was expected. And then we had a huge MCS pop out of practically thin air earlier this morning, which we expected at least some clusters of storms, but not necessarily that big of an MCS, and that has definitely played a role in today's so far underperformance. But all it takes is one cell in this environment. That could be this storm here in Macomb. But thankfully, it's just undergone so many mergers, and now it looks like it's undergoing even more mergers. And now it's just turned into this big cluster. So just very, very unfavorable mergers thus far to decrease that tornado threat. So keep on watching it. Keep close on it. But the longer we go like this, the better. Because we're going to keep decreasing with overall chances of a violent tornado by the moment if we continue this way. Pretty rare to have 3 moderate risks Pretty rare to have 3 moderate tor risks underperform in a row. And that's 2026. That is 2026 for you, man. It really seems like no matter how good the setup is, even with such a favorable environment here, that's just what ends up happening. But we still have such a good environment. This is literally one of the most volatile environments we've had this year. It is absolutely stacked. And it's definitely not over. I don't know what went wrong. I could tell you multiple things that went wrong right now. 300 millibar wind speeds are displaced, resulting in poor venting and high precipitation storms in a messy storm mode. Messy storm mode to begin with. The MCS also lasted too long in the morning. Overconvection on the northern warm sector. Also, what was the other thing? There was one more big thing. I guess you could throw in lower level lapse rates there as well. But it's definitely not over. It is not over. We're only through this slim portion. If we look at the MRMS, we're only through this slim portion of our watch right now. The only people who are under a watch who are good to go is like Iowa City. You guys are good to go. Washington, this area is good to go. You guys aren't going to get any more severe weather. Everybody else in here is still very much under the gun for severe weather. So I don't want to talk like the event's over. It's just these mergers are absolutely demolishing our highest tornado threat. All it takes though is a storm. We'll have to watch that too near Bowen. All it takes is a storm to stop getting significant mergers, and it can produce a violent tornado. That's literally all it takes. That shows you also how fragile the environment can be as well. All it takes to destroy a violent tornado potential in a big outbreak day is a little bit more overconvection. It could be something as little as that. Or, like our last other moderate risk in Missouri, it could be something as little as another 3 Celsius worth of warm air trapped aloft that mitigates any convection from firing and sustaining. It can be such small, minuscule details in the atmosphere that you don't think would be enough, but by the time you actually see it performing, you're like, yeah, you know what? That actually is enough to destroy the tornado threat. Now, I would very much still watch multiple areas here. This one in Bowen, this area here south of Macomb, and this area here near Good Hope. Those are 3 areas I'm watching inside of this cluster for tornado potential. And then we can still watch these cells in here undergoing some mergers. Still watch those. Stay circled. There you go. Let's go back up to the Davenport radar. Environment not as favorable up here, but we'll try to keep an eye on if anything can get spinning. We'll try to see if we can find it and point it out. Let's see here. Tornado developing near Stockton, Iowa. Huh. Haley, you might not be wrong with that. Yeah. A little layer of rotation there. South of Stockton could be attempting to produce a tornado here soon. It's very weak. So if one does occur, it would be likely weak and brief. But that's just northwest of Davenport. Pretty well northwest of Davenport. Just south of Stockton. Attempting to maybe produce a brief weak spin up there. moving to the east-northeast. Especially that frame, the frame before the latest one we've had. That was a little bit better. On this newest frame, it looks like that rotation's gone, so thankfully not as good of an area of rotation anymore. But that could have been a brief spin-up right there. Could have been a brief spin-up. And all these three storms look like they've got good amounts of curvature to them. Only the northern one looks like it's really sustaining, though. Man, how did we go from a good confluence band type threat to an overconvected slop fest so quickly? "2026 ought to be one of the most non-memorable years for tornadoes that I've tracked. The only memorable one is the Enid tornado. I'll probably remember that in a couple months. And then we did have the Michigan stuff as well. But like compared to 2023 even, 2023, 2024, 2025, shoot, even 2022, and obviously second season of 2021, this year was quite unforgettable. Even though it was still pretty impactful. Even though we didn't have any very memorable tornadoes, of course it was still impactful. And who knows, maybe second season can go crazy. I have to see about second season with a strong El Nino. Tree branches down, damage report in Macomb. Again, you can kind of see the three areas generally I want to keep an eye on here for rotation. You can kind of see the general three regions to watch, right? Kind of the three areas we want to keep an eye on just in case. And then still going to keep an eye on up here in Illinois. Yeah, this event still has crazy potential, for sure. It still has quite crazy potential. It's just with all these mergers, it's not performing very well at this moment. There's your severe thunderstorm warning up here for Washburn. A bit surprised that's not tour possible, but it is for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, so make sure you get away from doors and windows there. But that stuff in dead central Illinois is pretty far removed from the best forcing, which is why it's kind of stayed miniature. This northern storm, though, has started to mature a bit better. Wasn't this always a possibility, though? Yes, and that's why the SPC didn't do a PDS tornado watch. That's explicitly what they mentioned. Evan Bentley mentioned that. He said they didn't do a PDS tornado watch because of the question of storm mergers and storm mode. Storm mode was the biggest thing. So this is the rest of the HRRR. Again, this is roughly what we're at right now. We've got that intensifying line at Davenport, or right around there. That cluster in northeastern Missouri stretching towards the cold front back into Kansas. And then we do have those prefrontal mergers happening right over there, west, right in that circle there. And then this doesn't pick up on the stuff near central Illinois and in central Illinois, but it still gives us a general idea. You could see in 1 hour, just 1 hour from now, The risk could start to pick up a little bit more widespread. Maybe we could get a bit of a sorting out of those mergers towards central Illinois. 8 p.m., we start to see a more significant line begin to form from Wisconsin all the way down into central Illinois, with an embedded strong tornado threat in central to east central Illinois. 9 p.m., continuing with that threat. 10 p.m., 11 p.m., and then finally about midnight, 1 a.m., that main risk is going to begin to die off, but we still could have a few areas of decent severe potential even at 11 p.m. or midnight tonight. So, like I've said multiple times, the risk is nowhere close to over. And that peak tornado threat is still just starting to begin. Of course, with the more messier mode here, that definitely leans for some questions on that peak tornado threat, but we'll wait and see on how this stuff can sort out. Let's see. I'm a little surprised I don't have a severe warning yet on this storm for Eldridge. So we'll watch that closely. Why are we calling this a bust? I don't think anybody in chat has called this a bust. At least nobody sensible has called it a bust. So, not sure where you got that from. We also just got a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Brookhaven. That's going to be in is this Long Island? Forgot if this is or not. But yeah, there's your area of concern right there for 70 to 80 mile an hour winds heading towards Brookhaven and Manorville. So preferably get to your safe spot. That's a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning, which needs to be taken very seriously, and you should get to your safe spot if you're out in front of that. So that's our first PDS severe of the event out there in the eastern U.S. Oh yeah, we definitely expected overconvection from the get-go, from the HRRR literally 2-3 days ago. But these mergers have just been destructive. We've had very good timed mergers. Very, very good timed mergers to prevent a notable good tornado threat thus far. This one is still looking pretty good here. Still looking pretty good in Hopewell. So we'll continue monitoring that. Yeah, and you could just see all this overconvection, not only up here, but also even down in this area here. Consistently firing. That's just allowing for a very messy mode. Reed has a condensed wedge tornado. Loki wouldn't shock me. But knowing Reed, it's probably the tiniest little noodle. I just see brain. They're saying a large wedge tornado embedded inside of the rain, but I can't see anything in there. Maybe. Velocity definitely doesn't correlate very well with that, though. The only area I see where that could be at least semi-possible is there. But even then, that is very, very poor rotation. Oh, that's exactly where Reed is. What do you know? That's exactly where Reed is. So if there is a tornado ongoing, that's where it would be. If. Oh, crap. Got one of them crazy looking tornadoes here. I think that might be a strong Tor, low precipitation. Let's get the analysis read out. We might have huge problems here. Let's see if we can confirm that as a debris ball attached to it. I was going to mention it, and I should have mentioned it. I regret it so bad. I was going to mention, I wonder if today's the type of day where we get the tornadoes, like, with barely even a hook echo. I didn't know if the LCLs were low enough for that or not. I remember we had that a bunch of times in Illinois and Indiana, but anyways, if we can get that to polarized super res, yes, that's a probable large tornado. That is a probable large tornado. Pretty sure. We'll have to wait for reports on that to try to confirm, and I would like for my analysis radar to work so I can confirm that way as well. And yes, that is most likely debris. Probable large tornado ongoing, very low precipitation here. And all it took, it just simply became a good, well-defined updraft because of some mergers. You could see the merger to its south helped it, merged with it. And now we've got a strong to intense tornado probably ongoing here. I would like to see another scan just to confirm, but we have seen this before in the past. And it's most common with low LCLs, which is very low cloud tops. Apparently Proxy added me in something, but I'm not going to be able to get that. Because Proxy's been tagged as spam. So I don't get his notifications because he's tagged me too much. Let's see. How can I see that? There's no way for me to see that because it's... Oh, there we go. I found it. Yep. There you go. Confirmed large tornado, possibly a wedge here. Ongoing. I'll go ahead and quickly make a tweet about that. Again, this is going to be heading towards Washburn in Illinois. There we go. Waiting for another scan here to see if we can fully confirm that, but Lord have mercy, there you go. Yeah, that should definitely be upgraded to PDS. Might even be a violent tornado. I know it doesn't look like it on velocity, but that's the type of stuff you see with these low LCLs. It's very strange, and you know what it reminds me of? If I'm not mistaken, Andover, Kansas EF3 was one of the more notable debris balls that had something like this, and that's what this reminds me of. I'm not sure if I've got the right tornado, but there you go.
Warning has been upgraded.
PDS tornado warning. Awesome call, National Weather Service. Awesome call right there. Awesome call. Very quick to issue that PDS tornado warning as it's heading up towards Washburn and LaRose. Very fast S-tier job right there by the NWS for this large tornado ongoing. So that is a probable violent tornado ongoing right over some homes here. We do have a chaser in the area who's going to be able to give us reports. Hopefully be able to give us reports. I'll let y'all know if they say anything here. But it's the person who reported the large and extremely dangerous tornado here ongoing. So that's your debris ball. Again, looks very, very strange. Looks very strange. But it is a large tornado ongoing. Lincoln radar now to the south. You're talking about something south of the radar site or south of the storm? Because these two storms will also have to watch for some of the same potential. However, they haven't had constructive mergers. This was a constructive merger that we had this good supercell firing, but it wasn't very large. It was still miniature. And we had a cell merge fire right in the inflow, merge with it. That created a very strong updraft, and thus, just like that, you get your violent tornado threat to verify today. So this is a violent tornado ongoing, heading towards LaRose. Oh, Lord have mercy. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Tory here for LaRose at any given minute. If the NWS is fast enough with that newest scan. That is absurd. Likely a EF4 plus intensity tornado ongoing now. So violent tornado heading towards LaRose, Illinois. Get to your safe spot now. That is absurd. And this should... Oh, wow. I've somehow already got a new scan that fast. Huge debris signature still northwest of Washburn. GR2 is slow, but Weatherfront is freaking fast. Wow, GR2 is not even working. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just make a tweet with freaking Weatherfront since it's so slow. Because I can't wait for a radar scan on GR2 when there's a violent tornado heading towards a populated area. This is on the northwest side of Washburn, heading towards LaRose, directly towards LaRose. Directly towards LaRose here in Illinois. So if you are somehow watching from LaRose, Varna, Washburn, in central Illinois, you got to book it to your safe spot. There's a violent tornado ongoing, and this is a random target. You know, there's like no chasers out here. There's like one or two storm chasers that targeted this area. There is hundreds of storm chasers down here in this slop fest, but only like one or two chasers who are on this violent tornado. That shows you how sometimes the most obvious target isn't actually the target. It could be the tiniest little sleeper target. I'm going to refresh GR2. Some reason it is tripping. Social media photos showing a large tornado in progress. GR2 is just not updating, so we're sticking with Weatherfront. Very large tornado ongoing. Lofting debris very high up into the atmosphere. We're probably talking about if someone else has GR2 and it's probably working. if you could give me an estimate. I'm guesstimating roughly 16,000 feet up with this type of signature is how high up debris is being lofted. That's my very rough estimate on this. And still waiting to see that right there. All right, this is very close to Washburn. This is going on the northwest side of Washburn. It is maybe just barely avoiding downtown, but this is likely a ginormous tornado here. Huge tornado. NWS has continued the tornado emergency. Or not the tornado emergency, my bad. The PDS tornado warning, I apologize. AWS has continued the PDS tornado warning and not a tornado emergency here. So really hoping that they upgrade this to Tori because this is likely a near mile-wide wedge tornado. Chris Evans? I know that guy. Wait, what the heck? I've literally liked that dude's tweets before, and I've seen him on multiple chase occasions here from other streamers. That's crazy. I forgot where I saw him, but I literally saw him like the other day on somebody that I knew met up with him. But yeah, he had a large tornado on the ground not long ago whatsoever, and that's likely still ongoing here north of Washburn. So like I said, PDS tornado warning continues. Almost thought that was the Tory. That freaked me out for a second. PDS tornado warning continues here north of Washburn. And this is heading right into LaRose. Like, this is going to go right into LaRose here. In between Washburn and LaRose. It's right in that area. We also need to watch these southern storms as well. But thankfully, there's not as good of mergers happening with them. So they're not as high of a tornado threat right now. Why is there no tornado emergency? I don't know, Marco. I have no idea. No idea. We had a tornado emergency not too long ago for an EF0 or EF1 tornado. So I'm not sure why this signature doesn't warrant a Tori. And it's heading into, this is 6,000 people inside of this polygon. Very populated polygon. But it has weakened a bit on radar, so yeah, if they don't pull the Tori now I would understand a little bit more because we don't have as big of a reflectivity debris ball here. Not as big of a velocity couplet, not as intense as like what it was here. Probably going to find violent damage in this area based on that couplet. But it is still ongoing, still likely a large tornado ongoing here. Northeast of Westburn. This has turned more to the east, so LaRose, I think you're going to be okay. You want to be in your safe spot. Please be in your safe spot.
A new tornado emergency has been issued.
So there's a tornado emergency now. This is the maximum warning the National Weather Service can issue anywhere across the United States. This is the highest end warning that can possibly be issued by any National Weather Service office anywhere in the United States. And this has been issued out here in Illinois. Finally got our updating radar products here. But we just got a tornado emergency. A large and extremely dangerous, violent, catastrophic tornado has been confirmed and is ongoing. This is a tornado emergency for LaRose and surrounding areas. Again, I do think this tornado is turning a little bit more to the east. So I do think it could miss downtown LaRose, and fingers crossed it does. It looks like it's turning a little bit more to the southeast here. But still, if you are in LaRose, you need to be in your safe spot. If this tornado does hit your area, in Illinois. This is going to be a catastrophic situation where unfortunately you are not going to be able to survive unless you are likely in a basement. There is your tornado emergency that is in effect. You need to be in a basement or a storm shelter, or this is probably a unsurvivable situation here. So that is a tornado emergency now in effect. You can see that there in the very, very bright highlighted polygon. Can't miss it. Wow. And just like that, we went from talking about an underperformance today to watching a violent tornado rip right through the northwest side of Washburn, just northwest of Washburn here in Illinois. That's how fast it escalates. That's why we kept saying it only takes one storm. And of course, it just happened to be a fully semi-discrete storm. And this is probably not gonna stop anytime soon. It is a little bit ahead of the most volatile environment. Actually, never mind. It's dead center of the most volatile environment. I apologize. No wonder why. Wow. Wow. Smack center. Dead center. Smack dead center of the 8 significant tornado parameter. Dead center of the most volatile environment today. I highly doubt that this is going to be the only tornado this produces. I'd have to imagine as this produces this large wedge tornado and moves off to the northeast, these mergers to the southeast are probably going to help it produce another large tornado or two along its journey here as it progresses up to the northeast. So we're going to need to monitor that extremely closely here as it moves up to the northeast. I do think that this is probably about to, if not lifted. So I do think LaRose, you still need to be in your basement, still need to be in your storm shelter as this violent tornado is probably lifting around your area. And we did just get a special mesoscale discussion on this storm for the continuation of a strong tornado threat being likely. A tornado threat is expected to continue with this storm as it moves northeastward. And this is going to be going into pretty heavily populated areas here. There's quite a few areas that are heavily populated as this moves up to the northeast. I wonder if that was a new PDS warning there. I don't know where that warning came in for. We'll see it in a second. But again, if this has lifted, it is likely to produce another tornado later down the line here. And that would be closer to Streeter. Ransom, and Cornell. That is generally where it would be going. It would generally be going up that way. Somewhere near Streeter, Ransom, and Cornell, you guys would be under the highest risk for this strong plus tornado to head y'all's way. And there's your new PDS warning.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So there's your new PDS tornado warning. And we did get a tornado warning for this storm in Benson. Believe it or not, this storm is capable of producing a tornado. It would likely be a low precipitation, at this point, weak tornado. But we do have to watch it for a tornado in Benson. And we'll have to see how this merger goes. Everything's going to come down to these mergers. It's all going to come down to these mergers on if we continue to see an intense to violent tornado threat with this storm. And I do think even regardless of the mergers, here, eventually this should produce another tornado. And you can see just a crazy... Let's check how high up the debris was lofted, by the way. Now that we have our full radar scan. And yeah, I mean, as high as you can go. I don't see it beyond 21,000 feet up. I don't see it above 21,000 feet up, though, but really high up. Probably somewhere between 13 and 17,000 on that scan. This scan, though, it does go up to 17, 18,000 feet. A lot of debris, though. A lot of debris. Yeah, just a big sloppy mess on our storms down here. I do think the tor threat is going to be present in this area. We could get a strong tornado out of that. But I don't know about anything greater than a strong tornado threat with that line. I think the main risk out of this is going to be damaging winds as it goes into Bloomington. So PDS tornado warning in effect. A large and extremely dangerous tornado could still be ongoing, and if not, could redevelop as it heads towards Streeter, Cornell, and Ransom in central Illinois. You need to run to your safe spot. This is likely to produce another strong tornado, as this one is likely lifted at this point. So our violent tornado is likely lifted, but we are likely to see a new one develop here eventually. It may be in the short term. It may be as soon as 10 minutes. Or it could be in the long term after it finishes these mergers. But either way, a strong tornado is most definitely going to occur with that again. Let's see here. Also, still a very significant line of damaging winds continuing across southwestern, rather central Pennsylvania. Very significant swath of damaging winds still occurring across central Pennsylvania, northern Virginia, and western Maryland, and that's going to continue for a few hours. We also have a significant severe for El Reno in Oklahoma. This is a 70-mile-per-hour considerable severe, so be away from doors and windows if you are in El Reno or Yukon or Piedmont, just northwest of Oklahoma City in Oklahoma. And we did just get 2 new tornado warnings. We've got a little prefrontal here that is developed. And you know what this looks like? Shoot. What was that? What was that day? It was recent. We had a strong to intense tornado develop from a very similar setup like this. Oh no, it didn't develop. It was in Kansas. It was in Kansas where we had a MCS moving from the northwest to the southeast, and it merged with a prefrontal, and it had a violent couplet, but it didn't produce. That could be a similar case here where this moves up to the northeast, gets overwhelmed by the MCS, and it merges and attempts to produce a strong tornado. That literally, the scenario I just used there was like 3 days ago. Except for in this case, we have a considerably better environment. So a tornado will be possible here in industry, as well as in a little bit longer. It could produce a tornado now, but I think it's more likely to produce a tornado as it merges with the MCS here in about 30 minutes, somewhere around the Cuba region. Tornado back on the ground. I wonder if that's the chaser y'all are saying is actually elsewhere. Wonder if that's further to the west. Hold on. Oh yeah, it did produce a tornado. This one. A weak tornado just occurred here on this storm in Lewistown. Exactly where is that? That is right here. We've got a tornado on the ground right now. That's right in here. Right in here, tornado ongoing. Tornado on the ground just to the west-southwest of Lewistown. This is in an odd spot. I would think it'd be right there. But the chaser is right in here, and that's where he's got the tornado on the ground, right in that vicinity. Right in that vicinity is where he has a tornado ongoing. Also could see a tornado attempt to develop north of Cuba, so just if you're in that tornado warning, get to your safe spot. If you're in either one of these tornado warnings, because we've got so many areas to monitor for the potential of a tornado to develop eventually when they merge for Cuba there as well. So you just want to get to your safe spot if you are in that tornado warning. We still have it. I can't tell if that is condensed, but there's a big funnel with what was a tornado or may still be a tornado ongoing right in that area. I can't tell if there's any ground circulation there. Oh, there it is. That's it. Right there. That's your debris signature. That's your tornado ongoing. See it on radar. Huge debris signature right there. The tornado is not actually that large. It's a tiny little rope, but it did pick up a lot of dirt and what looks like corn. And I think it's fully dissipated right now. I don't see any ground circulation, and I don't see a funnel anymore. I don't see a funnel anymore, so I think it's already dissipated. But that's where it was. This storm did not waste any time producing a tornado, man. I was thinking it would wait a little bit until the merge happened, but it definitely did not. Looks like a bit of a reflectivity debris bowl right there. Have to wait for our next scan for the CC drop. Let's go back to our tornado emergency still in effect. I don't think a tornado's ongoing anymore inside of that Torii. But I do expect another strong to intense tornado to develop either before or during these cell merges. Somewhere in vicinity of these cell merges. It could be before they merge, during, and as they merge, or...
Information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
It could be before, during, or after they merge, but just somewhere in this vicinity, I expect another strong tornado. Observed tornado warning now out here for Lewistown. And you got to be careful, NWS. Look at that. That's your tornado. It is almost outside of that polygon. They disextended that tornado warning, and the tornado is almost out of that warning. And it is still ongoing. It looks like it... I don't know what the heck is happening. It looks like something outside of a movie over here. Some weird stretchy noodle thing. I really can't even tell if it's making ground contact, but I'm sure it is. So tornado ongoing right now in that area. That's your big CC drop. Not particularly strong. And man, that CC is giant for a not particularly strong tornado. I mean, it wasn't large at any point. It didn't look like it was really doing a bunch of damage. It just seemed like it ripped up a lot of corn, I think that was. So it didn't look like it did too much damage, but the CC says otherwise. The CC says full and otherwise. Still a reflectivity debris ball continuing there. You know, from a radar perspective, you'd think that needs a PDS tornado warning down there, but from an in-person perspective, it's definitely not the case. It's just a small tornado that I can't actually even confirm. Can't even confirm if it is making ground contact. Golly. I just saw that photo that Chris Evans got. Holy crap. That is wild. Check on those storms southeast Kansas. I mean, they're not doing much. It's just a lot of lightning and some 60-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe 1 to 1.5 inch hail as well. Nothing too crazy, just a lot of lightning. And we're going to go back up to the PDS tornado warning. They've continued it. A lot of corruption there. But we could get a new tornado to develop right over Winona at any second. So we'll need to keep on watching that. I would also watch this far southern storm because that could definitely produce a tornado as well, depending on how these mergers go. The mergers are everything today. The mergers helped create a massive wedge tornado, and they helped completely demolish the tornado threat in this vicinity. We were thinking it would be very high, but it's ended up being very low. No confirmed warnings, but we do have one tornado warning on that. But in this area, we thought it would be very, very high-end event, but it wasn't. Actually, we did have this of a brief tornado report, so we'll count that, but just one tornado report in that area. And again, just watching multiple regions, your active tornado warning here. The leftover debris from your tornado west of Lewistown, as this comes together, could produce a tornado near Cuba as these merge, and then also up towards Cannon with that other area. So just 4 different areas of rotation to watch there. I thought they canceled that Tory. What? They did. The weatherfront still has that on. There's no Tory right now. Yeah, we easily could have a strong tornado ongoing here east of Winona, or in very close proximity to Winona in central Illinois. If it is a very strong or intense tornado, we'll be able to see from radar. Like I said, I'd watch this very, very closely. Let's see. Oh, hey, they finally warned that southern storm. Good. I think that one has some torque potential. Debris ball on this storm removed from the cell. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like that. If you base it, it's a rain shower that started way back here. Doesn't look like it to me. Who knows, maybe it could turn into it. But from what I could tell, that's just a dying out shower. There's your debris fallout. That tornado's lifted going towards Lewistown, and a bunch of debris fallen from the atmosphere there. Your main area for a tornado to develop would be right there. Right in there. We could watch that updraft to see if it plays a role in it, but right now, that would be the main area I'd watch for a tornado to develop. I don't see any notable CC or velocities up here that very well signify a tornado ongoing. But just that look, I wouldn't be shocked if we've got a rain-wrapped strong tor in that. And they did go ahead and tornado warn the storm here in Canton and Norris. You could see that little indent right in that vicinity, matching up with velocity for the potential of a tornado heading towards Hannah City, Glassford, Mapleton. And this is going to be very close to where our prefrontal supercell started. You could see our prefrontal started in this vicinity that went on to produce that tornado emergency and violent tornado. I don't know how legit that signature is. It's not in a area where I would expect a legit signature to be. If it was, 5 miles to the southeast, I'd be saying that has some strong torque potential. But based on that rotation, it's located up where the hail core would be, and I'm just not very confident that rotation is something that is actually occurring. And then again, just from this look, you can kind of make out still a bit of your hook echo in here. It curls up like this. Still could be a tornado on the ground with that. A new tornado on the ground with that, northwest of Long Point. And that, very suspicious, but that's clear air. I would not be shocked if we get a tornado at any second. This is becoming a problem. This is becoming a problem. It's got a hail core now. That is going to become a problem. This is probably going to produce another strong tornado here, similar to the storm to the north. Assuming that updraft can hold. So if you are in a Pontiac, something like that. I don't think I've pronounced that correct at all. Trying to pronounce it in my head, but just be in your safe spot. This is in central Illinois, southeast of Cornell. You got to be in your safe spot. We had a similar storm do the exact same thing as this and produce a violent tornado, probably near EF4 intensity. And this storm could have the same potential if it keeps looking like this. Pontiac. That sounds right. Pontiac. So if you're in Pontiac in central Illinois, get to your safe spot. Don't just get to your safe spot. Run to your safe spot. Run to your safe spot. Let's see here. Sorry, I was just reading something real quick there. Yeah, that CC, I think that's still corruption. Let me look on the next scan. I don't see anything viable right now. It may be. Oh, no, y'all are talking about that. I apologize. There you go. Yeah, that's a tornado. That's a tornado. No surprise there. Tornado on the ground east of Winona. This could have been on the ground for a while, and now it just hit something big enough to detect, for radar to detect. So large and likely strong tornado back on the ground here, going towards Streeter. And I cannot stress this enough. If you're watching from Streeter, that's a very populated area of probably close to 5, I'd say 2,000 to 3,000 in that area alone. But this is a rain-wrapped tornado. You are not going to be able to see this at all. And actually, according to the warning, there's over 15,000 people included in this. And Streeter is close to half of, if not maybe even more than half of that population. So there's actually probably near 8,000 people in Streeter, Illinois, in the risk for a strong tornado to go right to them. If you are in Streeter, Illinois, this is a life-threatening situation. You need to get to your safe spot. Run to your safe spot if you haven't already. Get to the most interior room of your home, preferably in a basement or storm shelter, as this potentially, if it continues to intensify, could be an unsurvivable situation if the velocity continues to increase and we keep seeing this. And don't try to go outside and see it. because it's going to be heavily rain wrapped. And matter of fact, there may even be some hail over Streeter right now before the actual tornado heads into the town. Hopefully it does miss you guys, but I mean, it's aiming right for that direction. So this is a probable strong to intense tornado, and if it stays on the ground, this could potentially even be a unsurvivable situation where you must be in a basement or storm shelter to survive. And that's what I mean by unsurvivable, is you can't go out. If you go outside, it's unsurvivable. If you're not in your safe spot, you've got to be in an interior room of your home on the lowest floor possible. And if you don't have a storm shelter or basement, what I would recommend doing is getting into your bathtub and putting a mattress over your head, and make sure you have something like a bicycle helmet on your head to protect yourself from debris, and wear a pair of shoes just in case you got to walk out and there's a lot of debris around your area. That's the type of situation we are dealing with. It could be a very, very significant to intense tornado heading right towards Streeter and Kangley. Not seeing the CC scan here. I'm trying to get a new CC scan. We should have one. I'll go back to GR2 to see if we got one here. Not seeing one. We're hoping that this just dissipates next scan. That would be awesome. But just in case it doesn't, I want you to take those precautions in Streeter in central Illinois, where you get in, if you don't have a storm shelter or basement, you get to the lowest floor possible, get into the interior room, preferably a bathroom, get into the bathtub and cover yourself with a mattress, and also wear a pair of shoes, and preferably have a bicycle helmet on as well, just in case any debris does hit you. Waiting on that new scan. It should be in any given second here. Any second we should get that new scan. I think that's her new scan on GR2. Yeah, still continuing. There's your new scan. Nope. Yep, it is. We actually got a new velocity scan still showing strong area of rotation. And there's your debris ball right there. They've continued the PDS tornado warning for this tornado. New tornado is on the ground, confirmed by weather spotters. I'm assuming that right there 5 minutes ago. Large multi-vortex tornado northeast of my location. And that new velocity scan does look good. If we go back, you can see how the green pixels have decreased and are almost not even present anymore. Hoping that means that this is lifting. But just in case, I still want you to take those same precautions in Streeter, because it's still heading that general direction. If you take the storm motion and follow it, follow that area of rotation, it's heading somewhere to the northeast. And this could deviate. It could deviate to the south. It could deviate to the north, which is why I also pointed out Kangley and Streeter, as well as back down towards Cornell for tornado potential out of this. So get to your safe spot if you are in Streeter. I think Streeter has the highest chance to be impacted directly by this tornado right now. Again, velocity not particularly tight on that newest scan, so we're really hoping that that means that this is lifted, but still a CC drop, still a probable tornado on the ground, and really there's no reason for this to stop other than the fact that it could just simply lift. But the environment is extraordinarily supportive for another intense to violent tornado out of that. And still watching this storm here. Thankfully, it doesn't look like it is intensified as quickly as the northern storm. It might be struggling a little bit more for some reason. But it is about to get... Probably we'll see if it can get a cell merge, and that could help increase tornado genesis with it. Newest scan that looks significantly broader. Hopefully CC will follow suit. So Streeter, it looks like that strong tornado may have lifted to your southwest. We're hoping that's the case. Yeah, that newest scan, not nearly as much debris. So that was a strong to intense tornado that occurred here in between just east of Winona and southwest of Streeter. Right in that vicinity, we just had a strong to intense tornado occur, but it seems to have lifted before it went towards Streeter and into Streeter. So still stay in your safe spot because we could get another strong tornado to develop. Still stay in that safe spot if you've gotten to that safe spot like I recommended. Still stay in that safe spot as it could develop. And also for people around you, if you are in Cornell and Ransom, I would prepare to do the exact same. I would already be in my safe spot. I would already be in my safe spot actually in Ransom and Cornell. This storm easily could recycle a tornado, and it's hard to say where that would be. It could be close to Streeter. It could be further south north of Cornell, or it could be way down here, barely north of Cornell. It could be absolutely anywhere inside of that storm. We're going to switch to the Chicago radar site here because it seems like that's closer. And we are seeing some severe warnings here popping up in southern Wisconsin, far north central Illinois. Just stay away from doors and windows up there. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, but most likely no tornado or large hail with that. What the heck? Brief tornado, rope tornado, on the ground tornado, rope tornado, rapidly rotating wall cloud, tornado, tornado in progress, tornado, rope tornado. I think a tornado formed around that vicinity. I'm not for sure, but I think there was a tornado around here. There's a lot of chasers that saw that one. Gracious. That was about 20 minutes ago, that big CC we saw from radar earlier. Hold on. New tornado on the ground. Is that a new tornado? That might be. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions that fast. Hold on, let me confirm it. I apologize for jumping that fast. I shouldn't do that. I should confirm it before I go hooting and hollering. But it looks like it is. We can confirm it on ZDR. Spectrum width, CC, reflectivity, and velocity. Likely a new tornado ongoing there. Likely a new large tornado ongoing just south of Streeter. Huge CC. Huge CC on that newest scan. So I told you, this is one of the areas I pointed out. Did I not say? I said it could recycle northwest of Streeter, south of Streeter, or north of Cornell. I'm 99% sure that's one of the areas I pointed out. And this is going to go into the southeast side of Streeter. You have split seconds. If you are on the southeast side of Streeter and you haven't taken shelter from that first tornado, there's a second large and extremely dangerous tornado about to head right into the town, moving to the northeast. This might clip just the southeast side, but if you are anywhere in Streeter, you got to get to your safe spot. A new strong to intense tornado is on the ground here. And this is confirmed by both radar sites. We have the Chicago radar that is confirming this. That's the Chicago radar confirming a tornado. And in the Lincoln, Illinois radar site, also confirming a tornado in very close proximity. This is over the southern side of Streeter. There is thousands of people in Streeter, and it's going right through the southeast side of town. This is a very dangerous situation here. I don't see it lofting debris very high yet, but that's because we haven't gotten a lot of scans in. This is likely a strong to intense tornado. And again, this is still inside the PDS tornado warning, so if you're in Streeter, you should have been seeking shelter this entire time. So hopefully you've followed those warnings from the NWS. We are probably going to see a new PDS warning a little bit further north if this does continue to the northeast like this. And it looks like it's going to. It looks like that's where it's heading, due northeast. So expect a new PDS tornado warning to come out here for Kinsman and maybe far west into Grand Ridge and Kangley. As long as they can confirm this, there's another tornado report here. Is that an old one? Yeah, these are old reports coming in out there. Oh, wait, no, that's a new one. Tornado reported 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago, tornado reported right in that area, and I'm assuming they're looking due east. Due east, northeast there. That's a new report. This is going right into the southeast side of Streeter. Lord have mercy. There it is. There's your huge debris ball right on the southeast side. Right on the southeast side. It looks like it's avoiding downtown. But the southeast side of Streeter here. Huge, likely strong tornado. Strong to intense. Right on the southeast side of Streeter. Impacting homes. And this is going to go... If we follow that couplet... Lord have mercy. If we follow that couplet, it's probably going to go very close to also the northeast side of town in Streeter as well. We'll switch back to... Oh my goodness. This is a Chicago radar site. Right over the southeast side here. Moving north-northeast, roughly in this vicinity here. Moving north-northeast. That's going to be very, very close to scraping also the northeast side of downtown. It's on the southeast side of downtown right now in Southern Streeter. We're going to go back to GR2 to see if we can confirm. Yep, definitely can confirm a strong to intense tornado. I don't quite know about violent. It could be violent, but at least a strong to intense tornado here. If we base it off of those velocities, you're right around a strong to intense tornado. That's going right through the southeast side of Streeter. I'm really hoping we get a new PDS warning here soon, because if we don't, we're talking about a strong to violent tornado moving into an unwarned area. So we really need a new warning up here north of Streeter. And you can see this is clearing out the inflow. This is not going to stop. This should not, being realistic with the environment and everything we've seen with this storm, it's clearing out that inflow slot because of the merger. This is because of the merger. This tornado is fully caused by the merger, and it's clearing out that clear slot. This is likely going to become a strong, a long-tracked, strong to violent tornado. There's a chance it could just lift randomly, but based on the environment, it shouldn't. But we're hoping it will. And again, I'm not really listening to these velocities because we're looking so far up. I'm mainly looking on CC and reflectivity to see how that hook can really occur there. See what it's doing. See what it's up to. Trying to load the Chicago radar site here. There's a new report. Violent wedge still on the ground. Violent wedge still on the ground. 1 minute ago, we've got a violent wedge tornado moving into the southeast side of Streeter right now. PDS warning does continue. I want to go just for a second back over here. We got a new tornado warning for this supercell here in Walnut. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Make sure you get to your safe spot there. We've got plenty of tornado warnings still back out here. 2 tornado warnings there with a significant severe tornado possible going into Peoria in Illinois. Make sure you're away from doors and windows if you're in that severe, close to your safe spot in that severe, and in your safe spot if you're in the active tornado warning. We might have a strong tornado on the ground here, north of Pontac. I forgot how you say that, but that looks like a strong tornado there trying to develop, or might have already occurred. And if we line that up, I'm going to go ahead and re-say that. We're going to go back to that. Let's go back 1 frame. This is the frame. That's corruption. I apologize for jumping on the hype train in the chat there. You're all wrong. That is corruption. I hate to tell you, but you're all incorrect. That is corruption. And you made me say it. That is not tornado ongoing. That is corruption. A violent tornado still continuing on the southeast side of Streeter here. Velocity does look weaker, but that hook echo is still very prominent, so I'm still very confident there is an intense to violent tornado on the ground. Are you sure? I am 100% sure that you cannot get more definitive of clear air than that. That is 100% clear air. 2 scans later, no consistent CC. CC doesn't increase. CC is barely even present. That is 100% clear air. So still be in your safe spot if you're in this area, if you're in Odell. This merger definitely could help increase the risk of a strong tornado out of this in Odell, so please be in your safe spot there in Illinois. There is not a strong tornado ongoing. That is clear air. I apologize for trusting the chat. I shouldn't have done that. That's my bad. That's mistake number 2 today on radar analysis. I jumped on the train with the chat there. Not as big of a CC here in Streeter. That's really good. I still think there's going to be a tornado down, but probably beginning to lift here. Southeast of Streeter. It looks a lot weaker, but again, I'm not going to fully trust velocity. But there's still a hook echo, which is why I'm still saying that's on the ground. But the velocities have consistently weakened, even though they are far from radar. We're going to go back over to this tornado warning, just check through our tornado warnings again. This is turning into a huge wind threat. This is going to be our big wind threat here, y'all. That's going to be our big wind threat that verifies our 45% and 60% wind risk. And you can see it's on the southeast side. Everything shifted south, so the northern side of that 60% wind risk is most probably not going to verify. But the southern side of it most likely will. I also want to stress here, once again, this is going to be a long-tracked supercell. I don't know why we don't already have at least a radar-indicated tornado warning here, because this is likely going to still continue to produce, I would say, another tornado, maybe 2. I will say the updraft has gotten weaker. We no longer have those blue and white DBZ values, so maybe not as good of a chance for a strong tornado as it once was. But I do still think we need to watch this for tornado potential as it goes into Kingsman, north of Ransom, and then eventually down into Morris. I still think that could be a problem. Still CC there. Still think it's on the ground. Weaker, but likely still on the ground. And there it is. There you go. That's what I was hoping for. New PDS tornado warning just got issued for Ransom, Kingsman. You guys got to get in your safe spot. That is a new PDS tornado warning for an observed strong and extremely dangerous tornado that has been confirmed on the east side of Streeter heading into Ramson. Get to your safe spot now. That is a particularly dangerous situation. And again, we still need to watch this storm in Odell. It's undergoing a cell merge and could quickly develop a strong tornado for Odell. So if you're in Odell, Nevada, Dwight, or Emington campus as well, keep a very close eye on this storm as it is intensifying quickly.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
There's your new PDS tornado warning. We're waiting for that CC to update. I don't see nearly as good of an area of rotation on that, so I'm assuming that this is weaker. However, this could redevelop. This could easily redevelop. It's still likely on the ground, though. Just weaker. but still likely on the ground. Let's go further south, see if we've got any CC down here. Not seeing any CC, but man, I'm telling you, this thing could drop a strong tor quick. You got to be in your safe spot in Odell. This is very, very worrisome. We saw that clear air that you guys called a strong tornado. But as you can see, this cell merge is merging on the southwest flank of this supercell. And that's likely going to start to cause a very strong area of rotation. So I do think that this could develop into a tornado very quickly. Still a lot of CC in the vicinity. There's no longer a definitive hook echo on this. You can see it's just a blob here. So this may not be ongoing anymore. And still a lot of debris fallout in the vicinity. Here's a new report. Multi-vortex cone tornado on the ground 1.5 miles to my northwest with debris being lofted 2 minutes ago. So still, according to that report, tornado still ongoing. Northeast of Streeter. Let's go to the one back in Odell. Not seeing any definitive CC. We do have a spike there, but that could easily be a hail spike from your hail core. So we're not calling that a tornado, y'all. It's chillax. Let's see. I don't see much of a tornado threat with this line. I'm sure we'll get another risk for a tornado, multiple tornadoes on this line.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But I don't see a great tornado threat on that right now. Let's see. If you're in Chicago, northern side of Chicago, the southern side of Chicago needs to watch these storms for a close call. The northern side of Chicago, you guys need to watch this line for a close call as it heads in the vicinity of northern Chicago. And for the whole city of Chicago, we'll also have to watch these storms back here to see if they intensify. We did just get a new tornado warning for Beardstown. I don't really see any definitive rotation there, but it is out. So be in your safe spot in Beardstown, Chandlerville, even though I don't see much rotation there. Oh. Could that be another start of something right there? Could that be the start of another tornado already? Or are we just looking at an area of corruption here? We'll have to give it another scan or two to see if we can confirm that or not. But could already be a new tornado developing. So we have a dying out, occluding tornado up here with a bunch of debris. And we could have a new tornado developing somewhere in the vicinity of Ransom. So get to your safe spot immediately if you're in Ransom Kinsman in central Illinois. New tornado could be developing here. So we'll keep on watching that. Odell storm still looking very good. Easily could produce a strong tornado in the future.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pouring right now. Well, you can't be in downtown Streeter because you guys are clear now. If you're in downtown Streeter, you could still stay in your safe spot for a little bit more, a little bit longer, but the worst is past. So we're going to keep on watching this. I don't see that being a definitive CC. And a tornado there. That's a very hard call. That's a very, very hard call because we've seen like 3 tornadoes exactly, 3 or 4 tornadoes exactly like that. So we're going to have to give it another scan to see. I'm not confident that that is, and I'm not confident that that isn't a tornado. Also trying to get a strong tornado to develop here along a line of severe storms in Brighton. And this is going to go right into just south of Milwaukee, right into these very populated areas around the Summers area. So get to your safe spot. That is a good area, a very good area of strong rotation there. That easily could produce a strong tornado right over Brighton, north or near Bristol, north or near River Crossing, and going into Summers over the next about 30 minutes. I don't know about that. It doesn't look like a tornado. It doesn't have great rotation nor CC, so I'm not confident calling that a tornado, but it could be. And then Odell, you guys are about to have a good area of rotation pass right over you. Hopefully it doesn't produce a tornado. So I get to your safe spot in Odell. We'll probably get a new radar indicated warning for Dwight campus and Emmington, maybe even into Nevada here shortly. We'll also have to watch along our line here in central Wisconsin for a tornado threat to develop. Yeah, still no CC drop, but you could see definitely an area of concern almost over Odell right now. Let's go back up to Wisconsin, because that is a strong area of rotation that could develop a strong tornado. Look at that. Very, very strong winds here. They're not yet extremely gate to gate. If we get rid of those gray pixels and replace them more with red and greens, this is likely going to produce a strong tornado here as it heads towards Summers in southeastern Wisconsin. Check other radar? Why would I check any other radar, dude? Kidding me. Stream just disconnected for a second. That thing's back. The terminal radar does have more gate to gate. It does have more gate to gate. That could be a tornado ongoing. Let's see. The terminal radar is the only other radar I would use for that. Yeah, that's probably a tornado either almost on the ground or on the ground. Stupid Wi-Fi. I'm 99% sure that's because of the Ethernet cable. It partially hangs out on the Wi-Fi, so it's not a very secure connection. Let's go back over to here. Still not seeing anything definitive, but we could have a tornado at any moment in Odell. And I don't think that was a tornado around the Ransom area. They still kept it PDS. So that it might be. It's hard to say. You want to be in your safe spot anyways in Ransom, but that's just not as good as the other three signatures we had like this. There's no CC, there's no solid velocity, and it's just very skeptical of reflectivity. And yeah, that's probably a tornado east of Brighton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Not a lot of CC yet, but probably a tornado ongoing east of Brighton heading into Summers, south of Union Grove. Well, I think our peak tornado threat has been ongoing now for a little over an hour. And it should still continue here for a while longer. But things will start to congeal more up into a line and more of a slop fest. And these storms are moving outside of the most favorable environment. But we do have a confirmed tornado now in Odell. Observed tornado warning now. So if you're in Odell, Dwight campus, Reddick, Union Hill, Buckingham, make sure you guys get to your safe spot. Confirmed tornado heading that way. Let's go back up to Wisconsin, see if we got a new scan on that. No new CC, but new reflectivity. I'd be shocked if that's not on the ground. I would be shocked if that's not on the ground. Oh. Some CC right there. I don't know if that's your tornado, though. Differential hasn't updated. But we probably do have a tornado on the ground heading into Summers right now. This is the terminal radar, and the terminal radar has a very tight, strengthening area of rotation heading right into Summers and right for Parkside, Grant, and southeastern Wisconsin. And yes, that's going to be a debris signature. Most likely that's going to be a debris signature. I do believe that that is a tornado ongoing southwest of Summers heading towards Summers, Wisconsin. So get to your safe spot now. That's in far southeast Wisconsin. We also have a new area of rotation developing here. Still continuing to develop here in Odell. This is what produced, or what is apparently producing a tornado. But it looks like that rotation has gotten a little bit stronger here. A little bit more well-defined over that hook echo. That hook looks more like a hook and less of a sloppy storm. You can see the inflow starting to clear out there. So I do believe that this is also a tornado ongoing. And this has the opportunity to become a strong tornado. So we'll need to watch that very closely as it heads in between Dwight and campus. We remain at a PDS tornado warning for 5 more minutes, and then we drop to 2 confirmed tornado warnings. And I think we'll get a 3rd confirmed warning here as long as that CC does continue. Out here in southeastern Wisconsin. Very good area rotation still there. Heading towards Somers. Maybe a little bit not as gate to gate, but still there.
Flash flood warning has been issued.
This is today overperform. It's performing as expected. A little underperformance in the wind threat in here. Oh, new PDS warning. There you go. So strong tornado confirmed.
A new flash flood warning.
After it gets through all the flash flood warnings, it will talk about the tornado. We're at a lot of warnings. 7 tornado warnings, 34 severes. And we're actually at 37 severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's crazy.
A new flash flood warning.
16 flash flood warnings. I hope it doesn't go through all of those. 7 normal radar indicated tornado warnings. I think that actually, yeah, 7 tornado warnings overall. If that does another flood warning, I'm going to mute it. When the PDS warning comes in, I'll unmute it for y'all. But PDS tornado warning is out for Dwight, Odell, Reddick campus, Buckingham, Union Hill, Essex here in, going into northeastern Wisconsin. So make sure you get to your safe spot. Not as definitive of any CC there, but that hook echo paired with the velocity and probably paired with reports was enough for them to issue that PDS tornado warning. Let's see. Yeah, that CC did disappear on this storm. did disappear, so hopefully that's not on the ground. But if it's not on the ground, you still got 80, 70, 80 mile an hour winds probably moving into that area. How long do I got to grill burgers? Let's see. You are Kaylee, right? You're the one who lives in. I kind of get you guys confused between V and Kaylee, V in Indianapolis and Kaylee in Oklahoma. If you're the one in Oklahoma, yeah, you got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Rain chances really don't increase until about 10, 11 p.m. Central. Another probably 4 hours from now. So strong tornado ongoing here. Once again, heading towards Reddick. Get to your safe spot now. That's a PDS warning, which means a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning is in effect. So get to your safe spot now. We have a considerable severe in Texas, by the way. Hold on, we just got a new observed warning. New observed warning just got issued out here for Mount Pleasant in southeastern Wisconsin. So please get to your safe spot. Unwarned Taurus south of Peoria. No? Question mark? There never was? Like about 2 hours ago, sure. Morton. Oh, shoot. That reflectivity's ahead. So you got to do this scan. Nah. Well, I got to do my analysis radar. Tornado threat verify. Yep, just as expected. Although the main threat may not have been as far north as everything else hinted at. Which we were very skeptical of. We were pretty much thinking that too. Well, I'm going to refresh this thing because it keeps beeping old warnings. So I'm going to refresh it. And now any new warnings that come through, you'll hear it. So that PDS tornado warning, just know it is in effect for Odell, Dwight, and surrounding areas there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But I want to go look here. I mean, it's not a very obvious signature. It could have been a brief tornado near Morton, but I didn't see a lot of velocity. Oh, well, you do on that scan. It wouldn't surprise me if we had a brief spin-up unwarned tornado. Oh, well, there you go. That pretty much confirms it then, because they just warned it. So, never mind. That is a probable unwarned tornado that just occurred around Morton. So, yep. Probable unwarned tornado just went through southern Morton and is now tornado warned heading towards Deer Creek and Goodfield in central Illinois. Still a PDS tornado warning here in effect. Going towards Reddick. Get to your safe spot. Strong tornado. Confirmed there. Looks like this area of rotation here in southeastern Wisconsin has really broken apart. Won't rule out the tornado still being on the ground, but if it is, it's likely weak. So we'll keep on watching that. Let's see. Go back to the PDS tornado warning. Again, still PDS warning there. So observed strong tornado. We did just get a new violent MCD. New MCD for the potential of a violent tornado. Tornado threat continues with an increasing damaging wind threat. Highest intensity tornado threat through 8 p.m. Central. Which is another 2 hours of our peak tornado threat. And then after that, we are good for our violent tornado threat. Yeah, tornado intensity will be less by the time storms become into a QLCS threat and embedded supercell tornado risk after 9 p.m. Eastern. So our peak tornado threat lasts about 2 more hours, and then the main tornado threat is over. A little weird that they include that far west of a peak tornado threat, even into freaking Princeton. So I wonder if they expect something out there. That far west. These storms haven't really done much at all. I can't tell if that's still ongoing or not. We'll go back to the analysis radar to decide that. Looks like that's probably fallout. Either a weak tornado or fallout from the tornado that impacted eastern Morton in that tornado warning heading towards El Paso in central Illinois. Again, PDS tornado warning remains in effect here for Reddick. Very, very classic supercell. Good hook echo there. So stay in your safe spot. A large and extremely dangerous tornado has been observed with this storm. And still, the best environment is right on top of these storms. That's where the highest significant tornado parameter is located. The Cape does run a bit thin with northern extent, which is why these storms might be struggling a little bit more to reproduce that tornado threat. Oh my word, they tornado warned that storm in Walnut. That's right next to the area I was calling out near Princeton. New tornado warning there. Make sure you get to your safe spot. And then I'm going to watch this little area right here, northwest of Coal City. That could be an area of interest for a tornado to try to drop. If that rotation can increase at all. North of Kankakee. Let's see where that is. That's very close to where we're looking. Ah, right there. Yeah. Might have to watch those prefrontals. Look at them. Where the heck did all these come from? Where did these come from? Skip north of Kankakee. Circle this whole area. We're going to have to watch all this for a reignition of our strong tornado threat out here. Circle all of them, man. All of these. This one in Gilman looks pretty good. North of Piper City got a mesocyclone. Even this one near Stelly. This one north of Kankakee. All of them. All of them. And shoot, there might even be a fifth one starting up there. Back to the observed tornado warning here in southeastern Wisconsin. That line now moving offshore, thankfully. So I want to go back to the SPC outlook here. I mean, these storms where we had our strongest tornado threat, they were barely inside of that 15 sig 2. They were right in here is where we had that. But they were in it. They were in it. But not the one in Odell. Odell is outside of the 15 sig 2 tor risk. Which that's not necessarily a bad thing.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Pretty sure you're like 15 minutes late to that at this point. Unless there's a different one. But yeah, that's not really a bad thing because I don't think that this was particularly an intense tornado, referring to an EF3 tornado. It was probably right around that Sig 1 intensity of an EF2 low-end EF3, if that. Depending on reports, because I really haven't seen any definitive CC from the radar. Oh wait, that is a new one. That is a new one for this. Observed tornado south of Eureka. Even though I do believe that that is either a very weak tornado or now just fallout at this point. So get to your safe spot there, going towards El Paso. We already knew that was on the ground, but it just now got observed. Let's see. A lot of photos and videos of tornadoes coming out right now on Twitter. A lot of them. Huge cone on the ground. I'm guessing y'all are referring to this one over here. I'm not really sure where else that would be. Chris again? Let me see. Oh, he's live right now. Okay, so this is back on the ground. Huge tornado back on the ground, it looks like here. Huge tornado back on the ground. West of Reddick. I'd like to get a better visual of that to really confirm how large it is. All we are seeing is really the wall cloud. Could confirm it before when he was more over the open field. And it touched down. That was a clear cone. But harder to confirm now. So tornado is likely on the ground, heading right for Reddick. Strong tornado likely on the ground, large cone. Heading right towards Reddick. This is probably the second large tornado out of this PDS tornado warning. Yeah, this was probably the first strong tornado right here. Report of a rope tornado. And that was about 10, 11 minutes ago. But we just had a new tornado not but 1-2 minutes ago touch down here. And it looks like that's probably going to be your CC drop right there in Reddick, southwest of Reddick. So likely a strong tornado back on the ground heading towards Reddick here in Illinois. And then again, we're going to have to watch these storms further to the east. They're probably going to catch us off guard if they start intensifying anymore. Multiple mesocyclones to keep an eye on here. Multiple mesocyclones to keep an eye on. Oh my word, chat just freaking flew. It's violent, huge wedge, big cone. It's borderline wedge, massive. Cone in Reddick. It's massive, big cone. I like how you guys all saw the same thing at the same time and just absolutely flew the chat. So apparently we have a wedge tornado ongoing here, heading towards Reddick. You got to get to your safe spot if you're in Reddick. A large, extremely dangerous tornado has been confirmed. Possibly a intense wedge tornado. Wedge tornado is just wider than it is tall. That's nice of you, Kaylee. I don't know which way you're going to take this, but you seem like the type of person who would do that. I mean that kindly. Let's see here. New scan. Reflectivity doesn't look that, or velocity doesn't look that crazy. But still a CC drop on the end of that right there. So still a tornado ongoing. This should miss Reddick. Looks like it's going to miss Reddick, but it's going to be a very, very close call. It will be a very close call for Reddick. And then again, we still got to watch these storms to the east. Still need to watch these very closely off to the east. Let's see here. Power flashes, I mean, that's to be expected. It's likely hitting homes west of Reddick, or maybe even going into the northwest side of Reddick now. If you've got a chaser who's got a tornado on the ground, yeah, share their name. Like you guys have been doing. If you have a chaser who's got a huge violent wedge on the ground, yeah, share their name so we can all look at it at the same time. But other than that, it's just a general rule of thumb to prevent drama. Let's see here. Back to our newest radar scan. Very hard to see what's happening here. They've downgraded it to radar indicated, or rather radar confirmed. Yeah. Weather spotters confirmed, rather. Can't English. Weather spotters confirm a damaging tornado. I don't know how this ain't PDS because it just got downgraded. It's been PDS, buddy. It just got downgraded to observed. Feel like our new highest tornado threat's going to come from somewhere in these storms as those move to the north. Why'd they downgrade it? Because they probably saw visually that it was weakening, and now some of y'all are saying that it's roped out. So there you go. That's why. That's why. Right there. Yeah, I feel like one of these two are going to be a big problem here near Kankakee in like an hour. So we'll keep monitoring that for sure. I think I disabled the... Okay, there we go. Wouldn't be surprised if one of them get warned. I just don't know which one. I feel like both of them kind of look equally okay. And then, yeah, here's your MCS producing a widespread damaging winds. That's about to go right into Bloomington. So if you're in Bloomington, here comes the worst of your severe threat. Minimal tornado risk with it, but big wind with it. I just saw a video of the storm hitting Streeter, Illinois, the tornado. And right off the bat, first thing it reminds me of, Elkhorn. First thing it reminded me of. Because that looks crazy. Just a violent tornado. Thankfully not an Elkhorn type repeat where it was in downtown. This one was on kind of the east edge of town. But still crazy tornado. And that was from, I don't know, probably about an hour ago at this point. All right, we're down to 1 tornado warning. Apparently we just got a second one somewhere. But for this very second, apparently we're down to 1. But I do think a second one's coming in right now, and there it is. And it's for... It's for freaking downtown Bloomington after I just said no tornado risk with that. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. And we just got a... something with this. What? When did that get there? Literally said we were down to 1, and then all of a sudden this thing just popped back up. Okay, yeah, we are down. We were down to 1. That thing just popped back up out of nowhere. For a second, we didn't have this warning. This warning was active. This one was discontinued, and this one wasn't there yet. So for a second, we didn't have but just 1 warning in effect, and now we have 2. I don't see too much tornado potential with that going into Bloomington, but it is warned. So, be in your safe spot in Bloomington. If you don't get hit by a tornado, which hopefully you don't, you'll be hit with probably 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. And I do want to go back to an area which has been under talked about. I've been trying to talk about it as much as I can, and this is where the wind gusts will be probably the highest today in terms of reports. Once all of our reports come in, I'd have to imagine this area is going to have most of those reports because we've had such extensive tree damage and power line damage across all these areas. This risk right here probably verified as a 60% non-sig wind risk, maybe even debatably higher. That absolutely blew out the water of the damaging wind expected event today out here in Pennsylvania. So NATOcast, I believe NATOcast had a 60% out here for wind, and that verified. Because we probably got 300 some reports today after all is said and done across that rough vicinity. A tornado warning for Essex and Illinois has been downgraded to radar indicated. So we are down to just 2 radar indicated tornado warnings right now. So I think we had 2 violent tornadoes based on radar. I would say 2 of these were violent. The one that was Tory, obviously, and then the one that moved through. Shoot, why did I forget the town name? Somehow forgot the town name. It started with the S. That one. And then we likely had another intense one before that. And then this one here, I think we had 2 strong tornadoes, maybe 1 intense out of this here. I think the one near Odell was strong. The one that we just saw lift could have been intense, strong to borderline intense. Yeah, Streeter, this one was violent in my opinion from what I saw. And then also this one up here near Washburn, violent. So if you count that up, I don't know what they'll actually be rated, but in my opinion, 2 violent tornadoes, 2 intense tornadoes, and 1 strong. This one also, I would say, was intense right in here. So 2 violent, 2 intense, 1 strong, which definitely verifies the 15 Sig 2 tor risk. Even though the 15 Sig 2 tor risk was still a little bit too far west and northwest, despite the disextension that the SPC did for the outlook about 3.5 hours ago. Tornado watch will be issued within the hour. That's 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes, we're going to get a new tornado watch. Forget this. 90-mile-an-hour winds. A few tornadoes, 1 or 2 could be intense, and 1-inch hail. So the wind threat is expected to increase quickly over the next couple of the next hour or 2. So I think it wouldn't surprise me if they expand the moderate. It wouldn't surprise me if they expand the moderate to the southeast. I wouldn't be shocked if they keep a small portion of the 15% Sig 2 like in there and expand the moderate for wind further into Indiana and southeastern Illinois for that wind bag there in Bloomington. Here's the newest HRRR. And you can see that has the biggest wind threat till about 9 or 10 p.m. It has the biggest wind threat now, but continuing till 9 or 10 p.m. and then kind of fading out. However, I don't think we're just going to see it randomly fade out like that. I strongly disagree with the random weakening that it has. Strongly disagree with the random weakening. And of course, the HRRR fully missed all the prefrontals because it's the HRRR. So I expect a very significant wind event in this area over the next 4 hours, upwards of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And Chicago, I don't think downtown Chicago will get much. We're going to have to watch the northern side, just north of Chicago, up here. And then far southern, it looks like this is starting to move into downtown and southern Chicago. So I think 60-mile-an-hour winds, a brief tornado, and 1-inch hail still remains possible. But I don't think you're going to get anything as significant as what most of our models and guidance was saying earlier this morning. I have not seen damage yet, no. I sure have not. Tomorrow, we're not ending yet by any means, but just to let y'all know, tomorrow I'm kind of 50-50 on a stream because my voice is probably going to be absolutely cooked. But if I'm able to, I'll go live tomorrow evening if I'm not chasing and if my voice is not cooked. And just quick second, I know it's random, but I do appreciate all you guys for helping me spot out these tornadoes. That's really, really appreciated. Some of you guys have pointed out tornadoes to probably I wouldn't have spotted, or 5 to 10 minutes early because I'm not paying attention to that storm. So I appreciate you guys who are trying to help spot tornadoes. It's really appreciated. Is a derecho possible tonight? It all comes down to how long it tracks, and if we just guesstimate from northeast Missouri to central Indiana, I'm gonna say not. And I'm gonna say possible, but not likely. Possible, but not likely, because I don't think it's gonna track far enough east with enough damaging winds and damaging wind reports. So I'll say possible, but not likely. It looks like these prefrontals aren't becoming too big of a threat. Hopefully I didn't just say that too early. They haven't really had good cell mergers to help increase the updraft base like our previous two violent tornadoes ended up having. So hopefully that will continue to be the case there. And here is not a sounding MRMS. We get a new SPC outlook in an hour and a half, but just to show you where this has tracked, this started being severe like near Kirksville at about 4 p.m. Eastern, which we were well live by then. We were live by almost 2 hours by then. And if we just assume that it keeps tracking eastward and dies out near Indianapolis, it would be a borderline derecho. Borderline derecho. It just depends simply on how much it can sustain and intensify in this environment. And I just don't find a way and don't see a way how this environment weakens this MCS. Like, how? I don't see a way. The HRRR weakens the MCS with 5,000 instability in front of it. 4,000, 5,000 instability. I just don't see a way how that happens. Oh, okay. Not 5,000 instability, 4,999 instability, according to that sounding. Golly, man. Freaking spit in the atmosphere. It ought to go one more joule up. Like, dang, bro. Practically 5,000 at that point. Come on. I mean, that's wild. A little curious on why they downgraded this to 60. That's probably going to be re-upgraded to 70 as the line progresses further to the east, because there's definitely some embedded microbursts in here that could produce 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. Did I actually jinx it? Nah. No, I think our worst tornado threat is over, but our peak tornado environment isn't going to be out of here till probably till about 9. Our main tornado threat is going to start shifting from an intense to strong tornado threat with these prefrontals to a weak to strong spin up tornado threat with the QLCS and MCS and possible derecho and whatever initials whatever other initials you want to give it. Let's see here. So we'll keep watching that line. That line's going to be the main threat here. Right in there. That's going to be the main threat for the rest of today and into tonight. We'll have to see how large it goes north to south and how intense it is and how long it stays ongoing. But a new tornado watch should already be out because we have a severe warning where there's no tornado watch. So we should already have a tornado watch out. I imagine it's going to come out for roughly this vicinity in here. Roughly in there. Bare slab from that tornado emergency. Could have been a barn or a well-built home, so that doesn't say much. Yeah, not wrong there. You have to figure out where it is. It could have been an outhouse, which literally could take as little as 80 to 90 mile an hour winds to slab. Or it could have been a brick home, which could take 170 to 190 miles per hour to slab, depending on how well bolted it is to the foundation. So we're going to keep watching these little storms here, northwest of Clifton. We'll need to watch that. Also going to need to watch this storm here near Beecher. And as well as at least just keep an eye on this tornado warning here going towards Mintino, even though it doesn't look very significant. Congratulations, Weather Warrior. Glad to hear that. I'm curious which one you got. Did you go for the stuff that everyone else did in southwest, or rather west central Illinois, or did you get lucky and target central Illinois? Central Illinois went crazy for tornadoes. West central Illinois had multiple spin-up tornadoes, probably like 3-4 spin-up tornadoes, but that was where all the big stuff was. Which I'm curious, let's go to our chaser map here. And let's see everybody try to flock to those other storms after they realize they just screwed up their entire forecast. So here's everybody and their mother going for that one prefrontal that ended up turning into a Slopfest MCS here. You can see that. And then notice how this huge train of spotters begins to leave. Huge train of spotters begin to leave. And a bunch of spotters begin to go for this storm up here. And at this point, this is when your violent tornado was already ongoing, and this is when your second violent tornado was ongoing. That's the batch of chasers who scored big today. That's the batch of chasers who completely missed out on the intense to violent tornado threat. And look at the conga line. Look at them. Look at the conga line of chasers trying to get here, still traveling to try to catch up to these prefrontal storms. Even though they're likely to only produce maybe one more brief tornado. Still could produce one more brief tornado somewhere in this area. But there's no way those chasers are going to be able to keep up with it. And now they're probably just trying to stay in front of this MCS. Almost got struck by lightning today. We stuck in chaser convergence currently. The original supercell that developed in Western Illinois. Nice. Hey, a tornado's a tornado, man. Tornado's a tornado. But yeah, if you're stuck in chaser convergence and that MCS overtook you, good luck. You're not going to be able to escape it. If it's already ongoing over you, you're going to be stuck. Get a pillow and go to sleep in the passenger seat if you got someone else driving. Because it's probably going to be 2 hours before you get wherever you're trying to go. Unless you can escape that chaser convergence somehow, some way. Like if you're going west, there's not as much chaser convergence. But if you're going east or northeast, there's going to be a lot. Eight hours home tonight. Not too bad. Not too bad. I've driven 5 hours for some absolute slop of only like 40 mile an hour winds. So you've probably done better, or you have done better than me. And 8 hours isn't too bad. I wonder how long it would take for me to get to the target area. My target area would have been Davenport like everybody else, honestly. And that would be a 13-hour drive for me. Around a 13-hour drive for me. Would I have done it? No. I really wouldn't have. Knowing 2026, I wouldn't have. If it was 2024 or 2025, heck yeah. I probably would have. But not knowing this year. I definitely want to start watching this storm closer in Beecher. That could be a big problem. But before that becomes any of a big problem, if it does, I'm going to go take a brief break here. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to take another break, grab another bottle of water because I'm almost out. And I will be right back in about 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the radar for me, will you? BRB. I'm back. Not a long break. I just needed to stretch my legs, get up a little bit. That is all. Fredericksburg, Virginia. What? Barely in that. Come on, man. I was like, what? That's barely north of Richmond. Yeah, like I said, this is probably performed as like a 75% wind risk up here. It most likely has, because it's just been extremely widespread. Will it be classified as a derecho? Heck to the no. Not nearly enough significant wind gusts, but a lot of damage, a lot of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. Just pulled up the storm reports today. Aw, dang it. There you go. According to the SPC, there has been no reports today. It is a full-blown bust. But no, actually go to the filtered reports and it does show you the reports. But the unfiltered says there's no reports today. Today was definitely the event of the year so far. Debatable. Debatable. I think that Enid event was very significant, and I think that was probably right up there. A new tornado warning, and it's going to be the storm that I pointed out. Oh, nope, this is going to be further to the south, actually. It is one of the storms I pointed out, but not the one I pointed out before I went to take a 2-minute break. This is the one I pointed out before I took a 2-minute break. And honestly, both of those are probably worth a warning. But first, tornado warning for our other area of prefrontal supercells. And yeah, I called it too early. I said maybe this supercell wouldn't be a problem. And you know what it was? It was a merger. It was a merger from this storm from the west that pushed east and nudged this supercell to start moving east. And because of that, it's rotating very well. Because of that east cell merge, that cell merge hit it. And instead of it going northeast, now it's going almost due east. And that's a much more favorable motion for tornado development. All because of that little merger. Yeah, Proxy, I did jinx it. Yep. That appears to be the case. Sure does. We get a new mesoanalysis in 20 minutes, so we'll be able to see the updated environment over there. But I can already tell you that's going to be like right on the edge, or if not in the most favorable environment that we have right now. So that's probably going to pose an intense tornado threat. And this one, its motion isn't as good, but if it can stay in front, I wouldn't be shocked if it could stay in front of this supercell. I wouldn't be shocked if this could produce a brief, weak tornado. And who knows, this might be trying to get its act together back as well. It's undergone a merger, and that might be all it needs to try to produce a tornado. So we're back at it, watching 3 supercells again. Watching 3 supercells again, and I think this one poses the highest threat for a strong tornado. And I'm a little surprised we don't have a tornado warning right now for this storm. I imagine that's going to be issued shortly. I'm also very surprised we don't have a tornado watch yet. Very, very surprised we do not have a tornado watch yet for eastern Illinois into central and north central Indiana. All right, let's go back to those storms. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on the most here. This one looks pretty tight, but it's also pretty weak, which is why I said a weak tornado out of that could be possible. This one is still broad and not strengthening much, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens there. If that can redevelop an area of good rotation, or if the merger was not enough. And then also watching our storm down here as it's undergoing some mergers, which is why it got Tornado 1, because those mergers have so far helped it. Who's ready for round number 3 or 4? Anybody want more prefrontals? More prefrontals over here? Anyone? No? Thankfully, I think these have the least opportunity to produce tornadoes, but you never know. They could be a big player in this storm's lifespan. How these may merge with it could greatly impact what that supercell does. We are starting to see a lot more damaging wind reports here and a lot more wind reports from this storm. So obviously the threat of significant winds is increasing here. We're up to 157 reports for damaging winds, but most of those are from the MCS in the eastern U.S. From this guy over here. That thing's produced most of those reports. Yeah, still surprised we don't have a tornado warning for that. Very surprised. Because I do think that could produce a brief spin up at any moment northwest of Eagle Lake. Let me see. Video of damage. I saw a video of the tornado, but I haven't seen any like close-up visuals of the damage the tornado has done. Yep, I mean, there's definitely damage being done there. But it's just impossible to say how significant. Yeah, that CC is contamination. If there was a tornado, it would probably be roughly in this area here. And there's no CC there. So we'll continue to watch that. Like I said, could produce a tornado. I saw that, Critty. I appreciate it. I didn't see before you sent it though. That's new damage I haven't seen. Thankfully not extremely significant, but that's definitely notable damage there. There's in Missouri, the only risk for a watch is in southeastern Missouri, and I don't think we'll see any more watches. I only expect really one more watch for the rest of today, and that's a tornado watch in this area. We could see a low probability watch over here very late tonight, but I really only expect one more watch, and that's again right in this vicinity. Any of these could easily be producing tornadoes, including the unwarned one. Look at Reed's post. Let's see. Yeah, that's some more significant damage there. That's very significant damage. Very significant damage there on Reed Timmer's new post on Twitter. Yeah, none of these have gotten particularly tight with rotation, but they are trying. How come so many wind reports in the Midwest are measured gusts, and then the majority of reports on the East Coast are damage? Well, some were reports of wind speeds, but the thing is, I think these wind speeds are so low, they're like 40 to 50 miles an hour, some maybe near 60. And you're only supposed to report wind gusts that are severe, which is 58 miles per hour or greater. Is typically the wind gusts you want to report. And there's a pretty high chance most of these wind gusts didn't exceed, aside from east of Pittsburgh. There's a pretty high chance most of these wind gusts didn't exceed 55 to 60 miles per hour. And pretty much all this damage, if you look at it, it's just trees, small limbs, and power lines down, which that can happen with as little as 30 miles per hour, sometimes even less. So a lot of these reports are because of that damaging wind event of 40 to 60 miles per hour, and not necessarily stuff that's going to be measured severe of 58 mile an hour winds or greater. Whereas if you go back here into the Midwest, you could see 70, 60, 70, 70, 60, 60, 60, 70. So a lot of these 70, 70, 60, a lot of these are severe wind gust reports that a lot of people are going to take their time to report because they are severe. Whereas I'm sure most gusts in this area were probably between 30 and 60. And if you look through all of them, again, they're just all a tree down, a tree down, a tree blocking a road, a few trees down, multiple trees down, wires down, twigs down, tree limbs down. They're not going to be those actual wind reports. And I think, again, that's mainly to do with the difference in intensity. This is actually a severe significant line. These have been severe warned, but they haven't necessarily been producing wind gusts greater than 58 miles per hour for those reports at 58 miles per hour or more. It does look a little significant there near Hopkins Park. Could get a tornado out of that. And then still no tornado warning for this area of weak rotation. And then still watching an increasing area of rotation there. There's your new tornado watch, and I expect that will be the last watch of today. We may see a very low probability watch issued here very, very late tonight. But I expect that's going to be your main probability, your last main probability tornado watch of the night. And that wind risk is just a little bit lower. It is just 10% lower on both probabilities for wind than our primary tornado watch. So damaging winds definitely increasing with time. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up with a low probability, either low probability tornado watch or mid-tier probability severe watch in this area east of where that tornado watch is in effect. And the tornado watch does go into Ohio. It's just not in yet fully on this software. I think Indiana could go big later too. I highly disagree, to be honest. Big for wind, but not big for tor. I think we could see this could be a problem. One of these prefrontals could produce a strong to intense tornado. But in terms of, and maybe even including that one too. But I think the MCS is mainly going to be 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Some gusts upwards of 90. 1-inch hail, and then a few spin-up tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong, that are embedded inside of the strongest supercells. If we do have embedded supercells, because this line right here, not very favorable for embedded supercells, more favorable for brief, weak spin-up QLCS tornadoes on the edge, leading edge of that line, not necessarily embedded supercells that, you know, have your classic hook echo and have a chance for a strong tor. Weak tor northeast side of what is that, Goody now? I don't see any definitive CC, but it definitely would not shock me at all if that is a tornado ongoing near St. John in northwestern Indiana. Still unwarned, and I can't tell you why it ain't warned. Definitely think that should be warned. No, I didn't. I didn't, Caleb. I have to look at it real quick. Let me see. Where'd you send him at? And then we'll still have to watch this one southeast of Hopkins Park. That could easily be producing a tornado very soon. New SPC outlook here in a bit. About 45 minutes or so. And based on this, I'm thinking they're going to drop the moderate. I think they're going to drop the moderate at 9 o'clock. They might keep a 10% Sig 1 tor in here. And they might keep a 45 Sig 1 wind, which I think would be enhanced. Pretty sure that would be enhanced. They might keep that as well. So I think they'll decrease to a enhanced, but it will be a high-end enhanced. Now, we also just got a new severe warning for west of Grand Rapids. Look at this. Very strong bow echo approaching the west, just west of Grand Rapids, making landfall here per se. And that's going to be doing 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts here in and around Grand Rapids. I think that wind threat will die off after about 11 p.m. I expect the main wind threat to die off after about 11, right around 11 p.m. midnight Eastern. I think will be when our main wind threat dies down. Lord have mercy. Why are we not tornado warned? Could even be a strong tornado trying to develop here. If you are in this area, this is northwestern Indiana, near Griffin, Murrayville, Crown Point, Cedar Lake. This area here. Let me see which way this is moving for you. It looks like it's going to start moving a little bit more east as it gets nudged by a MCS to the west. So get to your safe spot if you are in this vicinity here. Get to your safe spot now. Looks like a, hopefully that's it. That is in Indiana, and I'm hoping it's this storm. It could be down here, but I'm hoping it's this one here. It is. Good. So there you go. There's your official tornado warning. Barely in time, because I think that this thing is probably producing a tornado, and that just might be some debris. Just might be the start of a tornado right there, going into St. John. So Crown Point, you're not included in that, but Maryville, Ross, rather. Maryville, Ross, Griffin, Hobart, Lake Station, northwestern Indiana, you guys are included in that. And no longer tornado warned for this storm down here. However, see that good curvature? All it takes is a little bit better inflow and a little bit better outflow, and we can get a strong tornado on this too as it goes up to Beecher, Eagle Lake, and then eventually near Cedar Lake in northwestern Indiana. I'm not 100% confident on that CC just yet, because I don't see a lowering in ZDR. So we're going to have to wait another scan to fully confirm that. But it would not surprise me at all if that is a tornado. So probable tornado heading towards St. John, northwestern Indiana. Get to your safe spot. Yeah, next scan, I got it early on this site. Does show a CC. Still pretty light, though. And it is an observed warning now.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
There you go. So make sure you get to your safe spot. Observed tornado warning now for Maryville, Griffin, Ross, Hobart. There's your tornado. At least they wasted no time upgrading it. It took them forever to issue the warning, but at least when they did, they saw it touch down, they instantly upgraded it. By the way, this is for just under 200,000 people. Very, very, very populated. Lake Village, Indiana. On the ground, apparently. Where's that? Oh, that's down. That's this one? I'm trying to see if that's some CC right there, but it doesn't want to update properly. That might be. That might be for all I know. Our radar scans have not been that perfectly updated today. Yeah. Think that's a CC. I think that's a CC drop right there. Lowered ZDR value too. And a little higher spectrum width. Not sure if it's still there, but it is weaker. But that is a probable tornado. Maybe even strong. ongoing east of Hopkins Park. That's east of Hopkins Park, Illinois, southwest of Lake Village, Indiana. This is the Illinois-Indiana border right here. And that is a probably low precipitation, strong tornado. Tornado still continuing, fairly weak, most likely into St. John, heading towards Murrayville, in northwestern Indiana. So get to your safe spot there. And yeah, these storms west of Chicago did end up going severe, so those could track into Chicago as severe storms. We'll need to watch that. Remember, you're not safe from severe weather in the risk area unless you are behind the cold front. Behind the cold front is right here. So if you are behind that cold front and you are in this area, you are done for the day. Davenport done. Rockford, Wisconsin done. Janesville, Wisconsin done. All these areas. Madison, Wisconsin, you're done. You're good to go. Galesburg, Illinois, you're good to go. You guys are all good to go here. Yeah, it's always a difficult thing with the SPC. If the SPC is right, that's bad because there was a strong, a big tornado threat today. But if the SPC is wrong, they are absolutely slammed because the tornado threat didn't perform. So it's kind of like just it's bad, kind of bad both ways, right? Bad because the tornado threat didn't perform and the SPC is dead wrong, and then we lose trust in the public. But if the tornado threat does perform, that's bad because then people were impacted and likely injured. So it's a lose-lose, a bad scenario. And that's just how it is sometimes with weather. It's just how it is sometimes. We got a new tornado warning here in Rossville for the third or fourth round of prefrontals that I mentioned that I said I was hoping wouldn't be much of a tor threat. Yeah, tornado warned. Huh, I should probably shut up about saying it won't be much of a tor threat, huh? Because that's a new tornado warning there on a prefrontal in Rossville in eastern Illinois, so get to your safe spot. Still a CC drop, so I wonder if that is still an ongoing tornado there or not. Southwest of Lake Village. It's unwarned now, and that CC is gone, so I doubt it's still ongoing. But that probably was. I mean, that looks like a debris signature to me. If we go ahead and go to probability of debris and we put it on there, you know, it started somewhere like right down in here, tracked in here, stayed on the ground here, and then probably weakened and lifted as it went more to the northeast. Which I think I went a little off on the marks of where that is. Touchdown roughly in here, continued here, still strong here. Maybe lifted at this point, and then lifted now. Still a tornado ongoing in Lake Hills. Not a lot of debris being lifted, so that's a sign of a very weak tornado. Very, very weak. However, the velocities have increased quite exponentially on the latest scans here. So we could end up with a strong tornado out of this if that ongoing tornado intensifies or if that ongoing tornado lifts and a new one touches down. That's going to go towards Maryville or Murrayville. I don't know how you say that. I feel like I'm mispronouncing it either way in northwestern Indiana. Also towards Hobart and Lake Station. You can see only a little CC left there. So not much of a signal of that being an ongoing tornado. I think that's a new tornado warning, right? Pretty sure that's a new tornado warning here for Eagle Lake in northeastern Illinois, Cedar Lake, Lowell, Leroy, Winfield, and around or just south of Crown Point in northwestern Indiana. And that's going to take a cell merge from our prefrontal storm that just produced a tornado here. You can see that looks a little bit more like it's starting to rotate, a little bit more of a notch there. However, this prefrontal storm merging with it could disrupt its imminent tornado potential. However, as we know, it could increase its long-term tornado potential. So we'll need to see how that goes over the next few scans here. I do want to go to mesoanalysis. It should have updated by now. Let's see our environment. Most important thing will be that significant tornado parameter. And you can see that is elevated with those prefrontals in northwestern Indiana and northeastern Illinois. However, we are decreasing. We are no longer at 7 or 6 significant tornado parameter, or even 8. We were at 8 at one point with the Tori. We're down to 5, so we are definitely losing that most favorable environment. But still likely to see the continuation of widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts with the MCS. Also, a brief few tornadoes will be possible with that, maybe one strong, and then maybe a strong tornado or two possible with the prefrontals in front of that MCS in northwestern Indiana and the border of northeastern and east central Illinois right now. Do you think anything will hit the northeast side of Indiana? Yes, I think some rain will. But I don't think anything that crazy. The worst should be, if we look at MRMS here, I'm thinking the worst is going to be in here. In Indiana, that is where the worst severe weather should be. So if you're in Fort Wayne, I would watch out for some gusty winds around 60 miles per hour towards 11:30 Eastern. Canada type tornado warning right there. What the heck? Are we in Canada? Why is that warning so freaking huge? Wow. But if you're closer to like Newcastle or especially further to the northeast, like if you're up here, I don't think it would be that bad. But if you're in Fort Wayne, pointing south towards Indianapolis, yeah, you could get some 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Just south of Fort Wayne, yeah, I would watch out for 60 mile an hour wind gusts around 11:30 p.m. Eastern tonight, as this line pushes east towards that general area. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but the main risk is going to be mainly wind. A big old tornado warning out here in east central Illinois for this QLCS spin-up tornado threat. Multiple areas of rotation could produce a tornado or two there. Parachute weather? Is that what that says? No. No. Unless you want to be taken up to like outer space or something with the wind gusts, no. Or thrown into a tree, one or the other. I would extraordinarily strongly advise against parachuting in 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Yeah, this still could produce another tornado. I agree, Critty. I do think we need another tornado warning for our prefrontal storm going up towards Shelby. I think that actually has, as this merges, I think that actually has the highest chance to produce a tornado out of both of these areas of rotation. So I do agree that we should probably have a tornado warning out in this general vicinity in here. At least as that goes to the northeast and merges, and then eventually it will turn more to the east. Because I do agree, it does look like we could get a tornado shortly northwest of Lake Village in northwestern Indiana out of that. My Streamlabs says we've been going for 1 hour and 22 minutes, but that's because we've disconnected. Oh, wow, we've actually been going for pushing 7 hours now. Wow. That's wild. And if you include the live stream from this morning, we're actually We're actually just over 9 hours of coverage today, which was to be expected. We probably won't have another coverage this long in a couple months. I wouldn't rule it out for second season, tornado season in an El Nino, second tornado season could be pretty rough. But in terms of for June, July, August, September, probably not going to have another live stream this long. But Saturday looks pretty big for severe weather. So like I said, tomorrow's kind of 50-50 on a live stream, depending on how my throat ends up being. But I think Saturday could be an enhanced risk. And I wouldn't even... With the instability available, I wouldn't even fully rule out a moderate, honestly, for wind on Saturday. That might be a little bit too extreme too early. But I really wouldn't rule it out. Depending on where that instability axis lines up. Whoa. Probably an imminent, intense tornado here. Trying to drop down. Going towards Hobart and Lake Station. Our old tornado lifted, and it looks like a new tornado is dropping down. And this one could be considerably stronger than the first one, if it does drop down. You gotta be kidding me. There's another tornado warning. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a lot of CC. That has probably been an unwarned tornado. We got to go look at that. See how long that thing's been on the ground. That just got warned. That's a lot of CC. I don't think that's not been on the ground here. I'm going to do a 4-panel, so you guys aren't going to be able to see it as well, but I'll be able to dissect it better on my end. So I can figure out if this was a tornado. So that likely not a tornado. Still likely not. Still likely not. That could be right there. Right in here. We just got a report you could see there at the bottom left of wind gusts. So actually, maybe we may have had a tornado touch down southwest unwarned, southwest of the Lake of Woods, and go through the northern town of Champaign. I don't know if that's Champaign or Campaign. And then now progress still eastward, and I think that is still on the ground, now tornado warned, going towards St. Joseph and Royal in east central Illinois. So please get to your safe spot there. We do have a intense tornado ongoing in a highly populated area. Highly populated area. The good news is the inflow cut off as the hook echo was pushing north. The bad news is not fast enough. We've got a reflectivity debris ball right over this area. And a short-lived, intense tornado is ongoing over a highly populated area, doing considerable damage right now. And there you go. New tornado warning down here for Shelby for that prefrontal, which we pointed out a little earlier, needed to continue with that tornado warning.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So that, my friends, is going to be a PDS tornado warning yet again. And this one for northwestern Indiana for a intense tornado ongoing. Wasted 0 time issuing that PDS tornado warning. This is a life-threatening situation with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado doing not catastrophic. Well, it could be, but considerable to catastrophic damage across Murrayville, Hobart, and Lake Station, Ross as well. in northwestern Indiana. This is a life-threatening situation, whether it be considerable or catastrophic damage. Either way, it's a life-threatening situation, and you need to be in your safe spot in order to survive this intense tornado here going into Hobart in northwestern Indiana. And the debris ball just got huge. We are probably experiencing catastrophic damage, y'all. This is probably a violent tornado here crossing Interstate 65 over a very, very, very populated area. We've got so much stuff here. We've got the Maryville High School. We've got the Strachan Van Til, Shoppers World, Adrian High School, potentially directly hitting the Adrian High School, the Cracker Barrel, right on the intersection of East 61st Avenue and Interstate 65, the Cracker Barrel, the Comfort Inn, likely being very close to being hit by or actively being hit by this intense tornado here that is doing very significant to catastrophic damage right now over a highly, highly populated area. At this very moment, it's likely starting to now go over the Hobart Prairie Grove. New CC scan just came in. This is also going to head very close to the St. Mary Medical Center, just to the south of Hobart. This is coming into the west side, southwest side of Hobart, downtown southwest side of Hobart in northwestern Indiana. This is a very, very significant tornado, potentially even a violent tornado. So you need to be in your safe spot if you're in that active tornado warning. On a better note, I think the tornado heading towards Royal and St. Joseph in East Central Illinois has lifted, but you still want to stay in your safe spot. And the tornado warning further to the north for Milford. If you're in Milford, that tornado warning up to Clifton in East Central Illinois. Multiple tornadoes could be on the ground with that QLCS tornado warning. Once again, right in here. Once more, we've got a intense to violent tornado, huge reflectivity debris ball here moving right into downtown Hobart. A catastrophic tornado now going to be heading into the Maple Yoke area. Maple Yoke is going to be a restaurant, actually, right along Lincoln Street, right near West 3rd Street in downtown Hobart. The tornado is going to be moving right into downtown Hobart. We're talking about a population of what? Let me go get that for you right now. A population of almost 30,000 people here in this area. That's going to be a continuation of the PDS
tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to go into that new warning, Chesterton, South Haven, as well as Wheeler, and into Beverly Shores, just southwest of Michigan City in northwestern Indiana. Again, this is a violent tornado here moving over downtown Hobart in northwestern Indiana. All right, tornado is over the west side of downtown Hobart. It's actively over West 49th and Avenue, right at the intersection of Wisconsin Street going south, and the intersection of westbound road of 3rd Street, out of downtown Hobart. Again, 30,000 people. We now have blue DBZ showing up on our reflectivity debris ball, going right into 30,000 people here in Hobart. You need to be seeking shelter. This is a violent tornado going into downtown Hobart and New Chicago in northwestern Indiana. This will also be heading into a very populated area here. In about 15 minutes, it's going to head into that secondary PDS tornado warning with over 100,000 people at risk for a intense to violent tornado hitting them. That includes Portage in about 10 minutes, Portage, South Haven, Wheeler, and Sedley in about 15 minutes. That includes Porter, Chesterton, Woodville, and Summon. In about 30 minutes, that includes Beverly Shores and the town of Pines on the east side of that tornado warning, west of Westville in northwestern Indiana. Newest scan, a little bit weaker as it's heading into downtown Hobart, but still a very large reflectivity debris ball. You guys have yet to see the newest scan. We still have a big debris ball in Hobart, but the velocities, there you go. There's the new one. A little bit harder to make out the debris ball, but it's right there. It's right in there. That CC hasn't updated. That's your debris ball right in there, right over downtown Hobart right now. And you can see, waiting for that CC and velocity to update still, but still a intense to violent tornado directly over Hobart in northwestern Indiana. Another note, real quick, an intense tornado is attempting to develop, strong to intense tornado attempting to develop down here towards Shelby, and that could pose a very significant risk for Hebron and Leroy, Hebron, Shelby, all in the risk for a strong to intense tornado. Another thing, we could have a weak tornado ongoing south of Crown Point right now. Little CC there. And you do have a ZDR drop. That is a probable weak tornado ongoing southwest of Crown Point. I want to go over to our QLCS here. Again, not sure if any of these are ongoing, but look at this. This could actually be twin tornadoes right here. Yeah, this is actually... this is actually probable twin tornadoes right here, y'all. We could have twin tornadoes on the ground, according to radar. West and southwest of Fountain Creek. And that one's actually unwarned. That is actually an unwarned tornado going towards Hoopston and near Rossville. Could be an unwarned tornado right there. Unwarned tornado on the southern side, warned tornado on the northern side, and twins. Back to our PDS warning for Hobart here. A good sign is it's weaker on the next scan. Not much weaker, but it is weaker. So now if the tornado is still ongoing, it's right over downtown Hobart, or maybe just to the northeast now, right around the vicinity of the intersection, the roundabout rather, of East Cleveland Avenue, Road 51, Street 130, and Street 51. Yeah, velocities look considerably better, a lot more broad. So hopefully this has lifted now as it goes into downtown Hobart. But you can still see, look at that. You still have a reflectivity debris ball right there. Whether it be fallout or the ongoing tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then still keeping a very close eye on that storm in Shelby for a strong tornado threat. And again, maybe a weak, brief tornado. I'm not for sure about that, but maybe a weak, brief tornado ongoing south of Crown Point. That's very hard to tell. I do want to go back to those potential twins over here. That southern one completely gone now, but that northern one, maybe some fallout or a weak tornado beginning to lift on that. New tornado warning extended further in front of that.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Alright, which one's that going to be? That's probably, if I had to assume, that's going to be this one. Possibly. Not exactly sure where.
A new flash flood warning
We'll wait
has
to
been
see
issued.
that fully come in here. Oh, that's going to be south. It's going to be Shelby. Confirmed tornado in Shelby now. Out of our strong area of rotation there. Yeah, newest scan, a little bit more confident. A little bit more confident that that is starting to die out. I got the newest scan here on another site. We'll go to our analysis. It looks like that has died out from what I can tell. And debris was lofted. I mean, we're talking 12 to 16,000 feet up. And again, I do think we had a weak, brief tornado here east of Cedar Lake. You can see that right there. And that's likely lifted now. So I think we had, I know we had a strong to intense tornado up here in Hobart, maybe even violent. Pretty sure we had a weak, brief tornado east of Cedar Lake. And then we have a new tornado ongoing in Shelby in northwestern Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Michigan, that's going to be with probably our QLCS threat up here. Yep, probably that. I'd imagine that is what got tornado warned going towards Holland, right in here. That's the first thing that I spotted. We'll see if that actually did get warned. I haven't seen it yet. Southern storms look concerning. Yeah. For sure. A little bit better, maybe? Nope. I feel like I had a better radar sight than that. Yeah, there you go. So it looks like if those were tornado, they could have just been damaging winds now. It could have just been downbursts of damaging winds lofting debris. But either way, there was a velocity couplet there. Reflectivity was present. And you had a decrease in ZDR. So either it was a lot of debris from wind or it was twin tornadoes. The NWS will go and survey that. Looks like we probably have a strong tornado ongoing here north of Shelby. I'd assume if that continues, we'll probably get a PDS warning for Shelby and maybe going into Hebron here. Hebron. And this one's merging with our northern storm, so this actually could be a very significant tornado threat if it turns further to the east. So we'll need to watch that very, very closely. Yeah, I think that this is lifted. PDS goes for 15 more minutes for Hobart and Lake Station, 45 minutes for surrounding areas towards Chesterton. But I think that that has lifted now. I'm pretty confident in that. Oh, and that tornado warning in Michigan was exactly where I pointed out. It's for that area of rotation west of Holland, making landfall. Could be a tornado heading towards Port Sheldon and very close to maybe northwest of Holland. And eventually, if that stays an issue, in about 45 minutes to an hour, that's going to be heading into Grand Rapids. In about 45 minutes, that's going to go into downtown Grand Rapids. Let's see what we have here. Southeast Wisconsin looking. Just some remnant rain, but you guys are in the clear. I wouldn't rule out just some heavy rain and lightning down in here, but if you're near Milwaukee or northwest of that, like this area is completely done. You guys won't see anything else. Just a little bit of heavy rain and lightning left over down here. Some scattered showers later tonight, of course. But really, the whole state of Wisconsin's done. We really didn't have anything too significant aside from this area. We did get a good supercell in this area. So aside from that region in Wisconsin, we really didn't get a whole lot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be a fill-in warning for the storm in Rossville, where we were talking about either damaging winds lofting debris or a tornado. So now, if you live in Rossville or Hoopeston in east central Illinois, you're now under that tornado warning, as you can see there. And still some pretty crazy damaging winds happening across the eastern U.S. Also, some rotation reported back here southwest of OKC from earlier. Those are some significant severes, but really we've been locked in with all the tornadoes up here in Illinois and northwestern Indiana recently. Good news on that latest frame, those velocities broke apart. You could still see they're there. They're still present, but they're not as gate to gate and they're not as strong. But I still do think that could be producing a strong tornado. Especially with how that looks on radar. Very, very nice inflow slot. Very nice inflow slot there. Very nice hook echo to the west of that. A good base of your hail core, even though it's small hail, up towards Hebron and Leroy. And they did downgrade the PDS tornado warning for just 12 more minutes, but the main PDS tornado warning, which was for 45 minutes, that's now been downgraded to observed for 42 minutes. Chicago still has a lot of lightning and heavy rain to go, and wind gusts could still approach 60 miles per hour. And I still wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado with that convection as it goes closer to Chicago. Matter of fact, look at that. We actually have a little area of rotation that just popped up there in Wayne in northeastern Illinois. So I would not let my guard down if I live in Chicago, because we could still get 60-mile-an-hour winds, a brief spin-up tornado, and half-inch hail, very frequent lightning, and heavy rain. All that stuff will be possible. So will you survive? Yeah, you'll survive. But I would still be weather aware and keep an eye on the weather here until that front passes in about an hour and a half or so. Maybe 2 hours. Once this passes, you're in the clear. So like Dixon, you're in the clear. Princeton, you're in the clear. Rockford, you're in the clear. Even Harvard, Illinois, you're in the clear. But we just have this convection right in here that's pushing through the northeast side of Illinois that I would continue to watch. And like I said, actually not a bad area of rotation that could produce a brief tornado in Wayne in northeastern Illinois. We'll have to watch that closely. PDS tornado warning has been canceled for northwestern Indiana, so we remain with 2 observed warnings. Today actually turned out to be a big day. It sure did. Not in the areas we were thinking. Yeah, we were, I mean, generally it was. Generally it was. You could go back in my live stream, and I did point out this area for the greatest tornado risk. I said it would stop somewhere near Chicago or northwestern Indiana. The only thing was we thought it would be supercells that track from down here to up here. And instead, it was supercells that fired down in here, tracked to the northeast. Supercells that fired in here, tracked to the northeast. Supercells that fired in here, tracked to the north-northeast. And the line that started in here, tracking to the east. So there was a lot more prefrontal supercells than we were thinking in central and eastern Illinois and northwestern Indiana. And not as much tornado action as what we were thinking in west central Illinois. Still could get a brief tornado up here. Look at this towards Chesterton. Stay in your safe spot. Tornado could occur there. Although if it touches down, it probably won't be as strong as the one that occurred about 45 minutes to your west, 30, 45 minutes to your west, out there closer to New Chicago and those areas. Let's see. And also southwest of Hebron here. Like I said, big time tornado potential. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a PDS tornado warning for Hebron here, and maybe even as far north as Malden. That will probably start as a radar indicated warning. I'd have to imagine they're going to issue that soon as that moves up to the northeast. Unless they have confirmation of a strong tornado down. I didn't know this was still going on. Come on, man. I told y'all the peak was from 6 p.m. to like 8 p.m. Even though this is definitely running longer. Come on. It's what we expected. You can't call the day at noon. People were calling the day quits at 12 p.m. in the afternoon when the main event was expected to be at 6 p.m. Yes, the damaging winds will continue up till 11 p.m. or midnight. Yes. But the tor threat,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
The main tor threat we were kind of thinking would be over towards 8 p.m. This is continuing a little bit longer for our solid tornado threat than I was expecting with these prefrontals. and a little bit longer than the SPC was expecting, because their 10 sig 1, they only have a 10 sig 1 here. It's not a 15 sig 1 or a 15 sig 2. So, but I do expect they will keep a 10% sig 1 in place here. Their outlook comes out in 8 minutes. I expect they'll keep a 10% sig 1 in place across this area. And I think they might expand that 10% sig 1 a little further east. And the wind risk, I expect they'll keep a 45% sig 1. I don't think they're going to keep a moderate, but I do think they can expand the Tor and the wind threat and keep the probabilities at a 10 sig 1 for Tor and a 45 sig 1 for wind. And probably a 15% sig 1 hail somewhere. I don't know exactly where. If we look at that hail risk, they might drop the whole 15% sig 1 and just keep a 15% non-sig hail risk. We'll see what they do here in about 8 minutes. Wow. Wow. Looks a little bit sloppier on reflectivity. I wonder if this is trying to become a donut here, which is where the hook echo wraps itself into the base of the supercell and then gets the area of rotation to really intensify towards the middle of that, towards the inflow slot. But this could just fall apart in 1 or 2 scans. We'll have to see. Does it become a donut and a big-time intense tornado threat for Hebron and Malden?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In these other areas? Or does it choke itself off? So that's going to be something we need to watch closely. Chesterton still being your safe spot. Tornado could develop there. And then, again, don't take any chances here. If you're in these tornado warnings, don't take any chances with these. We have seen, I'd imagine we've probably seen multiple spin-up tornadoes that we've missed on radar here. So if you're in that tornado warning from Danville in eastern Illinois all the way into Martin in northeastern Illinois and even into Fowler in west central Indiana, heed those warnings. We can get spin-up tornadoes within seconds across this area, and you should heed those warnings immediately as you receive them. So far, that rotation is not dying down. Could get a strong tornado here soon in near Hebron.
A new flash
Continuing with that tornado warning in
issued.
Hudsonville in west central Michigan. Just stay in your safe spot there. Whoa. There you go. Strong to intense tornado ongoing south of Hebron. There you go. It indeed did not choke itself off. I expect a PDS tornado warning to follow suit for these surrounding areas that are in this active tornado warning here. So get ready, Boone Grove, Malden. Observed for now.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
That says Illinois. That is Illinois, actually. That is going to be a new tornado on the ground in Bartlett. This was the storm I pointed out earlier when one of you guys talked about a Chicago good and gonna survive. I pointed out that area of rotation up here in Bartlett, and it is actively producing a tornado. And look at that. A new significant severe Tor possible for Joliet. So Chicago, you are not in the clear. You most definitely will survive, but you're not in the clear. And yeah, like I said, that's a huge debris signature there. Huge debris signature near Hebron or Hebron, whichever one you'd like to say, northwest Indiana. And that's going to go up towards Nauts near Boone Grove. And that CC just got even deeper. That's right along, it's now right along Highway 231 going south of Hebron here. That is a very, very strong to intense tornado. There it is, right? Yep,
New
PDS.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Just like that. PDS tornado warning for this area. I predicted that. I told you guys, get ready for a PDS tornado warning about 10 minutes ago out in this area. I knew it was coming. As long as it didn't choke itself off, and unfortunately it didn't. This is an intense to potentially violent tornado now, south of Hebron, heading towards Knots. Or Nouts. I don't know how you pronounce either one of these. But you get the gist. Go to your safe spot, man, if you're in this warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, in the highlighted bold purple polygon. That is a life-threatening situation. It's now over West 1000th Street, which is just east of Highway 231. That's going to be right in here, is where that tornado is now at. Very, very strong rotation. Very strong rotation. So please get to your safe spot there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for Covington now in western Indiana. Get to your safe spot. That's down in this vicinity in here. Make sure you guys are in your safe spot if you're included in that. But we're going to stay with our intense to violent tornado. That's the most life-threatening concern right now. So please get to your safe spot, Boone Grove and surrounding areas here in northwestern Indiana. Also, the tornado that is ongoing near Barlett seems to have lifted at this point. So if you're in that warning, still stay in your safe spot. But a little bit of ease to your storm anxiety there for Elk Grove Village and Hanover Park and surrounding areas. Seems like that tornado has lifted. And also, tornado still remains imminent towards Hudsonville and Jamestown in western Michigan. That's just west of Grand Rapids. Please stay in your safe spot there. No confirmed tornado there, but that doesn't mean a weak, brief tornado can't happen under the radar. I don't see any very obvious reflectivity debris ball yet. Not right now. Actually, on that newest one, right there, that might actually be it. Yeah, that's actually it. Reflectivity debris ball right there. So there you go. That is a intense to violent tornado. Lord have mercy. Those velocities. Holy crap. Might be one of the most intense tornadoes so far today. That is crazy. Wow. This is a PDS tornado warning for over 12,000 people, by the way. But the good news is the bulk of that population is in here and in here. And the bulk of that population is already relatively, if you're in Hebron, you're safe from this. You still want to be in your safe spot just in case, but you're safe. Boone Grove. It's going to be a close one for Boone Grove. I think it will stay to your south, but you definitely want to be in that safe spot in Boone Grove. And that is just... You may be thinking these velocities are very broad, and it's like, oh my word, yeah, actually, this CC probably is fake. No. No. This is a huge, huge mesocyclone rotating rapidly in this entire, probably 3-mile some radius. And then right in the middle, especially from what this velocity scan shows, right in here, that broad rotation eventually becomes very, very tight and very concentrated. So this whole thing, not just where the tornado is right here, but this whole thing is rotating very rapidly. That entire thing. And matter of fact, that might contribute to a large tornado, a very large tornado. I don't believe like that whole entire area in here is a huge tornado. It may be like a large stovepipe or maybe a wedge. But the point being is this is huge area of rotation with a tighter, more concentrated area of rotation where the actual tornado is, where it's likely violent there. And based on those latest scans, I think this is going to go right towards Nouts. Right in that area. I think it's going to stay south of Boone Grove. It's going to be a close call if it occludes from Malden. So that's the area I'm most concerned about right now. Is right in here. Right in here is where I'm most concerned about. Because this thing could continue just due northeast towards Nouts, or it could start to turn and occlude up towards Malden. And these velocities, it's hard to say right now, but that's not, it's really, the velocities can break apart quickly, right? You have this larger mesocyclone, but these velocities in here are not particularly tight, aside from in that one area, and they could break apart quickly, so that's what I'm hoping for. SPC has downgraded to a enhanced. The moderate is no longer in effect. So no longer a level 4 out of 5. We are down to a 3 out of 5. However, that does not impact the seriousness of the situation ongoing right now in this PDS tornado warning. We are still looking at a intense to violent tornado ongoing in this area. And again, those velocities not as gate to gate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that tornado's lifting or weakening in this particular instance. So you just want to be in your safe spot, and if you ain't, you better run to it, man. If you're in Boone Grove, Malden, Nouts, run to your safe spot. Run to that safe spot. Likely still a intense to violent tornado ongoing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there you go. That's a new warning back in Illinois. Tiny little area of rotation there. Nothing too crazy. Nothing I'm very concerned about. Also, I see some people already bashing the Storm Prediction Center for downgrading to a enhanced when there's an ongoing intense to violent tornado. You can still get intense to violent tornadoes in a 10% SIG 1. That's obviously not unheard of, because technically that's what we're seeing right now. But this potential is expected to be very short-lived. Like, this is the last little bit of our strong tornado potential. We just passed the 9 p.m. mark.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
9 p.m. Eastern is when the SPC expected the strong tornado threat to die out. So we just passed the time frame where the SPC is thinking our strong tor threat will die out. A new tornado warning out here for Naperville and Downers Grove. And you know what? Hold on a second. Okay, they did keep a 5 SIG 1 in that area. I thought maybe they downgraded that, but no, there is a 5 SIG 1 still in place for these tornado warnings ongoing here. Very curious to see that next scan, because those velocities look to have broken apart a bit more. So I want to see if maybe the CC correlates next scan to be weaker. So we'll keep watching that. Already been 5 to 6 strong to intense violent tornadoes already. We counted, about an hour and a half ago, we counted 2 strong. Was it 2 strong? I feel like, no, it was 1 strong, 2 intense, 2 violent. That was at 5. So we're already at least 7. I would say somewhere between 7 and 9. Like you just said in that second comment. 7 to 9 strong to violent tornadoes today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we'll continue to watch that. Here is the new outlook from the SPC. They have a very strange, elongated 15% hail risk here. Very thin. The wind risk they have maintained at a 45 sig 1. I greatly agree with that. And then the tornado risk, they have maintained a small 10% sig 1 for where that violent tornado, intense to violent tornado is actively ongoing. And that latest scan, the velocities did get weaker and break up a little bit, but they are still tight. Still likely a strong tornado ongoing here. Still likely a strong tornado ongoing here. So I think after this lifts, our main tornado threat is going to shift to the QLCS potential out in here. That's where our primary risk will go after this PDS warning. The tornado inside the PDS warning is lifted. Which it could have lifted by now. It may have lifted by now, but you don't want to take that chance here. You don't want to take that chance, and you just want to get to your safe spot. If you're in that continuation of the PDS tornado warning now, continuing that PDS tornado warning for 21 more minutes. If you're back in Leroy or Hebron, you're safe to come out of your safe spot. You think this is the most impactful outbreak of the year? I think it's going to be very, very close, yes. I think it's going to be very, very close at this point. When you combine this event with also the very highly populated damaging wind event in the eastern U.S., I think today could go down as one of the more impactful days for severe weather this year. Probably a top 3. Probably a top 3. I don't know if it's the most impactful. Feels more like an April type event. I don't really disagree there. Newest scan, I got it early. You'll see it soon on this site. Looks like the tornado is either extremely weak or potentially lifted before heading into this population of over 2,500 people. So hopefully that's the case. We'll wait for the next velocity scan here to see exactly what it has. But it looks like it's probably lifted. But again, don't take that chance. Don't take that chance. Stay in your safe spot. Because that couplet is still very much evident there. But you can see where your actual tornado is. I'll wait for that CC to update. It looks like where your actual tornado is actually right there with those small pixels. That's where your tornado is. Not with still the strong, large area of rotation, but rather with those 2 tight pixels right in there. So this could re-intensify or drop another tornado if it's lifted. But you could see a lot less CC there, and those particular pixels did weaken considerably, and the reflectivity debris ball is gone. But that could redevelop in the short term. Definitely want to watch that. As for this, if you're in Lafayette, we've got an observed wind report here of 75 miles per hour. So 75, upwards of 75 to 80 mile an hour winds pushing into Covington. And this is likely going to push into the city of Lafayette and Crawfordsville over the next 30 minutes or so. So you guys need to be away from doors and windows as that rolls through. And you could see, well, we even had a report of 78 miles an hour right there, which rounds up to 80. You can see now, it's taken a while, but you could see the trail of damaging winds that this MCS has left. And that has probably verified our 60% Sig 1 risk for today. If you take a look at where that was, I can't look at the old SPC outlook, but just know that most of that area was inside of the 60% Sig 1. I think the 60% Sig 1 stopped somewhere around, I think it stopped somewhere around south of Lincoln. Let's see here. Yeah, so still very strong rotation, but our main area where our tornado is weakened. I don't see a new CC drop, whatever y'all are talking about with that. I'm not seeing that right now. You know what? Nah, you have a point there. Yeah, you're talking about from this radar site. And look at that. You're right. But it's hard to say if that's the first tornado or potentially a second tornado developing. Let me go see this chaser. I swear if I click on this and there's a fat wedge. I don't know why when I clicked on it, it put me to the beginning of the chase. Oh, there's definitely a new tornado ongoing. Yeah, there is. It's, yeah, definitely. It's intensifying rapidly right now. New tornado on the ground. And yep, that shows up on the CC scan here. If we go back to our radar over here, you're going to see the next scan, a CC drop appears up in here. And that's a new tornado that is on the ground. A new large and dangerous tornado on the ground. In between, there you go. In between those two towns. And there you go. Yep, there's your new CC. So this is your old tornado that is now lifted. And now we've got a new tornado that is touched down right there. In between these two towns. Thank goodness it's in between the two towns and not in either one of the downtown areas. Because this has a decent population of probably a few hundred. This has a population of a few thousand. And it looks like this is going to track over semi-rural areas here. Have to get our... Yeah, this is going to track over very, in my opinion, very rural areas. There's a few homes in between the roads here and the fields. But that's tracking in a very, very rural area right now. But there could easily be a house or a few homes that get hit as this pushes to the northeast. So now that's somewhere between 8 and 10 strong plus tornadoes today. You know what? That might be a tornado ongoing there. Let me circle that. Is that clear air? Okay, that might be clear air. The scans aren't matching up as well. Have to come back to that in like 1 minute. Yeah, so still a strong tornado ongoing here. This is going to go barely north of La Crosse in northwestern Indiana. There's that new scan, and you can see no CC there. No CC there. So that was probably clear air, not a tornado. This is meeting Tory criteria, apparently. Oh, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. But I would debate that because of the debris and how high up that's being lofted. Notable debris lofted no higher than 7,000 feet. It wouldn't shock me if they pulled a Tory. It wouldn't shock me if they kept it at PDS. But the PDS warning in front of that does continue here. does continue for almost 20,000 people. That is a crazy couplet. Crazy couplet. Man. Newest scan, much weaker CC. Much, much weaker. Still tornado warning in effect here for Hillsborough and surrounding areas. We're up to 20 flash flood alerts, or flood alerts overall. So a lot of flooding ongoing behind these storms. And there's your tornado warning for downtown Chicago. Chicago, you got to get to your safe spot.
Tornado warning has been issued.
That one was for Chicago. And look at the winds. Look at the winds. 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. Hello? Like, what is that radar reading? Our terminal radar, which is probably at least a little bit more accurate, is showing closer to 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, but right around 70 mile an hour winds, maybe even slightly higher. And a tornado will be possible with this area as it moves into downtown Chicago. It might go towards kind of the southern region here of Chicago, but pretty much right into downtown Chicago. So get to your safe spot if you are in Chicago. Dangerous situation there. Huge tornado ongoing. Oh yeah, wait for the next CC. Oh my goodness. Wait for the next CC scan. Next CC scan is going to be crazy. We got a huge tornado on the ground here based on radar and based on a chaser. It looks like this might be a large wedge tornado at this point. Large wedge tornado likely ongoing here. Just to the northwest of La Crosse in northwestern Indiana. Maybe the SPC should have kept a 15 sig too. For just a local area out here. Considering how crazy that is. Because I do think this could be a violent tornado. There you go. Look at that. Huge CC. Huge CC drop right there. Very, very large correlation coefficient. Indicating a strong, very strong tornado on the ground. Very, very strong. This is likely worth a tornado emergency. We'll see if they pull it. We shall see. We also got another tornado warning. I'm not 100% sure where that was. It might have been for Roselawn, Wheatfield. Get to your safe spot. Shelby, this area was recently hit by a tornado. And there's your other radar. So both radars, both the Chicago and the Fort Wayne radars, are confirming a large, intense to violent tornado ongoing. But we'll have to see if this can kind of wrap back up into the main base, because this reflectivity not very favorable for a long track strong tour. I want to go back up briefly to Grand Rapids, as we did just get a tornado warning for the city of Grand Rapids. There's not a lot of rotation here, but we could get a spin-up weak tornado. So just be in your safe spot there. And then again, back to Chicago. We could get a spin-up tornado up here south of Sickney. Southwest of downtown Chicago, moving towards downtown Chicago with damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour, moving into southern Chicago. So that is a pretty dangerous line right there. See if we got a new scan here. Not yet. This one. Yep, new scan. There you go. New scan. Still a large area of rotation. Still a huge CC drop. Still a large, strong tornado ongoing here. Curious about the HRRR real quick. For that line in Chicago right now. Yeah, it does have that line in Chicago pushing into Michigan and becoming a threat for just south of the areas right now in Michigan. So if you are towards like Benton Harbor, Michigan, watch that line in Chicago as it goes your way. The good news is with time, the environment does decrease. So the longer that takes to get to you, the weaker it's going to be. Go back to that PDS warning again. Still a large CC drop there. Let's check the other radar. Pretty much gone on that other radar. That could be because it's weakening and shrinking, or that could be because there's just simply not a lot of stuff to pick up out there. And again, we could get a brief tornado to drop at any moment here near New Richmond, Indiana, so please be in your safe spot there. Now, which one do we believe? We'll have to see what this radar updates for in a minute, see if that weakens as well. But it might be on a weakening trend here. Either way, the velocities are still very impressive, whether it be weakening a lot or not. Look at that. That's the rotation product here on Weatherfront. And look at that, maxed out for this one. That was with our violent tornado earlier today. And then you could see, look at the one right now, this PDS one, just as high. Just as high. Of course, now that looks a little bit broader, a little bit weaker, not as good on CC on both of these radars. So it's probably a smaller tornado, but definitely still a tornado. A new watch will be issued. A new severe watch will be issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new severe watch will be issued for southern Illinois, south central, and southwestern Indiana. And that will be to cover the MCS threat if it does continue a little bit further south than the tornado watch. So we will be getting a new watch. New severe watch. In just a while. Just a bit. A new tornado warning for South Bend.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for South Bend in northwestern Illinois. And Niles in southwestern Michigan. We also got a new PDS severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's a little strange considering that area probably is avoiding the worst winds. The worst winds are going through southern Chicago right now. But there you go. I think that's your first 80-mile-per-hour PDS severe of the day for our main event here in Illinois, and it's actually in Indiana. So that's surprising. They did downgrade this severe thunderstorm warning to just a normal severe warning toward possible. No longer significant for 70-mile-an-hour winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm thinking this is barely hanging on the ground here. Barely hanging on the ground. But still could be a strong tornado ongoing. A new tornado warning up here for Middleville and Hastings in southwestern Michigan for a little area of rotation there. Heading up to the northeast towards Iving and Carlton. We've had roughly 8 to roughly, I'd say at this point 8 to 11 strong plus tornadoes, and probably 3 violent tornadoes, maybe even 4 depending on what structures they've hit. Golly, a bunch of tornado warnings just got updated. A new tornado warning here. See that pop up momentarily. That's going to go into Mulberry.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Linden, Colfax, and just west of Frankfurt. It's not going to include Frankfurt. It's going to be just west of Frankfurt. There you go. Would you consider this an overperformance in a major tornado outbreak? I would consider this maybe a slight overperformance and not even close to a major tornado outbreak, believe it or not. We would have to start getting a lot more spin-up tornadoes. We haven't had enough tornadoes today for it to be considered a major outbreak. We've had enough strong, intense, and even violent tornadoes, yeah. But we haven't had enough tornadoes as a whole. If I had to give you an estimate of the tornado count, I'd have to put it somewhere probably around the realms of just around or a little under 20. And for a major tornado outbreak, I don't consider it major unless you are approaching 40 to 50 tornadoes. And only one event this year hit that. Actually, 2 events. The QLCS spam on April 17th, 2026, and the QLCS spam on March 15th, 2026. Only those 2 hit major tornado outbreak criteria in my mind. They featured multiple strong to intense tornadoes and multiple spin-ups. A lot of spin-ups. I don't think either one of those days featured signatures that would be considered violent tornadoes, but definitely plenty of strong signatures and a few intense and a bunch of EF0 to EF1s. Definitely a notable tornado outbreak, yeah. It's definitely something that you'll remember for a while if you covered it, and you're going to remember it for a very long time if you actually got impacted by it. Major is in intensity of tornadoes, not number. But at that stance, it wouldn't be an outbreak per se. A tornado outbreak, roughly, the rough definition of a tornado outbreak is 8 or more tornadoes. You could get away with a regional tornado outbreak of just 6 tornadoes, but roughly you're looking at 8 to 10 plus tornadoes for a tornado outbreak. A very regional one could be 6.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And like I said, today is probably near 20. Yeah, much weaker. I don't think that's on the ground anymore. Apparently we had a new PDS severe. Not seeing that anywhere at all. Let's see. Oh, I am. There you go, Chicago. Pretty late on the upgrade. Probably should have upgraded that before it went into Chicago with the 80-mile-an-hour winds, not as it's leaving Chicago. That would have been considerably more helpful, not gonna lie. But Chicago, you're in a PDS severe thunderstorm warning now, so the storm you just experienced, obviously you should have been in your safe spot. With the tornado warning in place, but also with the severe thunderstorm that is PDS in place. And anybody behind this, again, you are good to go if you are behind this. Southeastern Wisconsin can't rule out some lightning and heavy rain, but in terms of a good severe threat or Tor threat, if you are behind that, you are good. If you are anywhere in here, you are good to go. You got to be behind that cold front. So you're good to go if you were in the risk area. You're behind that blue line. You are good to go. There is actually a random storm that is like on the cold front and is outside of the severe thunderstorm watch for Clinton, Missouri. So take that into account if you are in Clinton. I do recommend you stay away from doors and windows, even though you are technically right on or behind the cold front. That thing's like riding the cold front. And then there's still going to be a lot of heavy rain left over in Kankakee, but not anything significant Tor or wind-wise. And I think that will conclude our main primary tornado threat, as this storm gets embedded inside of a slop fest and will eventually be overtaken by this MCS, and if not this one, this one. So that will conclude our primary tornado threat for strong tornadoes. However, we are still likely to continue to see multiple spin-ups. Now, we'll go to Michigan, where there is a tornado actively on the ground now. In southwestern Michigan. Maybe even two. Maybe even two tornadoes on the ground right now in southwestern Michigan. And see, if you keep getting this QLCS spam, that's going to help get it closer and closer to the point where I would borderline call this a major tornado outbreak if we can get, I know this is a long stretch, but 10 more spin-up tornadoes. I would probably get this, I would probably consider this a major tornado outbreak. Because even though if we get 10 more tornadoes, it would be, you know, maybe 30 tornadoes, just the intensity of the tornadoes, like one of you guys mentioned, I would take that into account. In my personal opinion, I'm probably going to end up titling this a major tornado outbreak with how crazy it has been. Crazy how the SPC downgraded and did not shift at all after multiple violent tornadoes. Actually, not crazy whatsoever, because when the SPC outlook came out, that was roughly generally what was left of the 10% SIG, and actually, they did shift it. You just must not have been looking close enough. So I would recommend actually looking before you go and fight the professionals on what they've done. And I stand fully behind them, because this is a 10% SIG 1. You could have gone arguably with a 10% SIG 2 for this particular update because of those intense tornadoes.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
But I fully agree with the decision to drop the moderate, 100%. And I fully agree with the decision to keep the 45 SIG 1. I think that was a great idea. I have nothing to complain about the outlook, and those who are complaining about it are the exact bunch of people who called this a bust 12 hours ago. So I fully support the SPC's decision to downgrade it and shift it a little bit. Because we probably had, you know, 2 intense tornadoes here. And SIG 1 contour means an EF2 or slightly greater tornado is your peak probable intensity. And by the time those are rated, they probably won't be rated as EF4. And even if they are, the heads up was insane. And in the realm, in the main span of things and in the realm of things, it really doesn't matter that much. It truly doesn't. Whether it be a 10% SIG 2 or the 10% SIG 1, either way, it wasn't a destroyed outlook. Like, it's not like they downgraded it to a 2% Tor. They still kept a huge 5% SIG 1, huge 5% SIG 1, and still kept a decent sized 10% SIG 1. So as mentioned before, we have twin tornadoes ongoing here, one going towards Hastings and one just northwest of Freeport going in the general direction of Clarksville. Both of them are weak, both of them are brief, and could lift at any given second. Hi TRG, didn't even know I was getting severe weather tonight until I just got the notification. Some nasty stuff is coming my way. Come on, V, you're a longtime supporter and you didn't even tune into the live stream when I mentioned you at 10 a.m. this morning. We've been here all day except 1 hour. We got off for 1 hour so I could eat food and be here for the rest of the entire day.
Flash flood warning has
You
been
didn't
issued.
even think to look at my channel. Little disappointed. Come on. Thankfully, the line is dying out as it's heading your way. I wouldn't rule out 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts going your way. That's definitely possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But the worst is for sure going to stay off to your north. You can kind of see this here if we go to the MRMS. See how this is like a solid line, and then towards the end of it, you start getting these more indents here. Kind of a sign that this is starting to weaken. Not always is it a sign, but sometimes it is. That kind of points me to a lower severe weather threat for Indianapolis than areas pointed to the north. Life is crazy, I understand. I was messing around. Don't feel pressured to tune into the streams, but when you do get severe weather heading your way, like you are now, hopefully I'm live, and in this case I am. We do have the risk for a brief tornado here in Wellsboro, little area of rotation ramping up, and also going to watch this one here in Niles, Michigan. So both in Kingsbury, Northwest Indiana, and Niles, Michigan, watching for a brief spin-up tornado threat there. And then I do think both of these tornadoes have likely lifted at this point. This is one and done, thankfully. Now for Illinois, some people in Illinois saw upwards of 4 to 5 different rounds of thunderstorms. But for you, it is one and done. The line's going to move through and take the whole environment up. And there'll be some light rain and maybe some lightning bolts behind it. But the main risk is a one and done. Main risk is a one and done for you. We're already over 400 damaging wind reports today. Like I said, the bulk of those are going to be in the eastern U.S. for that crazy overperforming event. Like I said, probably verified as a 60 or maybe even a 75% non-SIG wind risk out there. And then also starting to see a lot of reports in central Illinois. Holy crap. Central Illinois, is that even Illinois? Like, I can't even see the central portion of the state anymore. It's covered in reports. Very thick blanket of reports right there, showing where your highest risk definitely was located today. Easily moderate verifiable there. Easily. Do we have an average time from watch needed MDs to watch issuance? There's not really an average time. Normally the SPC includes it though. So if I just choose an MCD, let's just say you're in Southern Illinois wondering when the watch could come out. If the site loads, which it's been very finicky and upset and mean to us. You can see here the SPC says a severe watch will be needed soon, and it's before 10:30 Eastern. Sometimes they'll issue it just after that expiration, but most of the time it's before that. So between now and 10:30, within the next 45 minutes or so, we're expecting a new severe watch to be issued. And there's no specific time. Sometimes that could be 30 minutes after the MD. Sometimes that could be an hour after the MD. Sometimes that could be after the MD expires. Sometimes it could be just before it expires or right on the nose of when it expires. There's no guarantee of when that comes out. It just depends on observational trends, which I would say that severe watch is about to come out because we do have a severe warning, 2 severe warnings in areas that are not inside of a watch. So that watch is probably pretty close to being issued. Let's see here. That is wrapping up a little bit stronger. Tornado is definitely possible there. If it can maintain, it might even be able to become a strong tornado towards Stillwell. That's still a PDS warning, by the way. You can see this little pocket where the tornado potential, 2 areas where the tornado potential will be highest in this MCS in southwest Michigan, and also the potential for upwards of 80-mile-an-hour winds with the rear flank downdraft of that tornadic thunderstorm as it goes to the northeast. About 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds with the storm in Hastings, but that northern one could be 70 to 80 there. If we look at the readings, you can see that shows 70 to upwards of 80 miles per hour. So like I mentioned before, really the main threat now is just a brief spin up tornado or 2, maybe 1 strong being possible. Actually, I would say a few spin up tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 strong, all possible. Because we do have like 9 some tornado warnings, so definitely the risk for a few spin up tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong. Definitely watching that in Colfax, a little bit greater area of rotation. 3 areas I'm watching right now for the greatest torque potential. Colfax, Indiana. Kingsbury, Indiana. And that RFD in Clarksville, Michigan. Those are the 3 areas I'm watching closely. But also kind of definitely watching this one as well, but those are the 3 main areas I'm watching. Since some damage in general really bad. Go see here. Yeah, that's definitely really bad damage. That's for sure. And there's that severe thunderstorm watch. And apparently it has 0.0000000 watch probs. So apparently it shouldn't even exist. Yeah, that's obviously the probabilities haven't fully come in yet. But I will say that's the first time I've ever seen a full 0 severe watch before. Something looks a little bit off with the watch probs on that. Nothing burger watch. Lafayette, Indiana, clear. I forgot where Lafayette is. Let me see. I'll look it up. Lightning and heavy rain lightning will continue for probably the next 5 minutes, maybe more than that. 10 to 15 minutes lightning will continue in Lafayette, and there will be some lightning and heavy rain associated with this, but damaging winds, hail, and tornado potential is all gone. It's all done. No more hail, no more damaging winds, no more tornadoes. Wouldn't rule out some gusty winds with the storm you're in right now and the gusty winds with this, but those will not be severe wind gusts. So, depends on what you define as clear. Clear as in no tornadoes, no 60-mile-an-hour winds, and no 1-inch hail? Yeah. Clear as in no more rain and lightning? No. There's still going to be some lingering lightning and heavy rain, and maybe some gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. So the main stuff is done, but you're not fully in the clear from any weather. We filled Indiana. You are clear from the worst. You're actually actively finishing the worst for your area. I wouldn't rule out the same thing. Some lightning bolts with this. Gusty winds of 20 miles per hour, heavy rain. But the worst tornado threat, wind threat being greater than 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail upwards of an inch in diameter, all that's done. Lafayette is just north of me. Am I in the clear then? Unfortunately, no. You should be getting hit here. I can't find exactly. Oh, aren't you like right in here? The line's gonna take a lot longer to hit you. It's probably gonna be another 30 minutes before that gets to you. But the line, I don't expect it to be too bad. I think some gusty winds of 60 miles per hour, maybe a random gust around 70 near your area is possible. And that's about it. I don't think you'll see much hail, and I don't think you'll see a tornado threat. There's the probabilities on that watch, by the way. Can't fully rule out a tornado somewhere in that highlighted pink area, but the main risk is going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds with wind gusts upwards of 70, and maybe some very tiny hail up to like a half inch to, at most, an inch in diameter. Claypool, Indiana, clear. Let me see. No, not clear. A line of significant severe weather will be approaching you here in about an hour from now. 60-mile-an-hour winds, a brief tornado, and maybe even a random gust around 70 miles per hour can't be ruled out in your area in about an hour, so not in the clear. That was for Claypool, Indiana. Crown Point, Indiana. If that's in far northwest Indiana, you're almost in the clear. There's still some heavy rain and lightning that could occur and winds up to 20 miles per hour. But the worst in terms of the tornado, wind gust over 60 and hail over a half inch in diameter, that stuff's all done. So you're in the clear from the worst, but not in the clear in terms of rain and lightning. Didn't see a CC with this storm here in Kingsbury. It could have produced a brief tornado, but didn't see any notable CC. I imagine they're going to extend that tornado warning pretty soon here out towards North Liberty and Fish Lake, maybe even into South Bend, Indiana. And then again, still watching up here. The wind potential is the biggest problem, but still watching those two little areas of interest for tornado potential as that goes towards Portland and Charlotte in central Michigan. But you'll notice, look what's happening here. These are all severes. These are all ordinary yellow severes. That means they are all for 60-mile-an-hour winds or less, and for 1-inch hail, 1.5-inch hail or less. In this case, most of them are for 0.75-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. No longer any significant severes there. We still do have that significant possible severe here. Again, watching those two areas of rotation going towards Charlotte, Portland, in that area in central Michigan. And then also still watching...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still going to be watching where this line makes landfall. There is the chance for 80-mile-an-hour winds wherever this line makes landfall here, whether it be barely skimming Michigan City in northwestern Indiana or really impacting Bridgman in southwestern Michigan. New tornado warning just got issued. Not a surprise there. That's been extended into Frankfort, Kempton, Tipton, Atlanta, and Kirkland. In central Indiana, get to your safe spot there. A brief tornado is possible, but the biggest threat is 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, we should see that PDS tornado warning get downgraded or expire eventually. And probably a new radar indicated warning will be issued in front of that. All right, V. You'll probably end up sleeping right through the whole event then. The entire state of Wisconsin is done. You are anywhere in Wisconsin, you are done. There's not even anything significant there. There is a little line towards Green Bay producing 30-mile-an-hour winds or less, but nothing significant in the main risk area of Wisconsin. That is already concluded. Is that in Indiana, Hunter, or in Pennsylvania? I'm assuming Indiana, and if that's the case, heavy rain and lightning still remains. So I'd still stay away from doors and windows and don't go outside for the next, 10 minutes. But after that, the wind threat, hail threat, torr threat is all done. And there's still going to be some light rain for the next hour, and then maybe some picking up heavy rain after that hour. As you can see here, this is generally what you're experiencing right now. Some lightning and heavy rain for the next 10 minutes or so. Some lighter rain behind that, and then maybe a little increase in the risk for 10 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts and some lightning behind that. But the worst is definitely going to be over in about 10 minutes or so. The absolute worst is already past you. The absolute worst has moved on here to Logansport and Deer Creek, whereas you're back here in just kind of the leftovers of that worst.
A new tornado
Worst
warning
threat
has been issued.
That's for Michigan, so that's probably going to include... that probably is going to go to Lansing or very close to Lansing for those two areas we've been watching. Yes, it is. It just came through on my other software. Portland, Sunfield, Chester, Potterville, Grand Ledge, Eagle, Dimondale, all included in that. And the western side of Lansing you now see on your screen. Not downtown Lansing, but the west side of Lansing, including Interstate 96 in the west side of Lansing, but not downtown in that new tornado warning. The biggest concern is 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, but we cannot rule out a brief spin up. TRG, what's the next significant day for tornadoes on your radar? Anything in the medium term, long term you see? Well, obviously tomorrow is going to be windy. Could warrant a stream if my throat doesn't die and if I don't storm chase. Still watching for a potential tornado threat in Stillwell. They are not continuing a tornado warning and will be issuing a considerable severe to a possible tag. No tornado warning for that, despite the good area of rotation that I think is worth a tornado warning. The next day after tomorrow, Saturday, I do think we'll have a enhanced risk, potentially be debating a moderate risk for severe weather for big-time damaging winds across Kansas, Missouri, and maybe even into northeastern Oklahoma, depending on exactly how fast or slow the cold front is. Here's the HRRR, and oh boy, it's not as far southeast, but it is definitely a big-time severe threat back out towards central Missouri. And I do think that will have the opportunity for a enhanced risk and maybe even a moderate risk for wind. Maybe an enhanced for torr and a moderate for wind, depending on exactly where that is. The HRRR, again, has it in central Missouri, but other models like the NAM3K have shifted more towards southern Kansas, northern Oklahoma. So we'll have to see exactly where that sets up for Saturday. And then, like I said, tomorrow, just some gusty winds across the eastern U.S. No torr potential, very small hail. Can't rule out a brief tornado, but brief tornado, 1-inch hail. Main risk, though, is going to be 60 to even upwards of 80 mile an hour winds tomorrow if we can get a good MCS going with all the instability that will be available. And that will stretch from roughly central New York all the way down to northeastern Georgia. And then as for the long term, let's see. There's a few other areas I was watching, but I'm not sure if any of them are that good. Yes, definitely. Yes. Yes, and yes. Definitely watching around between the 17th and the 19th. between the 17th and the 19th. Definitely watching. That could pose, believe it or not, that could pose a just as significant severe risk as today, maybe a little less of a tour risk as today, but a big time threat for severe weather is starting to appear up on long-term model runs for specifically right now, Wednesday, June 17th. That is appearing up as a big signal for severe weather. The 17th through the 19th, watch that closely. You may be saying, where to watch? Well, where else other than the exact same area? That's right. The same exact region under the gun for severe weather today should be under the gun for severe weather on at least one of those days mid next week for significant severe weather. I expect if things do uptrend, the Storm Prediction Center will probably have a day, somewhere around a day 5 slight risk out there. Said tornado ongoing in Michigan. But I don't see anything definitive right now. I see a hook there. My CC just not updated and it is ongoing and I'm not seeing it. West of Portland. Was it for like one scan? Because I don't see anything. I really don't see anything there. And there's a good chance it was probably just wind, unless it was like right there. And I don't see anything. Because this is very, very outflow dominant right now. This is a hook, so that's not outflow dominant. But up here, this is very outflow dominant. We could get a tornado to try to spin up on it, but those winds are surging rapidly. I'm surprised this isn't tornado warned, but I guess the SPC is just thinking that, or rather the NWS out here is just thinking that that doesn't pose much of a imminent tornado threat. Even though I think that's where probably our highest tor threat is right now. I wonder if that could have been a brief tour. Make sure you guys are away from doors and windows here in Rochester. Definitely could get a spin-up tornado here that is unwarned at some point. Also got a new tornado warning from Michigan Town. Air rotation there going up to Sharpsville in Greentown. Let's see. Depends on where you are in northeastern Indiana. Right now, and nobody is under a severe thunderstorm warning around Fort Wayne. The closest to Fort Wayne there is for Bristol in north central Indiana. I expect our greatest tornado threat is already over. It's already over. We just have the risk for a spin-up tornado or two, maybe one strong. But our greatest tor threat is already concluded. We're transitioning into mainly a predominant outflow dominant wind threat. But again, I do really want to watch this line here as it makes landfall in Michigan City and Bridgman. That's northwest Indiana into southwestern Michigan. I do think that could pose a significant 70 to maybe 80 mile an hour wind gusts there. And that's what went through Chicago not too long ago. A lot of damage reports coming out here from chasers from earlier today. If I go live tomorrow, I'll kind of go through some of that. It's in an odd spot. Odd spot, but we do have an unwarned tornado. I legit go back about 120 seconds. Just mentioned this. Just mentioned this area for the potential of a tornado, even though it's not warned. I don't even know if that was but 120 seconds ago. Might have been sooner. And now looks like we have a tornado ongoing here, heading towards 12 Mile and Denver, unwarned in central Indiana. So get to your safe spot. Just a brief, weak tornado, nothing too crazy. It is appearing up on radar, though, so we do know for a fact it is lofting debris. And just a heads up, no, that is not a tornado up there. That is corruption. So you can pass on that, Critty. I see you. Thank you, Charles, for the $2 donation. Michigan Town, Indiana, for rotation. Yeah, that area is in a tornado warning right now. I don't see a tornado on the ground at the moment, but one definitely could develop there. And also, like, right in here. But we do have a tornado ongoing once again, going towards 12 Mile, unwarned. So if you're in 12 Mile, get to your safe spot. This is a very brief tornado, and it may be lifted before it even gets to you. That's how brief I expect it to be. And then back over here to Lansing. If you are in Lansing, Michigan, we've got this very significant line of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts pushing through from St. John's down through Lansing with that highest wind gusts. There is 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts as well for Battle Creek and Marshall. I can't rule out a tornado with this, but honestly, the biggest risk is definitely the 70 mile an hour wind threat with these pockets of darker yellows you see here. I'm still surprised that's fully unwarned, but it hasn't produced a tornado from what I could tell, so not necessarily a bad call not to warn it. And yeah, there goes your CC drop. Why does this look so different? Because I was using a further away radar. Hold on. We'll have to wait another scan here. I was using an older scan. And a further radar site. So it may not be gone. So we'll wait and see that. I can already tell you I got the next scan and the CC is bigger. But the rotation, it has fallen apart on that next scan. So yeah, this is the tiny little scan that spun up a brief tornado. And on that next scan, that rotation is virtually fully gone. So if you're in 12 Mile, there may be a weak tornado heading over your house, unfortunately, in western Indiana. The good news is, though, it's likely very close to, if not lifted now. And the reason why I say that is because that CC has broadened out. That CC is larger, not necessarily deeper and a stronger tornado, more of just a broadened out fallout type look. So more of like the tornado is probably lifted at this point. Like it picked up a bunch of trees and twigs and maybe some 2x4s and shingles from homes and is now dropping them near 12 Mile, but not necessarily producing damage. Still could be a weak tornado ongoing, but it looks more correlated with fallout, as in the tornado lifted and debris falling from the sky. Friendly reminder, it is still unwarned, by the way. And we're going to keep watching again. The surge of 70-mile-an-hour winds here going to move into Lansing, southwestern Michigan. Can't rule out a brief tornado on either the northern side or the southern side. I would say the southern side has a better opportunity to do that. And that would go towards the southern portion of downtown Lansing in Michigan. But the whole city of Lansing is going to end up with probably 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Still an okay area of rotation near Kirkland. It's pretty easy to miss tornado warnings when you miss tornadoes when you get caught up looking at all the storms. I understand why some warnings are, there's a tornado warning right there. Radar indicated. It's probably already lifted right now, so I won't argue with that. But there's a lot of storms to watch, and definitely could get preoccupied. And these tornadoes can occur within seconds. You can get a tornado that occurs within seconds and goes completely slipped under the radar, or only produces a debris signature for like 2 to 4 minutes. And sometimes that is difficult to look at when you're looking at storms down here, storms over here, storms way up here, and you just sometimes slips under the radar. And it doesn't look like it was a particularly strong or intense tornado, and it wasn't particularly long-lived either. So any damage that it did was probably to just some 2x4s from homes, some shingles, loose shingles, some trees, tree branches, and twigs, and leaves, and dirt. Not necessarily a huge, strong, intense tornado. Although it didn't go that far up in the atmosphere. It did go up in the atmosphere. I'm curious real quick. What radar am I using? I'm using... Is this the better one? Yeah. That's the one in Northeast Indiana. I'm going to take the analysis radar up there. If it lofted debris more than 5,000 feet, it actually could have been strong. Uh-oh. Right between 4,000 and 6,000 feet. So that actually could have been a unwarned strong tornado. You can see here, if we just draw roughly where that CC is. Now, the CC doesn't reflect exactly where the tornado tracked. That's roughly where the greatest CC was. And you could see mostly fields. There is what looks like a little bit of farmstead or homestead on the northern side if we zoom in a bit more. Yeah, you could definitely see there is some homes it could have hit. So an unwarned tornado is still unwarned. And it does look like that was strong, so that could have actually done some pretty decent damage to those homes. We're talking about possibly even if they're in mobile homes, caving in the roof with that type of wind speeds. So that actually could have been more significant than I originally thought there. There's a new tornado warning. I was wondering where that was. I'm like, where is this thing? That's for Atwood there. So get to your safe spot, Atwood in western Indiana. So we'll keep monitoring that closely. Let's see. Can I go over to like this radar site real quick here? I want to get rid of this really fast. See if I can get a good photo with all these reports in. There we go. You know what? What I'll do is I'll just get from the SBC site. It's probably easier. There we go. Perfect. And of course, not all of our reports are in. We'll get more reports tomorrow as surveys are concluded and or surveys are started, and then over the next few days as they are eventually concluded. So that's a pretty good area where we could get a brief spin up going towards Atlanta in central Indiana. And that's what these are, just spin up tornadoes where we could get a brief, multiple brief tornadoes, maybe one strong, like what we had just moments ago, unwarned, unfortunately. And that's just what we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with any of that intense or violent tornado threat anymore. So we'll continue to watch this event here. We are getting a new HRRR, so we can kind of see what's happening maybe in the future. Here's the new HRRR. And yeah, you could see a significant wind event. This is for roughly right now. Significant wind could continue for about another hour or so, but then it's going to start to break apart. Just isolated 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts after 11:30. 11:30 is when this stuff's going to really quit being that significant for severe weather. And you can see it breaks apart rapidly around 11:30. You go from some semi-discrete storms up here, your good bow echo down in there, bow echo up in here, and then it all breaks apart. So still a good, solid tornado threat, though, for the next, about the next 30 minutes or so. We could still see a few spin-up tornadoes. After that, can't rule out like one more brief spin-up, but I think the main event is over here. Take a look at some of these here, see if any of them are ongoing. Argos, Indiana, tornado down. Argos, Indiana. So that's going to be the northern tornado warning in Indiana right here. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tornado. Tornado's still ongoing, I should say. Tornado now ongoing. Going towards Bourbon and west of Atwood. Just a small signature there. Not anything too crazy. We'll see if it gets crazier, though, here on the next scan. And then, yeah, like I said, I think, let's see. Mid next week's probably going to be very active for severe weather. So hopefully we can get a break of severe storms, at least notable severe storms. The best chance for a break from overall severe weather would probably be Monday. Monday is probably going to be the most inactive day out of this whole stretch of 2 weeks that we've been seeing these severe days on. Tuesday could be pretty inactive, and then Wednesday we're going to start lighting up. Thursday should be pretty active as well, and then maybe even into Friday next week, possibly even beyond that as well. And Saturday is like the only good tornado threat I really see out of that stretch. Saturday, and then of course Wednesday. So I think we can't rule out a brief tornado on each of these days, but Sunday probably will be mainly wind. Monday will be nothing. Tuesday will probably be mainly wind, and then Wednesday's when that tor threat kicks back up. And tomorrow will be mainly wind as well. So in terms of tornadoes, like a day where we could see multiple brief tornadoes, maybe even one strong, I'd give that to Saturday and Wednesday. I think Saturday could be pretty big, and Wednesday as well. Sunday, there is a little elevated tornado risk possible in eastern Pennsylvania, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. That could be a few brief tornadoes, but probably not a strong one. Little CC drop still continues here. Probably already lifted. I mean, that's such a weak tornado. Very, very weak. Let's go, let's see. Looks like they're not doing a severe storm on that Bridgman storm, so they're probably thinking the cool pool from these storms have weakened the environment, and this storm's not necessarily capable of producing winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. Yeah, Lansing, they're not going to put the tornado warning in for downtown Lansing. So just be away from doors and windows as the 60 to 70 mile an hour wind threat rolls through. And you should be perfectly fine. So we'll keep on monitoring that as well. Just keeping an eye on these tornado warnings. Like I said, things are starting to calm down. We're just seeing tiny little CC drops here and there from brief spin-ups. Nothing big. Nothing big. Maybe one strong tornado in the last hour. Main threat on Saturday. This area right here. Right in here. That's your main area. It's hard to say exactly where the highest severe threat may end up being towards Oklahoma and southern Kansas, or back out in here, one or the other. But roughly in that 15% risk area is Saturday's highest threat. And then we'll move into Sunday. Like I said, can't rule out probably a few brief weak tornadoes in eastern PA if it stays on track. And that is for Sunday. And then Monday will be the most inactive day. Tuesday could have some damaging winds and very low wind tor potential up there. And then Wednesday, that's the day I think we could get a day 5 slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center for that day. Right now it's day 7. Tomorrow it would be for day 6. And I don't think they'll issue it for day 6. I think it will be the day after that. So I think Saturday they will highlight a day 5 risk for Wednesday across the Midwest, as long as confidence is continuing to increase like it has throughout today. So none of these tornado warnings are very concerning. They're just brief spin-ups. None of them are particularly interesting for high-end tornado potential at the moment. But I'm not too concerned about this stuff, honestly, so I'm probably going to head off here soon. It's still 60 mile an hour winds with the occasional gust of up to 70. And a few brief weak tornadoes. Can't fully rule out one strong will be possible. And V, if you're somehow not asleep, it seems like I was correct. Just 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust, heavy rain, and a little bit of lightning moving into your area. No tornado, no hail for you. We're just going to keep watching off of stream. I'll keep watching this area here in Atlanta for anything, and I'll keep watching the occasional tornado threat that could spin up with this QLCS. So just be aware of that. The highest threat for severe weather and tornadoes will persist across this little area in Michigan for an hour. And then this entire area here for an hour as well. And that actually goes all the way back down. So really you could just give that a big circle. For the next hour, hour and a half, I would be watching that area for severe weather. And the greatest tornado threat looks to be probably right in here. That's what I see right now. But the tornado threat is decreasing with time. Just can't rule out another QLCS tornado or two and maybe one strong. The wind threat is just going to... The wind threat's going to slowly, and I mean slowly, decrease and die out with time. I think we'll still have severe warnings, but severe warnings will really start to die down once they go to about 1 a.m. just after midnight. Between midnight 1 a.m. Eastern, that stuff will die out. Maybe Critty, but we'll have to get to that on a later date. And if when I go live Saturday, I'll talk about that when we go live for Saturday's event. And we'll see if Saturday warrants coverage or if we'll just do an afternoon briefing on that day. CC and Washburn. Let me see. Washburn, Indiana. That is an unwarned tornado ongoing. That is right up here. Wabash. Unwarned tornado ongoing yet again. Right there. And we'll probably see another 2 or maybe even a little more than that tornadoes that could occur. Hopefully, and it looks like another tornado ongoing up here too. Yep. 2 tornadoes ongoing right now. One in Wabash and then another one up here towards Bourbon. Both of these are likely brief and maybe weak. This one in Wabash could be a little bit stronger. Could be a strong tornado here, maybe going into Wabash, Indiana. And unfortunately, that is unwarned and going right over Wabash right now. Yeah, so again, that's a debris signature right there. A warned tornado. Northeast of Bourbon. And they just tornado warned the one in Wabash, but I do think that is on the ground. At least it's warned now, even though it is non-confirmed. That's 7 tornado warnings at this moment. However, we are going to lose that one in 3 minutes. And that one in 3 minutes. And that one in 3 minutes. And that one. And that. Okay. So we'll be left with literally like 2 warnings in 3 minutes. Yeah. We'll be left with 2 tornado warnings in 3 minutes. However, I have a good feeling we're going to see some extensions here. Because this area definitely capable of producing and is actively producing a new tornado. And this one in Wabash. Oh, wow. I'm glad I didn't end stream. We've got a intense tornado ongoing that just went through downtown Wabash right now. Huge debris signature on this next scan. Wow. That's the biggest CC we have seen in almost 2 hours there. And then it looks like this tornado on the next scan, a lot weaker, located generally up here now. A lot weaker. Still could be a tiny tornado ongoing right there near West 900th northeast of Bourbon. But yeah, there you go. Gracious day. Huge CC directly over Wabash. Thank goodness that warning came through, but I don't think that warning was really in time, to be honest with you. It would have been on top of the town as the warning got issued. That is a very significant tornado ongoing on the east side of Wabash. And I mean, it just formed. It formed on the southwest side of town, went right through probably downtown, honestly. Probably went right through downtown. Or at least the southern side. At least hit some buildings on the southern side. And I guarantee, I bet you it's probably going to lift soon. One of those tornadoes that just target a town and then lift after it hits. Because that rotation doesn't look very strong on the newest scan. You could see it was just very strong there as it went through the southern side of Wabash. And I bet on this newest frame it won't be nearly as intense. Yeah, there's a lot of tornadoes well north of you, though. A lot of tornado warnings and at least 2 tornadoes that have happened in the last 5 minutes. There's been a lot of tornadoes to your north today. But nothing near you. Apparently a funnel illuminated by lightning 4 miles southwest of this person's location, which would put it directly over you. Or roughly in that vicinity. But it would be very difficult. I'm not so sure about that. Could have just been Scud. Higher definition radar actually does have a little area of good rotation near Clayton to your south. And that's a terminal radar. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado in and around Clayton, Indiana, like right now. And the CC drop is still present on that next scan, going towards Largo, or Lagro. And you could see some of that debris on reflectivity. Not as bad as the last one. On the last scan, you could see here, we got actually up to pink DBZ for that debris bowl. So not even close to as bad as the last scan. But there is still some CC there. You'll see that on the next scan, but you can tell the rotation is gone here. Rotation is pretty much gone. A new tornado warning just got issued. That's going to be for northwest or right around Warsaw. Somewhere in this area. There you go. Right there, new tornado warning just got issued. Not a bad idea, considering we definitely could have a tornado at any point with this stuff. It's hard to say if there is a tornado happening there, but could easily have a tornado heading towards Leesburg in Indiana. And then still watching the risk for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds as that starts to progress towards Durand and Fowlerville, Michigan. We also got a new significant severe for Charleston here. Expires in a little under an hour for 70 mile an hour winds. You can see we have a report. Is this old? It's a little old, but could still be associated with that general. Looks like it is associated with that general severe thunderstorm. Right in here is where that would be right now for 70 mile an hour wind gusts heading towards Paris. There's our CC on the newest scan over Lagro. Still could be a tornado down. If it is, I would say it's probably right in there. South of Lagro. I would say that it's gone from down in here into southern Wabash, and then is now located roughly in that area, if it is still on the ground. That is a rough estimate. Let's see here. Continuation of that CC. So, could still be a tornado ongoing now southeast of Lagro, southwest of Andrews here. Oh, just don't go outside and you'll be fine, V. It's partially good that it's hitting you now, because just in case it does intensify, at least it's already gone through you. I think if there was a tornado inside of your line there, it would be right there near Plainfield, west of Plainfield. That's where it would be if there is a tornado there. Am I cooked? I live in Warsaw. Nope. You're actually lucky. That is going to be one of the areas that doesn't have great tornado potential with this this line. The highest tornado potential with this line will be in this area here. And that is going to be just north of you. Still alive, Legacy. Yep. I planned on being here all day and into the night, and that's what's happened. Hey, at least I didn't actually end. I mentioned ending, but then I continued, and we started getting all this stuff popping off again. So at least I didn't end. Let's see. Still a little area of rotation there in Plainfield, Indiana. There's just a lot of CC in the area. It is legit impossible to see if that is actively producing a tornado or not. But we did go from almost 9 tornado warnings down to just 2, and now we're back at 3. So, not sure if that is an active tornado warning ongoing, or an active tornado, rather, ongoing east of Wabash, but definitely either fallout from a tornado that has lifted and is dropping debris there, or it is a weak tornado still ongoing. Just got a tornado warning. Oh, yeah, they did. They just warned it in Plainfield. Now, if you're in... it depends, because you might be just outside this polygon. There's the polygon. It's right in downtown Plainfield right now. And yeah, it looks like that did lift going towards Huntington, so that's really good. But that was a very strong tornado. That thing was probably strong to intense. Look at that debris signature earlier. One of the better signals, or one of the better debris signatures we've seen today. Probably right around the... barely in the top 5 as the strongest signals today. Signatures today. Barely above that one. Do you think I'm safe? Yes. Yep, I do. I think you are safe. And like I said, it's impossible to see if this is ongoing right now. It very well could be a tornado ongoing on the southwest side of Plainfield. So you need to be in your safe spot. If you're in Plainfield. And that's just fallout. That's debris falling from the sky after the tornado is lifted going into Andrews and Huntington, Indiana. I don't see anything definitive out here. Let's see. I said unwarned tornado south of Elkhart, Indiana. That's like right where I'm looking. I don't see anything here. There's definitely some areas of weak rotation, but I don't see any definitive tornadoes ongoing. Yeah, there is a tornado warning in southwestern Michigan. Just make sure you're in your safe spot as well. No longer a tornado warning for central Michigan. Just west of there. That? Nah, man. That could be anything from a wind gust picking up a freaking twig and putting it in the atmosphere to a very weak tornado. Unless that shows up as blue CC, I don't think so. I highly doubt it. Wouldn't surprise me, but I'm not going to go out of my way to call that an unwarned tornado. So we'll wait and see another scan if that's any bigger. Let's see. Oh, wait. It's not. But you know, it is a bit of a bigger CC. Up here. That. Little bit bigger of a CC right there. That could be a tornado. I don't think this was. That could be. But that rotation is not very strong. But it is there. And there is blue CC in that, like I said. So that could be a tornado south of Elkhart, Indiana. We'll watch that another scan, see if it gets more definitive or not. Your sirens are going off because your county is under a tornado warning, not you. Most of the time, if there's a tornado warning for your county, much of that county, if not the whole county, sounds sirens. So even though it's really just around the Plainfield area under a tornado warning, you might be hearing sirens in Brownsburg, maybe even near Jamestown, maybe even up towards Lawrence and McCordsville. They don't, it's up to local emergency management and personnel who owns that siren on if they sound it for a tornado warning in the area or in the vicinity and in the county. But yeah, you can see we're starting to lose some severe warnings here. So we're definitely decreasing with overall severe potential. I like the little severe here for Lucy. Like, that's just north of Lucy though, so it doesn't count. But I like the little tiny severe trying to give Lucy a severe storm and break her mod dome at 9:40 p.m. at night. All the siren means is that a storm is coming, and that, my friends, is how you get killed by a tornado. But you should seek additional information if you hear sirens. Like V did. V got a tornado warning and sirens are going off, and she went and sought better information that revealed that she is not inside the tornado warning. And the sirens actually probably shouldn't be going off for her area. When will this be past me? I don't know exactly where you live, and please don't type that in chat. But the worst of it should roughly be past of you in about 15 minutes, the worst should be passed. And we did get a PDS severe in freaking Oklahoma, by the way, for 80 mile an hour winds observed. Like, what? Broadcast media, 80 mile an hour winds confirmed for this storm southeast of Lawton, Oklahoma. That is a particularly dangerous situation, and I would recommend being in your safe spot if you're inside that PDS severe thunderstorm warning. New tornado warning just got issued for Three Rivers, Sturgis, county-wide tornado warning here. County-wide tornado warning here for Three Rivers, Minden, Flowerfield, Constine, Sturgis, Burr Oak. You guys all in that tornado warning. That is a county-wide tornado warning. Yeah, I've seen plenty of damage of photos, but I can't share any. I'll only be able to share the photos given by the National Weather Service on their damage assessment toolkit, which won't be given until that won't be shown and surveyed for another 2 days likely. Thank you, Charles, for the $2 donation, by the way. Rotation south of Gas City, Indiana. Let's see where that is. That's near Van Buren, which is south of Huntington, which is right over here. I mean, there's some rotation. We could get it tornado warned, and that's just what we're going to be dealing with for a few more. For another like half hour is a good chance for some spin-up tornadoes. Tornado down near Indianapolis. Where? I doubt it. Probably the tiniest CC, and you're calling it a tornado. I can tell you one thing right off the bat. You're next to the cone of silence from the radar, so there's a very high chance it's inaccurate. Unless that tornado is northeast of Indianapolis and you can see it a bit better, I have a pretty good feeling that's a very inaccurate call right there. But I do think we could have had a tornado near Plainfield earlier. You can see here, if we go earlier, that area of rotation was fairly tight. Fairly tight on approach to Plainfield. And then also in southern Plainfield. And now that's pretty much not even visible anymore. It's pretty much just some microburst potential. So I think the torque potential with this storm is down credibly. East of Plainfield. Buddy, that's smack dab in the cone of silence. You are not going to be able to see a thing. We have seen strong to intense tornadoes that we barely can make out on correlation coefficient in the cone of silence because that is how severe the cone of silence is. There's no shot you can call that a tornado. And I see nothing here. Unless you're talking about south of the radar where, like I said, there's a little area on the terminal radar. South of the main radar. And I mean, there is CC there. That might be what you're talking about. That's actually not as bad as what I thought. That wouldn't surprise me. It's very tricky because of all the CC, but that's definitely not terrible. That could be a tornado. It's directly south of the radar site. Could be, could not be. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Either way, you're in a warning, so you need to be in your safe spot there. Benton, very big CC. Let's see. Benton. That brought me to Arkansas. Benton where? It's not popping up at all, so. Either you got to choose a close, more populated town or include the state. Bristol, Indiana, unworn tour. Let's go check that as well. That brought me to freaking New England. That is indeed an unworn tour. That is for sure a tornado. Yeah, unworn tornado ongoing, heading into Bristol, Indiana right now. Make sure you get to your safe spot, Bristol, Indiana. Tornado may be strong, ongoing right now. And this has a reflectivity debris ball. This is a strong tornado ongoing, heading into Bristol unwarned in north central Indiana. I do want to quickly check Clinton, Indiana. Clinton, Indiana. Some heavy rain. Heavy rain about to hit you. But after that, you'll be in the clear. That might have some wind gusts of 40 miles per hour. So I wouldn't say you're fully in the clear. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, and some wind gusts. But the worst is definitely off to your east. And then Manchester, Indiana as well. You're not in the clear from the line. However, by the time the line gets to you, I think it's going to be dead. I think it will just be some light to moderate rain late tonight. So I don't expect anything over there. But there's your strong tornado reflectivity debris ball evident there. I mean, yeah, you can go to sleep, but good luck. There's a lot of lightning and heavy rain. You're in a special weather statement for 55-mile-an-hour winds, so as long as you're not outside and you're not directly next to any doors and windows, yeah. I don't see why not. Since we know that the hazard is worst off to your northeast and southwest. So again, that's where we have an unwarned strong tornado ongoing west of Bristol. Likely doing damage to homes there. So make sure you're in your safe spot. They have continued the tornado warning south of Indianapolis here. Tornado warning has been extended to include Greenwood and Southport now. It's hard to say if that has or hasn't produced a tornado. It's in the cone of silence, which is a hard area to see when it's so close to the radar. So if you are in Southport or Greenwood, get to your safe spot. Tornado could already be down or could occur at any second. V, there's just some heavy rain in your area. Might be noisy outside and a little windy, but you're good. You are good. Still, you know, if you're in the tornado warning, anyone in that, make sure you're still in your safe spot just in case. But you're safe to come out of your safe spot in 9 minutes. And the worst is passing y'all right now. So, like, if you're in this area, the worst is passing. I want to go back to Oklahoma for that PDS severe still ongoing. 80-mile-an-hour winds southeast of Lawton ongoing. Make sure you get in your safe spot if you're in that dark brown PDS severe for observed 80-mile-an-hour winds. Done for the night. Yeah, the worst is over. You still have some lingering of the worst storm. So some heavy rain and lightning and a little bit of winds may linger for the next 10 minutes or so. But the worst is down. Or the worst is done. Syracuse, Indiana. You are getting a bit of lightning, but you are... Ooh, observed warning. But you are pretty much in the clear. A little bit of lingering lightning and then some light to moderate rain for another 2 or so hours. But you are in the clear from the worst. Now confirmed tornado warning out for Bristol, as we do have a tornado going through Bristol in northern Indiana right now. Yeah, power flashes can also just be an indication of wind. It doesn't necessarily mean a tornado. But there is some CC there. There very well could be a tornado on the ground in southern Indianapolis here, heading towards Southport. Yeah, but that circulation isn't particularly strong. We're scanning right at the radar here, and it's only scanning 60 miles an hour. So that's not particularly strong. Other radar more accurate. There's no other radar near, unless you're talking about the terminal. And again, that shows the same story, which is that northern side is where I think we could have a tiny spin up on the ground. But much of this looks more like microburst signatures to me. If there is a tornado, it would be towards Southport. Right in here. And it's very hard to tell. I can't confirm it, can't deny it. They did re-upgrade the severe warning heading towards Fort Wayne. So if you're in Fort Wayne, Indiana, a 70-mile-an-hour wind's heading your way. Pretty significant wind bag heading your way. Can't rule out a brief tornado either. It's like this wind threat died down, and I thought it was dying down like 15, 20 minutes ago. And then the wind threat just started sparking up again. The good news is, though, the Tor threat has died down. Would you consider this QLCS spam? 100%. There's no question in that. Matter of fact, I think I would consider this a major tornado outbreak now. Because we have probably had roughly 10 additional tornadoes in the last 2 hours alone out of this QLCS event. Michigan warning, let me see. I don't see anything good here. We do have the fallout from our likely tornado that is either weak, lifted now, yeah. I was going to say either weak or lifted in far north central Indiana for Bristol. I think that's lifted at this point. And there's no other definitive areas of rotation up here in Michigan, southwest Michigan. All of this is just corruption. It's just clear air contamination. All of that is incorrect on the radar. But you can see how some of these velocities are getting a little bit brighter yellows here, and that's why they've re-upgraded these to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts north of Fort Wayne, and for Fort Wayne down here. Not as good of velocities, but we still could see some 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts there in Fort Wayne. The highest wind gusts right now, from what I can tell, associated with radar, I'd probably say these going towards, this area going towards Scott, Howey, and maybe into LaGrange in northeastern Indiana. Converse, Indiana. You are clear. Some light rain lingering, and then maybe some moderate rain in about an hour. But the worst is by far over, and you are good to go. Right now, our worst severe threat, it looks like this is in Michigan's dying off too. So our biggest problem right now is with this line right in here in northeastern Indiana. So that's where I'm most concerned about for 70-mile-an-hour winds and another tornado or two to develop within the next 30 minutes is right in that area. We're going to continue with 60-mile-an-hour winds going towards Flint, Michigan. I think somebody was in this area earlier in the chat. If you're still here, same ordeal, just 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Can't fully rule out a brief tornado somewhere here in eastern Michigan, but the main risk is by far 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then also back down in here, most of this is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We can't rule out another wind gust upwards of 70, and we can't rule out another tornado or two spinning up in the next 30 minutes to maybe an hour. But that highest tornado threat and damaging wind threat will be focused in northeast Indiana and southwestern Michigan over the next 30 minutes to an hour. Middlebury, Indiana on one tornado. Let's go see if we can verify that. Where? We have our dying out observed warning up here, but there is no area that I think is good enough for a tornado in this region. I see no good areas of rotation, both on velocity and on storm relative velocity. Only where that dying out tornado is, right in here. Where? There is no tornado debris signature here, dude. This is not it, because it stays stationary. None of this. None of this. This is all contamination CC. There's no rotation in this area. No rotation in this area. Again, just watching this little region there for that dying out tornado that hit Bristol in north central Indiana. Just going off of other people. Not a smart idea. Not a smart idea. There's a lot of new weather enthusiasts out there which will call anything with a little CC and a little velocity a tornado. And I'm not sure what reports you're receiving, but they ought to be an insane report to see it this late at night with it being highly... Imagine that. You know how rain-wrapped that would be if there was a tornado in Middlebury? Dude, the tornado would have to be on top of your house before you see it. No way. We still... That CC is misaligned, so I think that's still fallout. But we still could see a tornado develop out of this observed warning. And a new tornado develop out of that observed tornado warning going into Scott in north central Indiana. You just need to get better at verifying what people say before you say it. And I did that twice today. Multiple times. Actually, maybe a little more than twice today before verifying it. If I said everything that I saw on Twitter, man, you guys would be thinking it's Armageddon out here. That's just a fact. You need to fact check things that you see on the internet before you go and retweet them or post them or tell them to other people. Critty, he was probably referring to the tornado northwest of there. And he could be referring to the one ongoing now north of Middlebury, or referring to the tornado earlier. Yes, we had reports of a tornado ongoing northwest of Middlebury earlier. Well, that's crazy because he's probably wrong. I would highly, highly doubt that. We all make mistakes sometimes, so it's not like I'm going to go and hate on him for it. I've made mistakes too. I've made some severe mistakes too, so. Yeah, but I'm sure he... I would like to go see exactly what he called out, because I'd like to see the CC that he called out and what it looked like for rotation and what reports. And sometimes when you get all these QLCS tornadoes, you can kind of get ahead of yourself on what is a tornado and what is not. I'm going to go back in his live stream right now, because I know exactly who you're talking about. Lord have mercy, he actually freaking circled it. You gotta be fisting me. A degreed meteorologist circled a freaking area of contamination and called it a tornado. I gotta go back in that. Lord have mercy, what are we doing? Lord have mercy, Critty, I apologize to you. That is horrible. My guy called an unwarned tornado. It's not actually a tornado. If you loop this is a clear area of contamination. Guys, before you call an area a tornado, especially if it is unwarned, give it scans. If it first touches down, you're like, might be an unwarned tornado. Give it another scan. Then you can go and tweet unwarned tornado if you think it's a definitive area. But when you've got a consecutive scan of corruption in that area, that is not a tornado. And if you are a degreed meteorologist calling that out, and I can sit here from my chair and prove you wrong by looking at that same radar imagery, that's bad. That's very, very bad. That is very, very bad. And if we go back even there, nah. And it wasn't consistent. If it was a tornado, you would have seen it move, right? It would have gone from like here to here to here. It's very rare if you get a tornado, it stays in the same spot for 2, 4, 8, 10, 12 minutes. I don't think a tornado is going to stay in the same spot for 12 minutes, man. Is there a chance that was a tornado? I mean, it's not impossible. But I highly, highly, highly doubt that. Highly, highly doubt that. Like I said, there's not a 100% chance that's not a tornado, but like, I am 99% chance that's not a tornado, and that is not an area in a million years that I would call an unwarned tornado. Like I said, we all have our mistakes, though. We learn and move on, but that's a pretty rough mistake for a degreed meteorologist. Not gonna lie. That is pretty rough. And like I said, there's like no rotation here. So, that's pretty rough. But not trying to hate or anything. I just highly disagree with that call. That dude's great anyways. I've been a fan of that dude's channel. So I'm not trying to hate on him. I've loved his channel since day one. I was a fan since he went nationwide for coverage. So I'm not at all trying to hate on him. Just trying to say that is a bad call. And hopefully he'll point out that, you know what, maybe that's not an unwarned tornado. I apologize and move on. That's it. So that's the only time I'm going to talk about that. I'm not going to linger over that. I'm not going to make a tweet and do some big spiel over it. I don't think that was a good call. And like I said, hopefully. But either way, hopefully that wasn't a tornado. Hopefully that wasn't a tornado anyways, because if it was a tornado, it would have been over a populated area. But yeah, this storm here, southeast of Indianapolis, pretty weak areas of rotation there. Doesn't look that crazy. They might. Is that a new warning for it? Observed warning. Not. I don't know if that's a continuation of this one here. I don't know where that observed warning is. Let me pull up my warnings list. That's the only observed warning we have right now, so I'm guessing that's just a continuation of that. Again, don't linger it in the chat. Oh, I mean, we make mistakes. It's getting late, so you're more likely to make mistakes. Again, I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm just saying that's a pretty dang obvious, likely not tornado. Not trying to start a bunch of drama. I'm curious if he did say anything after that, though. trying to see if maybe he said something after that. I mean, he called it a tornado, and then the next scan, the CC didn't really do anything different, and then said it wasn't a tornado. So, like I said, just not a definitive one. He's a degree meteorologist, so I'm trying to see like what he sees and why he would have thought that's a warning or an unwarned tornado. Hold on. One more thing. I'm going to check one more thing and then I'll move on from this and start going elsewhere. Just want to see. Yeah, he called it on this scan right here. I mean, like I said, is it impossible that that's a tornado? No. But Lord have mercy, that might be one of the weakest areas of rotation I'd ever see for a tornado to develop out of that. And if we just circle that exactly, guys, we like to do this. We like to confirm it via multiple products, right? This is 10:54 p.m. Eastern. And quote debris signature here. We go back on radar. Do we have radar? Yes. However, we do want to note that the main line has progressed eastward. Do we have a drop in ZDR value? No. We do not have a very notable drop in ZDR value in this area. We do have some maybe right in there. And then there's one more product that I like to use too called Spectrum Width. That I like to use to see if I can confirm it even further. And we'll go back on this if it lets me. And you can see there is no spectrum width value there. That is something that I would call it's not technically impossible for it to be a tornado, but it is definitely not something I would call out. And if I do call it out, I would say, you know what, maybe not. But based on our products, maybe a little bit of a decrease in ZDR value there. However, if you loop it, you can tell that that's been there for multiple scans, so not necessarily a tiny little decrease means anything there. Of course, the NWS will go survey that and see if it is a tornado or not. Let's see here. Again, I'm not trying to start drama. I just really wanted to point that out and see here. I'm going to take a 4-panel of that just briefly. Apologies for lingering on this. I'm lingering way more on it than I would have wanted to. I just want to get a 4-panel real fast of it. It's a decent... It's a tricky call. It's a tricky call. I will say that. It's a tricky call. Alright. Last time I'm mentioning it. I'm done mentioning it. I apologize for lingering on that so much. I apologize. I don't really see any other good areas of definitive CC here. Anything that looks like a tornado's ongoing. There very well could be, just none that really look that great, in my opinion. Give me a second. Okay. So we're down to just 4 tornado warnings, none observed. And this line is weakening. Let's see. A suspicious little area of CC there. Let's go to our analysis radar, see if we can confirm that with all of our main products here. Yeah, you can see that's been relatively consistent there. Look at that. That's been relatively consistent. Maybe a tornado inside this tornado warned storm just moments ago. You could see we can confirm that from CC. We can confirm that with an area of rotation. We can confirm that with reflectivity. And look at that. There's even some spectrum width there. So that's all of our products checkmarked for a potential weak, brief tornado that may have just occurred around northwest of Fairland here, southeast of Indianapolis, Indiana. So we'll keep watching that very, very closely. But again, if that is a tornado, it's weak and brief and won't be ongoing for very long. I'm surprised we still have this good of a severe risk ongoing this late. Let's look at our SPC outlook here. We're still in the slight risk, though. We're pushing to the marginal. But if we look here, you can see we're pushing to the marginal risk out here in southeastern Indiana. And we are well removed from that primary 30% significant wind risk down in this area. That tornado warning does look pretty good there. Could get a brief spin up in this area in the next 15 minutes or so. Uh, 14 more minutes on all three of our significant severes. Aside from this one down here, which goes for 44 more minutes. So we'll lose all but one significant severe in 14 minutes, as long as no others are upgraded or continued. And once that expires, I'm pretty confident to say most of our main event is done, including the wind threat. It's 11:15 right now. The only area where I'd watch for a continuation of that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust threat is really right in there. But you can see the reports have slowed down from damaging winds. The warnings are being downgraded and are no longer as widespread. These have been downgraded or canceled down here. We only have 2 left in that area. Matter of fact, actually, yeah, 2 in that area. These have been downgraded or canceled. Only 1 left in that area. These have all been downgraded from their 70-mile-an-hour wind warnings earlier. Severe warnings earlier. So, really the only good area to watch for damaging wind potential in the next hour is going to be right in here. And that is going to be nothing even close to the damaging wind threat that we have covered. So that would be the main area to watch for the next hour for the potential of a tornado to develop. And 60-mile-an-hour winds with maybe a gust upwards of 70 possible. Let's see. That would be doing some math in my head real quick. Trying to think how much longer I want to stay live here. We just got a continuation of our tornado warning here for Rockford and Minden. I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick break and we'll continue with coverage for a little bit longer here to cover these storms as they go into Ohio. Give me just about 2 minutes and I will be right back. All right. I am back. Let's keep this going a little bit longer here. A new significant severe thunderstorm warning just got issued out here across western Ohio. So make sure you guys are indoors, away from doors and windows there. Yeah, Critty, you can send them depending on what they are. If they're damage photos, you can send them in general chat or weather photos, whichever one you'd like. Those are the two best areas in the Discord server. Let's see. So, yeah, again, we're going to keep watching these severe storms as they go eastward. Monitoring them closely, that highest severe threat and tornado threat being focused on the northern extent. Yeah, definitely a good idea to continue that tornado warning, actually. Let's go ahead and look and see in here. That newest scan, another very suspicious dropping in ZDR. Good couplet and an increase in spectrum width. Another probable brief weak tornado could be ongoing here southwest of Morristown. I mean, this thing at this point, it could have dropped multiple weak brief tornadoes. But the good news is I haven't seen any of them that seem to be strong. So hopefully that is the case. But that could be a little weak brief tornado southwest of Morristown in Indiana, inside that tornado warned area. And we'll wait and see what the next scan has, because that did just start on this scan here. And I'm waiting to see if that does continue, that CC does continue. Most definitely the rotation will, but more curious on that CC. Like I said, Critty, drop it in general or weather photos in the Discord server. Yeah, it didn't continue on the next frame, so that's not a very... Yeah, not a very obvious tornado, but we've seen a few signatures like that out of this storm. So it could be something as simple as just damaging winds, potentially knocking up some few branches or twigs, and that's what the CC is picking up. Or it could be a extremely weak tornado. Either way, you're looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this, whether that be associated with a very, very weak tornado or with just winds associated with the storm itself. And you need to be in your safe spot because that is an active tornado warning. So they dropped the considerable severe. They're not continuing that one further into Rockford and Salina. But they have continued it once again further up further to the north for Defiance, Oakwood, Van Wert, and surrounding areas. And that severe, they also continue for Coldwater, significant severe there for 36 more minutes. Let's see. How long have we been live? Like 9 hours and 20 minutes. I know we had some Wi-Fi issues. That could have cut us out for about 5 minutes or so. So, generally thinking of when I'm going to end, because I do think this stuff is dying down. It's just, like I said, it definitely is taking longer than I expected. Definitely taking longer to die out than I expected. And this area could continue to experience 60-mile-an-hour winds and gusts upwards of 70, maybe even until 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Eastern. But I think we've covered the bulk of it. And yeah, the tornado probabilities are very low on StormNet here after 11:40. The tornado event today, that was crazy. Like I said, I definitely consider it a major tornado outbreak at this point. I definitely consider it as a major tornado outbreak. Let's go back down to our tornado warning down here. Yeah, you can kind of see here if we look at storm relative velocity, how when I thought there could have been brief weak tornadoes on the ground with this, those green and reds were closer to each other in this vicinity. And now with that newest scan, these green and reds are weaker and getting away from each other. So that's a sign that this is turning more outflow dominant now with time. There's still a good area for inflow though. So I still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado here over the next 10 or so minutes, but the risk for a tornado that is decreasing, and I wouldn't disagree if they dropped that tornado warning and just let it expire here in 3 minutes and not continue it. It would not surprise me. Random severe out here in Lubbock, or southeast side of Lubbock, Texas. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail there. So we'll continue to watch that once again. This is towards the end of the live stream, so I will say you're going to hear me repeat a lot of stuff, and you're going to hear me kind of stumble over my words because we are at the end of our event and the end of our live stream. I'm tired. I've been live technically, if you don't include the 1 hour break. I mean, I have 1 hour break, and all I got to do during that was eat, help my family out, and then boom, I was live again. So we've been live for Ever since I woke up at 10 o'clock, I got up and instantly went live at like 10:15, 10:20 or something a.m. And I've been consistently watching the weather ever since then. And we've been live of those 13 hours. We've been live for 12 of them. And our last live stream was 2.5 hours. This one's going to be a little over 2 hours or a little over 10. See, there you go. Last live stream, 2.5. This one's going to be a little over 10. So right about 10, 11 hours of coverage overall. 10.5 hours of coverage or so today. Or my bad. See, told you. Told you. My bad. That's actually about 12.5 hours of coverage. It's like right when I mentioned that, I started stumbling over all my words. Every sentence. Gracious day. Yeah, not really any other information I could really mention here. Like I said, if I'm live tomorrow, we'll go more over Saturday's threat and the risk on Wednesday. But I will be live on Saturday. Tomorrow's the only day I'm iffy on right now. So may not be live tomorrow, and then we will be live Saturday again. By the way, in terms of viewership, this live stream is going to rank right around between 15th and 17th for our most popular live stream. It's probably going to go at about 16th or so for the most popular live stream on this channel, which is very, very, very good. If we combine the views from our live streams today, both of them, you're looking at reaching the word out to over 17,000 people. Over 17,000 people. Most popular live stream was where Lucky fell out and broke my chair again during Melissa coverage last year. And once he did that, we had about 2,000 people watching concurrently on that. And I don't think we'll ever reach those numbers ever again, honestly. Lucky breaking his chair exploded, apparently, in viewership. I need a good nap. No, man, I need 10 hours of sleep. I didn't sleep too well last night because I was very worried about missing stuff this morning, and I definitely did. I missed a lot this morning. We missed 90-mile-an-hour winds this morning. I wish I could have been live for it, but it was at 6 a.m., and that would have been a doozy, trying to live stream from 6 a.m. to midnight. But yeah, we're left with just one tornado warning for 15 minutes here. One tornado warning for 15 minutes. And I'm not going to end on a perfect time. I'm going to tell you. If this warning expires, I'm ending right as it expires. If it doesn't, we'll go longer. I'm not taking the risk, man. If we could cover from when we got our first tornado warning from this main event to the last one to when we hit 0, I'm ending. Now, if they issue a new tornado warning here for something else, like I said, we'll continue longer. Michigan. Howell, Michigan. Let me see. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You've got some heavy rain and lightning in the area, and that's going to continue for probably the next 2 hours or so. But the worst severe threat is already, I believe, passed. Actually, the worst severe threat is ongoing things have died down by the time they get to you. You never really got a good severe threat today. Continuing that 70-mile-an-hour severe into Hillsdale. If you're in this county, countywide severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds, a tornado possible tag, and 0.75-inch hail in Hillsdale. That tornado warning in Rockford, Ohio, barely has any rotation. But man, we have covered. I don't even think I can load a loop long enough. I'm gonna have to modify this real quick, change it to load a long enough loop of what we've covered today, since we've been live for so stinking long. So let's go back all the way here. We started coverage when this is when we started coverage. This stuff was in Iowa City. That's when we started our coverage day. Progress forward. We covered all of this. We ended stream for an hour right here when things were weakening. I ended stream from here to here, and I went live again, and we covered straight. This live stream, we covered from this frame here all the way until now. From when our cold front was in central Iowa to where it is now into Ohio. Absolutely crazy. I'm going to do this. I'm going to change it to a 12-hour loop because that's what we've covered the most here. And watch the watch all the reports come in. Crazy amount of reports there in Illinois. And then we've continued with quite a few reports into Indiana, but you could definitely see things have toned down quite a bit. But if you look at the reports map, you could see we've still had a pretty big day in Indiana as well. But compared to Illinois, we definitely slowed down with reports pretty much right on that state border, man. Pretty much right as storms crossed into Indiana, they weakened quite a bit. But then they re-intensified towards central Indiana. And then, of course, again, we had the outbreak out here of damaging winds that probably verified as like a 75% non-sig wind risk. And I don't know when we had a tornado in Texas, but apparently we did. Don't ask me. A landspout tornado at 8:03 Eastern, apparently. Eastern time there. That's over 3.5 hours ago. Apparently there was a landspout out there. So still a tornado warning in effect there in northwestern Ohio. Get to your safe spot if you're in there. In that active tornado warning. Yeah, there's definitely a population bias for reports. But those were reports more because it was actually not necessarily population bias, but actually more because it was just so much more significant than what we've been dealing with for damaging winds in even the last 4 or 5 hours. And there's a new severe watch into northern Ohio for some damaging winds. A brief look how low that tornado probability is. Just 10% chance for 2 tornadoes tomorrow, or rather overnight tonight in that new highlighted pink severe watch. A stream's possible tomorrow. I'm not going to guarantee it. Yesterday I was like for sure I would stream Friday, but my voice might be absolutely fried to where I can't talk. So yeah, that would be a problem. But yeah, that tornado warning, I think it's going to expire in 7 minutes. So I'm going to prepare to end here in hopes that we don't get a new tornado warning shortly. If we do, it ought to be from one of these up here. But hopefully we can hold off on tornado warnings for 10 minutes. So we can end on an odd time. It's not going to be the perfect time we normally do, Legacy. So sorry to disappoint you. We've had some Wi-Fi problems where we've disconnected and reconnected. So it's going to be impossible to land perfectly on that time like we usually do. Arriving on Monday. Hopefully they have good weather driving over here. Depends, like, are they traveling Sunday at all? Because if they're traveling Sunday, it's going to be rough. Sunday could be pretty rough for North Carolina and Virginia. Monday, it looks like there's some scattered rain showers that could occur, but not as bad as Sunday. We really have rain chances. There's rain chances Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. They're driving on Monday, so they likely won't encounter any severe weather, but there's probably going to be rain in the area. Unless they leave, like, early afternoon. And then you will be clear. So here's the rain. Ensemble for rain. Heaviest rain Monday begins overnight, Sunday night, Monday morning as that severe weather system leaves. And then Monday morning at 7, 8 a.m., that's when it's going to be clear. And then Monday afternoon, a little rain chances increase out there in East Tennessee, West North Carolina. And then by the time you get to the afternoon and evening, rain chances rapidly increase across North Carolina and especially Eastern NC. And then Tuesday should be clear across Tennessee. Wednesday, there's probably going to be a chance for some rain, some scattered rain Wednesday evening, but it shouldn't be that bad. And then I imagine Thursday's probably going to be a soak out across Tennessee. Yeah, like Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon. So if you want the best day to plan things in Tennessee, you're trying to do stuff, that'd be Tuesday and Wednesday, especially Tuesday. Tuesday should be decently nice, maybe a little hot, but decently nice out there in Tennessee. Can we get storms in Pittsburgh tomorrow? For sure. Don't trust any models. Tomorrow's going to be a nowcast adventure. It's going to be super fun. We really won't know what tomorrow is going to hold until we observe it in real time. Storms could pop up anywhere. So if you're looking at this model, like, man, I want storms tomorrow, and it's not popping up on this model, I don't think anything's going to happen. Don't do that, because there's so much cape. Anywhere that you see in this blue has a chance for pop-up severe storms tomorrow in the northeast. And that could extend even down into eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. So really this whole area in here has a chance for pop-up severe thunderstorms tomorrow. There's a question on how far southeast that risk goes and how far northeast that risk goes. But generally, that entire vicinity. Regardless of what models are saying. More of a nowcast thing. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and end here. This warning should expire, if all goes well, just a few seconds before we end. This is going to be roughly a 4.5... This says a 4.5 hour live stream, but it's actually going to be roughly a 9 hour, 40 minute live stream. And then the other one... the other live stream earlier this morning was 9.5 hours. So if you combine that, or 2.5 hours. If you combine 2.5 and roughly 9.5, that's 12 hours. So roughly 12 hours of coverage for severe weather today. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. This tornado warning will expire before we end. So as the outro music concludes, the tornado warning in the background will expire, and we will have covered from the first tornado warning of this event to when we go to tornado warning lists in this event. Even though we could still see another tornado warning tonight, maybe one or two, from when the first warning was issued in this event to when we eventually got to tornado warning lists, which the first one was way back over here in, I want to say the first one was in northeastern Missouri with that storm in Kirksville or the prefrontal. I think it was the prefrontal. And the last one is going to be here in Ohio. So if you do that just with a quick tape measure before we end, from the first warning to the last warning we covered, that is literally a derecho. That is literally almost perfectly 400 miles from where that prefrontal got warned to where our last warning is in Ohio right now. That's crazy. So just stay weather aware in this area. This is really the only risk for 60 mile an hour winds, maybe upwards of 70 in this area, and a brief tornado can't be ruled out. Just stay weather aware. We also did have 80 mile an hour wind gusts there, southeast of Lawton, and 79 in the southern side of Lawton from earlier. But that's going to be the main area for severe weather and damaging winds later on over the next hour or two. But a very low tornado risk, and that wind risk will die out with time. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, and I will catch y'all in a live stream possibly tomorrow, but likely on Saturday. Thank you, Mods for Mod in chat, and everybody in here who has helped spread the word about severe weather today. Whether you just tuned in for a minute, just tuning in now, or have tuned in for much of the event, I really, really appreciate it. I also want to give quickly a special shout out to, of course, all the mods for modding chat, but also for the donations. Charles with $4, your local villain with $5, Joseph with $2, Jason with $2, Weather Warrior with $2 of donations. So that's really, really appreciated. And obviously everyone else who hit that like button, and on top of that subscribed. We gained almost 100 subscribers in the last 12 to 24 hours, which is really, really, really appreciated. The biggest growth we've had on this channel since March of this year. So I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. I'm going to wait just a few more seconds before I end the stream, so bear with me. What I want to do is I want to go pull up GR2 and show you. There you go. We are officially tornado warning list. I will catch you guys possibly tomorrow and definitely Saturday. Goodbye. It is very strange ending on such an odd number. We normally round it out to the top of the hour, so this is going to be very weird to look at on the channel. But thank you guys for tuning in to about a 12-hour worth of coverage today. Stay safe, watch the severe weather. I'll see you in either tomorrow's live stream or Saturday. Thank you, Mods, for Mono Chat, and everyone for being here. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.